Hello, Eddie. How you doing? Uh, Sorry, I'm running a little late. I had a friend come by.
How you doing? Sorry, I'm running a little.
Had a friend come by who was having some problems, so we talked for a little bit. Uh, Pushed me back on everything, but I wanted to get that straightened out and talk with her for a little bit. So anyway, here we are. I don't know who's going to come up first. Hey Tim. Hey Jerry. How you guys doing? Uh, I did redo my apartment. Uh, my part of it. Let's close this up so no distractions here. Uh, I redid my desk. I decided to uh, move my desk over a little bit so to give me more room around my bed. I'll give you guys a quick view of it here in just a minute. Uh, I did it because, well, like I said, it gives me a little more room to walk past my bed and my table. Uh, Gives me an extra about 4 inches to walk, which gives me plenty of room, which is what I want. All right, I can tell we can hear that, so let me turn that down some so you don't hear the fan. Uh, Here you go. I'm going to show you what I did. Wait a minute here. Come on. Okay. Underneath, I cleared this up, moved that, and I took that cabinet from over on this side. So it actually, as you can see, it sets back farther, so it gives me more room to get around. And so that makes me happier. Like I said, it's whoops, that's gonna do this way. And give me a second here. Let's grab my hat. So I don't know if Eddie's gonna come up. Tim, you're welcome up. Jerry, and like I said, I don't know how many people's going to show up because I am a little late. Uh, but like I said, I did rearrange things here, and so it makes me. I think it looks better. Of course, you don't know because I've never shown you before, so that's all right. But it does give me more room between the table and my bed, so it makes it easier to walk through. And oh yeah, I haven't pinned anything yet, so let me go ahead and put something in there. So now, no. Oh, I know what I got to do. I don't do things for a while, and I forget all about it. So Larry, you're. It's what happens when you're not totally not computer savvy. Hmm. I'll get something. Just for some reason, I'm totally blanking here. I don't know why I'm blanking so much. I think that should have done it right there. I'm sorry, everybody, but anybody wants to come up, you know me. Come on up. I got it up there now. You're more than welcome. Yeah, it rained today here too, Jerry. Uh, Rained most of the day. That's one of the reasons why I went ahead and did my computer. It was something I've been wanting to do, and I knew they were calling for rain today. So it's like, it's a good project to do on a rainy day. Now, tomorrow is supposed to be all right. So I'll do all my weekend errands that require that I move around and run around. I'll do them tomorrow. But oh, we got somebody. It looks like Eddie's coming up. Hey, Eddie, how you doing, man? Can you hear me? Eddie, are you frozen, Eddie? Oh, there you go. I can see you moving.
And I've been having problems.
But can you hear? Yeah, I can hear you now, but I couldn't hear you earlier. Whoops. What happened, Eddie? I couldn't hear you earlier.
I think it's my laptop because I have good internet with my other laptop, but my work laptop, for some reason, in and out. I don't know what's going on with it.
All right. Well, you know, that's I'm on my desktop here, so my laptop is in my living room. I much prefer the desktop. And so I don't know. That's too much of my eyes. But trying to get it to where, like I said, I don't, well, give me a minute.
What the heck's going on?
Like I said, this is the first time I've did this situation this way. So we're trying to figure out if how to do the lighting here. Because I can see that I'm in the dark. And I don't want that. So let's try to get this up where it's not shining on the screen, but it's still, yeah, that's a little bit better. I'll have to figure out something later. So how's everything going, Eddie? Hey, Leonard. Are you still there, Eddie? So how's everything going, Eddie?
Other than everything, I was it's been crazy. I had this cold since just before Thanksgiving, and I don't know if you know any Spanish words, but you heard of mocos, the drainage.
Yeah.
Man, I just got a lot of it.
Okay. I get a lot of drainage.
Can't seem to get it cleared.
mucus.
I've just been
I seem to have some fall allergies because it seems like my allergies are worse in the fall. Although I do have some spring, but they seem to be worse, like I said, in the fall. And
yeah.
so, how's Joyce doing?
She's doing good. She's just at work, of course, as usual. She works.
I know
Work.
she usually. I'm gonna say she usually works on Saturdays. We were on long enough one
Yeah,
time
she
that
works
she
every
was
Saturday.
able to make it. But so, like I said, I got my computer set up different, and anyway, that's like I said, move the lights around like that, and that makes it a little bit better. Now I don't look like I'm sitting in the dark. I mean, I'm always in the dark anyway. Thanks, Leonard.
You feel better?
I'm glad the lighting does look
Yeah,
better.
I redid my office here.
Well, like I said, my computer, when I had the
Actually made some more room.
storage cabinet on my other side, on my right hand side, well, it just made it a little tighter getting around. I had to turn sideways. Now I don't have to because the storage cabinet sits back another good 6 inches, farther back. So when I go through there, I'm not trying to get around it as much. So it's a lot easier to get through it. Jerry says the Mucinex should help get rid of the mucos. Eddie. Jerry,
See, this thing is cutting in and out on my side.
Jerry said the first time he saw a computer, he was 17. Jerry, the first time I played on the computer, I was in my 30s. And then they were dumb computers. They were just the personal computer was the 286s that had just come out when I was in my 30s. But I played with one the first time I was in college, and they had the what to call the workstation. You had the mainframe, and all the computers worked off the mainframe. And because of that, you really had to save your work a lot more because they had a tendency to crash once in a while because so many people working on it. And so they suggested that every page or two,
You remember
save your work. Well, like I said, my first computer that I played with had a 5.5-inch floppy, but I have seen the 8-inch floppies. So they were out before I ever played with one. But, and that's why they were called floppies, because the disc actually did flop. You could go there and it would shake and it was floppy. And so it was a floppy disk. Is that what it became? And now the later on, the 3.5-inch disc. Oh, yeah. But the 3.5-inch disc was still called a flop, even though it no longer flopped. And that 3.5-inch held a lot more than the.
How about the old dial-up?
Oh yeah, yeah. I had the old dial-up. Let's see. When I first started playing with computers, I didn't have one at home. I played with the one at college, and but when I got my first computer, yeah, I had the dial-up, and we got. And then they got where you could get a dedicated line, because at first, you went through your own phone line, and it was, then you had to get a second line that you could run in, and it was strictly dedicated for the computer, and so that was better. and that was a lot better than regular dial-up, let me tell you. But then later on, they got the over the air, the and the well, uh, oh, I'm trying to think what they would call it. That's what I got, Spectrum and stuff. They got that over the air, or you could have the dedicated line that comes in and be hardwired, but there's no more dial-up. And that's even better. Now I use the over the air. I don't have the dedicated line, but that's because I want one of my, like I said, I got my desktop in my bedroom, and I got my laptop in my living room, and so I was in there earlier. Like I said, my friend was here, so we were in there earlier playing on my computer. She was checking out some of my videos. She goes, "Oh, I'll check out this one. It's called Upcoming." I said, "No, that's one I'm going to be doing later. There's nothing to check out on that one." And so she looked at one of my other live streams, and then she watched a couple of my shorts, like the one on the statue, and she watched that one. And yeah, it was five and a quarter. But before the 5.25, Tim, there was, I want to say, 8.5. It was bigger, and that was back in the 80s and early 80s, I think. I had a friend that she worked at the computer center, and I don't mean where the computer's right. She worked up there with the mainframe, and she had to change at night. She had to change things over. I guess they would do a download of all the stuff that was done that day, and then set the computer up for the next day. And years later, I heard that this is after I moved out here to New York, and I was up in Rochester area. But I heard she passed away while at work, and she was a young lady. She was only in, I believe, in her 30s when she passed. Might have been early 40s, but I want to say 30s. But she'd been a diabetic since she had childhood diabetes, and she did not take care of herself like she should have. She drank all the time and did other stuff. And so I guess she just decided she wanted to live her life the best she could. And when it was over, it was over. But I want to say she was under 10 when she was diagnosed with diabetes. And so, yeah, I let her out. Like I said, I knew there were 8 or 8.5 somewhere in there. I never worked with one of those, but I have seen them. And those things were, you think the 5.25 was floppy. You should have seen those 8s. They were real floppy. And that's where the name actually came from, was the bigger ones. And because, like I said, those suckers were about that big around. It was really crazy. But anyway, guys, one of the things I want to let y'all know that I'm planning on doing, I've been looking into changing my shift. Well, not my shift. Well, yeah, my shift as well. And my days. I'm looking at trying to work 2 12s and 2 8s. And if I get them, that'll be Saturday and Sunday will be 12-hour shifts. And so having Saturday and Sunday off, but I'll get 3 days off. I'll still get 40, but I'd rather work 4 days and have 3 off. I even told them if they ever get 3 12s, let me know, and they can keep the 40. Give me 3 12s. I'll take it. But if I get it, I'll be working 7 to 7 Saturday and Sunday. So I'll have to do my live stream either later or pick another day out. I don't know when I'm going to find out about this. What I'll do the first time or two, I'll do it at 8 o'clock instead of 7, the live stream, and then talk with everybody and see if it'd be better to do a different day. Because, like I said, I don't want to, I want to keep my live streams going, but I like the idea of having 3 days off instead of 2. So I'm going to do that. I still will do live streams, but do I still do them on Saturday? Just do them an hour later, or should I change the date? And so I want you guys to think about that. If you want, you can give me your opinions now. But like I said, I don't know when this is going to happen or if it's going to happen. But I did want to bring it up and let people know that if they do see where I got down, I'm doing it at 8 o'clock instead of 7. That's the reason. Now, I'll still be able to make my friend Dan's retirement journeys. He does his right now. It's at 6. But on whatever the other 2 days that I work during the week, it'll either be like Thursday, Friday, or Fridays, Monday, or Monday, Tuesday, something like that. Because the days will all be together. And but I'll be working 7 to 3, so I'll still get off the same time and be able to make his live stream without any problem. I just don't know if Thursday night would be a good night for people, or if Monday or Tuesday. I just don't know. Or if I should just keep it the way it is and just start at 8 instead of 7. Yeah, Jerry, I know. I worked 4
You can always just fade out and see what happens.
Jerry says I missed my 4-day work schedule. Did it for over 10 years. Well, I worked 4 10s for a while, and I had every Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. And sometimes they'd switch it up, and I get Saturday, Sunday, Monday. But I loved it. And I also worked for a long time. I worked just like what I'm trying to work here, 2 8s and 2 12s. So I've worked 4 days a week quite a bit. Now, not 10 years worth like Jerry. But I enjoy the 4-day work week. Like I said, I would enjoy a 3-day work week. I'm going to be honest, if I can get the hours. Like I said, 36 hours, I'd give up 4 hours for an extra day off. I'll let you know, Leonard. Like I said, right? Hey, JG. And JG says, and Leonard says he'll show up whenever I start. And JG says, just start at 8, easy peasy. Well, like I said, I'm going to it first, JG. I just wanted to give, like I said, I don't know how much heads up I'm going to get when I get the schedule. I'll probably find out the same week before it starts. See, our schedule, my work schedule runs from Friday through Thursday. So I know it's not this week. But I may go in Monday and find out I'm working next weekend. I just don't know. Because my boss can't tell me until his bosses tell him that it's been approved. And if it's not approved, he'll let me know that it's not been approved, and I'll be on my Monday through Friday, 7 to 3. Which, having the weekends off, I don't mind. But like I said, I'll work the weekends if I can get 3 days off. Like I said, I'm lazy. Let's get the hours. I figure I'm already there. This is the way I look at it. I knew a guy that hated working 12 hours because he really didn't like working beyond 8. And I said, my day's already coming in for those 8 hours. What's another 4? Especially if it gets me another day off. I just as soon do, like I said, 3 12s or 2 12s and 2 8s. Give me 1 or 2 extra days off. I mean, that's just me. So, like I said, some people don't like working more than 8 hours. They just don't want to do it. But I'm the kind of person, yeah, let's do it. Give me some more time off. Or I shouldn't say time off because you're working about the same time, but more days off. Yeah, I'll do that.
More days off is much better for me.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'd rather have the more days off.
4 12s a night.
I don't want 4
off,
12s.
and
I don't want 4 12s. I mean, I'll work it if that's what they want me to do, because that gives you 8 hours of overtime and 3 days off. And that's fine too.
Yeah.
But
and 3 days off and overtime.
Oh yeah. Like I said, I would do that. But I would, like I said, I would prefer to work fewer days. I'd rather work just 36, give them 4 hours, and take 4 days off if I could. But maybe that's because of my age, Eddie. I mean, I'm 69. I've been working since, my first real job, I was 15. And I'll be honest with you, it was my first real job and first time I got fired. I mean, I only worked 2 weeks. But I deserved to be fired. Hello, Kitchen Garden. Welcome. And you're right, Tim. Now, I mean, if it's really hard physical labor, 12 hours would be tough on you. Mine is not really hard or physical. But I have worked jobs that were a lot harder, and I still prefer the 12 hours or 10 hours, actually. But if I want to work 4, I'd just as soon work 10, but I'll work 2 12s and 2 8s. I'm doing quite well, Melanie. Welcome for coming. I'm glad you're here. But like I said, we're just here to have a little fun. Like I said, I did rearrange that's what I did today. I just was in my apartment all day, but I was mostly in my bedroom. I took this computer completely apart, moved it away, moved the desk out of the way, moved the cabinets out of the way, vacuumed the floor, put everything in place where I wanted it, put the computer back together, and then, took some breaks here and there. I mean, went into the living room and sat down some. I got that big, nice recliner in there. One of these days I'll do a live stream from my living room just because I can. And I'll sit in my big old comfortable recliner. I got one that comes all the way up behind my head, and it's electric, so I can kick it back if I want or keep it.
Does it kick you out too?
No, I'm not quite where I need one that lifts up. I got my friend that was here. My friend that was here, she has one of those, but she had it because her father needed it, and her father was living with her till he passed away. But she had one of those. She still has it. I mean, she has one of those, but that's why she got it. Like I said, every man, welcome. Nothing wrong with having a wife younger than you, sir. Like I said, hey, Dan. Dan, I'm sorry, but I started late, so you're not that late. But no, like I said, I just, like I said, I'm 69.
What's
my
up,
mom's
Dan?
still alive.
Dan, the man with the plan.
Well, every man, I figure if you're both happy, who cares what other people are? I live my life for me. I've been told by people that I should have saved more money when I was younger, and I should have done this, and I should have done that, and I look at them and say, well, I wouldn't have done this, and I wouldn't have done that. And, I mean, yeah, like I said, I went to China on my own. I did that as a civilian, not in the military. I've been to Canada a few times on my own. I've been some other places as well. And I never would have done all that if I was saving for the future. Now, if you watch my story, where I tell you before I'm Lazy Larry, the first one's Hi, I'm Lazy Larry. But then I talk about before Lazy Larry, and that will explain why I didn't worry about the future as much as some other people. My father went on total disability when I was about 12 years old. And he went from, he was a hoss of a man. He was like 6'3", 6'4", weighed about 258 pounds, could pick up 200 pounds without breaking a sweat. He was a truck driver, cross country. And back in those days, they may still do it, I don't know for sure, but they used to help load and unload their own trucks. And my father lifted something, and he lifted it wrong. And he went from 258 pounds down to 150 in 3 months and never worked again. And he told me more than once, he told all of us more than once, that if he was faking his illness, he could really enjoy his retirement. He was only 47 when this happened. And so he lived to be 61. And he really didn't get to enjoy his retirement because of his health condition. So it's like, I was a wild and crazy person. I wasn't expecting to live as long as I have. So I decided I'm going to enjoy my life now. The hell with the future. And that's what I did. I spent money I never should have spent. But I don't begrudge myself. Because like I said, I did what I wanted to do. Now that I've gotten older, I'm trying to dig my way out of debt. In less than 2 years, I'll be out of debt. In 4 years, if I really want, and if I still have my health, I can move to the Philippines. I'll probably take 5 or 6. Like I said, my mom's 96. So, it's not that I don't care about the future, but I cared more about the present when I was younger. Because I've seen people, not just my father. I worked with a couple guys that wanted to retire when they were young, younger than what they did. One guy couldn't wait to retire. He was 58 years old. He had the time he needed, and he ran down and signed up for his retirement. I was working there. Now, I knew him. I didn't work with him, but I knew him quite well enough that I talked to him. His last name was Sandieski. Joe Sandieski. And he couldn't wait to retire. And he thought they were offering this early retirement, but he wasn't old enough. Hey, Reese. And so anyway, he thought they weren't going to offer again. So as soon as they offered it again, he was going to be 58, right on the money. He ran down, signed up, first one to sign up for it. Less than a month after he retired, he died of a heart attack. I was in my 30s at this time. And it's like, is that really what you want to do? You gotta try to enjoy your life while you can. And this guy worked, another guy I know. Now he didn't die, but he worked 6 days a week, every week. And he bought his family, swimming pools, super big houses, really nice cars, and boats and everything. And his wife kept telling him that, what I really want is just, spend more time with my husband and kids. And he was telling me this after it happened. And he worked at the same place where Mr. Sandieski died. And said, I don't know. She kept telling me that's what she wanted. All she wanted me to do was be home more. But he said, no, I figured I had to buy all this stuff. I had to give everything to the family. And he thought that's the way he was a good husband by, doing all this. And he wasn't home to enjoy it. Well, she ended up going out, finding another man, and divorced him. And it just tore him up. And he lost a lot of weight. He was overweight, but he lost a lot of weight. And then he found another woman, started dating. And he told me, he says, they got to force me to work overtime. He said, I won't do it again. He said, she told me more than once that she wanted to spend time. And I wouldn't do it. So she found somebody that would. So like I said, hey, Dumpster Fire, man. How you doing, man? And so anyway, it's just, like I said, to me, you got to live for the present as much as I should have planned more for the future than what I did. But too many people plan for the future and don't live in the present. Another guy, Bill Simpson, worked the same place. And he was going to be a millionaire. And he kept socking his money away. And him and his wife, he had a son that worked for Boeing out in Seattle, Washington. Hello, Des. How you doing? So anyway, they were going to take a vacation and go out there. So he bought a brand new truck because his truck didn't have air conditioning. His wife was saying if they're going to cross the desert, they better have air. And so he went on vacation, was gone a couple of weeks, come back, and he's just talking about how much money he spent. And I said, Bill, did you enjoy yourself? Did you have a good time visiting your son and seeing they went by the Grand Canyon and the Mount Rushmore? I said, did you enjoy that? He goes, oh, yeah, it was great. I said, you can't convince me of it because all you're talking about is how much money you spent. And we got Mac Daddy joining that group. Hello, Mac Daddy.
Mac Daddy in the house.
Yeah. But so anyway, I just, like I said, too many people. He ended up retiring earlier than what he was going to because I think he talked it over with his wife. And he realized that, they weren't enjoying themselves.
Mother laptop, so don't mind.
Yeah, that's all right, Eddie. But anyway, he was going, he ended up retiring earlier than what he was going to. But I think it's because his wife and him got to talking and he realized what good is it to have that $1 million if you don't enjoy yourself? But that was his goal. He wanted to be a millionaire. And he was putting everything off and not doing anything. And if he spent a dime, he complained about it, even if he enjoyed himself. Yes, Des, we all agree with Jerry. Speedy recovery for your daughter. and we're praying for her. And there's, I agree with you, everyman. It's nice to meet with your friends wherever that's at to enjoy yourself. Like I said, my friend came over tonight. She doesn't come over a lot, but she does come over once in a while. And I'll go over to her place once in a while. But like I said, that put me behind because I hadn't cooked my supper yet when she came by, and I ended up cooking my supper a little later than what I was going to, and get everything done. I didn't realize how long it took me. Otherwise, I've been a little quicker on a couple of things. They could have waited. But so anyway, that's why, like I said, that's why I still working today. But I don't begrudge it. I mean, plus, like I said, my mom's 96 and still living, so I don't really want to go anywhere till after she passes. I hate to be ghoulish about it, but that's just that simple. Now, I have 4 sisters still living, but I'm not going to wait around till they pass away. I mean, even though 3 of them are older than me, I can't see that. And besides, the oldest one's in pretty good shape. She's 10 years older than I am. And the other 2, well, one's got MS and still getting around pretty good. The other one makes me look thin, or actually makes me look normal. I shouldn't say thin. She's not that much bigger. But then my youngest sister's 7.5 to 8 years younger than me. So depending on how you want to look at it. And she's in good shape. She's still working part-time. She's only 61. She retired at 55 from her regular job. And she went out and got a job where she works about 2-3 days a week, and that's all she works. And my other sister, the one that's big, the one that's bought the house a few years back from my mom and my other sister and her, she retired at 55 and hadn't worked since. And she's 72.
Gotta love that.
I'm trying to think now. She may be 74. Well, she's 73. She's 72. She'll be 73 this month. Because there's part of the year that there's less than 2 years between my 2 sisters that live together. That's where I stayed at when I went to Terrell. I stayed with them. And she's the one with MS is 74. And she still gets around on her own. She can still drive a car, but like I said, she's just going to be a little slower moving when she's walking. But she still walks. She's not in a wheelchair. And she's had MS now for close to 30-some, 40 years.
Wow.
Yeah. But it's been very slow moving, so she's done real well. Every man says he'll buy JG a cup of coffee if they ever interviews him. Hey, my friend, my enemy. How you doing, Mr. Poppycock? We got a couple of JLBs in here today. We got my friend, my enemy. We got Dumpster Far. Glad to have you guys here.
I got a new product this week, Larry.
Hold on a minute. JLB, my friend, my enemy. Mr. Poppycock is my friend. Let's go with my friend. I've not heard anything. I don't know if anybody else has, but I've not heard anything about Chris. I wish he would come back. Hey, sis, how you doing? Talking about my sister. Carla Thompson is my youngest sister. And she just said hi to everybody, or hi to me anyway. So hello, sis. How you guys? How are you and Dave doing? I know it's getting late for you though, girl. My sister is one of these that believes in going to bed early. We're totally different. She likes to go to bed early and get up early. I like to go to bed late and get up late. But yeah, Leonard, Carla's my sister. That's my youngest sister. She lives back in Terre Haute as well. 3 of my sisters live in Terre Haute. My oldest sister lives out here in New York like I do, but she's up by Rochester. And so, well, but anyway, like I said, we're just sitting here trying to talk a little bit. This is the first time my sister's made my live stream. And matter of fact, she joined my channel when I was home.
Oh, which one's your sister?
Carla
Carla?
Thompson. Yeah, Carla Thompson's my sister. She was my 300th subscriber.
Hello, Carla.
Her husband David was my 299th subscriber.
She's getting ready to go to bed, though.
Yeah, she is. She goes to bed somewhere around 8 to 9 o'clock, about 8 o'clock. And so thank you for coming, Carla. And tell Dave I said hi. Tell the rest of the family I said hi when you see him or talk to him. So I got to get some Christmas cards and get them mailed out to people back home. But so yeah, I got to do that this week.
Okay, so
JG, my sister knows I don't behave. Now, if it was one of my other sisters, I'd have to behave. But my sister Carl, I can get away with a little bit more. But Dave's watching now. All right, that's cool. Hi, Dave. How you doing, man? Dave's her husband. So, and JG, if I drink with anybody in the family outside of my cousin George, it's my sister and David. Okay, the rest of my family don't drink. So, like I said, I can get away with a little bit more with my sister Carla. And matter of fact, if I didn't drink and if I hadn't quit drinking and driving, I would have had a couple drinks with them when I was home this time. We went to a bar restaurant, really nice place, and had lunch together. Been a good time for something to drink. If you ask me, it would have been a good time. But like I said, I quit drinking and driving, so I don't do that anymore.
what the heck?
But anyway, guys, what do you got to talk about? That Mac Daddy, you said you got a new product?
Yeah, I got the Christmas version of Maple Mountain Mist out. I put a blue ribbon and a pine spring on it.
I thought maybe you made it peppermint.
Nah, didn't go there. They tell me it's popular on pancakes. I haven't tried it that way.
Okay. Carla, just quit rubbing it in. Because we hate the cold. We're going to Lake Tahoe in January.
I went to the Christmas parade here the other night, and God, I must have had people coming up to me, giving me the wink.
Yeah. Letting you know they want some.
Oh man, I never thought I never ever thought I'd be this way.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, you quit laughing at me, Carla. Just because you got to get to go to Lake Tahoe and I got to stay here in the cold. That's not right.
Yeah, Lake Tahoe's got to be nice this time of year.
Well, they're going in January, so
Oh,
like I said, she's retired from one job and still works part time, and that's so she can do something besides sit at home. I think.
it was raining slush here today. You should have seen that.
We didn't get slush; it was too warm for that, but it was raining here today.
It was raining, and then you would get like this cold burst that came through with it, and it would like drop big handfuls of slush, and then it would go right back to rain. We were like right on the edge of the cold front. It was crazy. Flipping back and forth for about an hour, and then it just went to rain and quit.
No, JG, my sister's not in Rochester. That's my oldest sister lives up there. This is my youngest sister, and she's back in Terre Haute, where we're originally from. Her and her husband. And now, Carl, I don't know if you remember this or not, but the day I left that Saturday, there was snow on the ground in Terre Haute. and I had to clean the car off. That was not fun. I mean, come on, that was still in November. That's Terre Haute. It's not supposed to do that there. Now, cold maybe, but not snow.
Yeah, we keep getting these Arctic vortexes.
Yeah. Well, it happens in Terre Haute, but usually,
Yeah,
I mean, this was before Thanksgiving, Mac Daddy.
yeah, I hear you. We've had a cold fall here too. I just ordered my second ton of pellets for the year, and that's like unheard of. I started burning my pellet stove in October. I normally don't start till November 1st
Yeah.
for
Well,
heating my house. That's all I heat with is wood pellets. It's very convenient.
yeah. Well, I live in an apartment building. I'm an apartment dweller.
Yeah, so you
When I was a younger man, I thought about buying a house. I even had an opportunity in my early 40s to buy a 3-bedroom apartment house. And the guy I was renting from was selling off all his property. And he offered to sell me this place I was living at on contract. And the contract would be written up so that I could live in my apartment for free and he would get the money from the other place. And that'd be my response. It'd be my place because if something went wrong, I would be the one having to pay for it. But if you take what you paid for rent, you're saving money up for emergency things, like the stove going out or the furnace going out or new. And it's just like, no, I was already thinking about leaving Terre Haute back then. This is about 27 years ago. And I've been out here for about 26. So like I said, I was already thinking about leaving. And if I'd have bought that place, I'd have been stuck there. And I would have definitely had to put money into it eventually. I mean, because it wasn't new.
sound like a good deal that he offered you either.
Actually, it was a good deal. I mean, I didn't have to put any money down.
Well, that's the good part.
Yeah. And the
One and only get 2 out of 3. That's leaving you in short pants.
yeah. But I mean, the two apartments would have paid for the money had to give him. So I mean, I would have been living rent free, except for I would put the money back for anything that needed to be done.
Yeah,
So
then you could have refied a couple years out. USDA has a whole great program.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, so it really was a good deal that he was offering me because he didn't have to offer me anything, And this is another guy I knew that worked at that one place I was talking about before. Yeah, Carl, I'm not going anywhere till I'm ready to retire. Now, are you heading down to Florida or Texas? Where are you guys talking about going? Myself, when I retire, I may go overseas. Pick some warm tropical area and go there and live because it's a lot cheaper. Hey, Larice. Yeah, Larice, Carla Thompson, the one that happens to be my youngest sister. And this is the first time she's joined me in a live stream. I believe it, Tim. I believe you don't regret moving there. And like I said, it's something I would like to do. But like I said, I don't know if I'll move overseas. I might just move down to Florida or Texas, or maybe I'll go down to South America or Central America. I don't know.
Texas.
Once I retire, I plan on going somewhere warmer like my sister. Who wants? Carla, the thing about Arizona and Nevada, it gets cold there as well in certain times of the year. But if that's where you want to go for it. It just, to me, there's only a couple of places in those areas I would be willing to live in. Las Vegas or Reno in Nevada. I'm not sure where I'd be willing to go to in Arizona because there's so many small towns out there. For me, I want something that's a little larger. And if I stay in the States, I want a VA close by. I'm in the VA system. That's where I get most of my medical. And so if I'm going to stay here, I want to continue to get most of my medical through the VA. But like I said, once I retire, I want to go somewhere warm. And it may be, like I said, 4 to 6 years. I plan on retiring within that time frame. And Leonard says he's sitting around 20 degrees in Phoenix. She said it can get cold there, but I want somewhere where it's going to be warm. I want somewhere where they call 50 cold. Okay, that's what I want. I want somewhere where there's a damn it's cold. It's 55 degrees. It's freezing.
That's hard to do in the United States these days because of climate change. You're going to be looking at some vicious weather.
Yeah, I agree, Carla. Now, that's if it gets down to 20 degrees and that's all the colder it gets, that's better than Indiana. And if you go down to Florida or Texas, depends on what part you go to, yeah, you have to worry about hurricanes.
Florida, any part these days, Georgia, Alabama, it's all nasty down that way.
Now, every man, do you mean 3 years or 3 weeks? I was in the Navy for over 6 years. I was a sailor, and I did over 6.5 years active. And I had a cousin that was in the. Well, I'm not sure if he's cousin. He was cousin to cousins. I know that we had similar cousins, and so it might have been on the opposite sides of the family. But anyway, he was in the Navy and got kicked out because he couldn't learn to swim. Oh yeah, in the Navy, if you can't learn to swim, it's bye-bye. You got to go. You can go in any other branch you want, but if you can't learn to swim within a certain time frame, you're out. Hit the road. You can go join another branch, but not the Navy. Well, you got to remember now. The thing is, especially on ships, if the ship sinks, if you can't swim, you're dead. It's that simple. So you got to be able to swim. And they estimate how far out you got to be able to swim away from the ship so you don't get sucked down by the ship sinking. All right? So you got to be able to swim out and away from it as it's going down. And you got to get on the life raft and stuff. But yeah, if you're close to that ship, it'll suck you under.
Oh, I got to tell you too. I sold boats for years. You get down in the water, it's a nightmare.
Yeah. But
and small boats sink so fast, nobody anticipates it, and anybody boating should be wearing a life jacket regardless.
Jerry says anything below 70 is cold. All right, Jerry. Now we're talking.
Yeah, Jerry, that southern Texas got to be nice.
I like it. All right, Eddie's gonna come back up. Hey, Eddie, what did you do? Change computers?
I changed computers.
All right.
I got my hero in the background.
Wow.
See
What a
my hero
difference.
there?
Yeah.
Got my hero, Larry. I got that poster off his website, $9.95.
You overpaid for it, buddy.
It's a bargain at twice the price. Who you kidding?
Now, JG, when I went in, I was actually an excellent swimmer. I hadn't been swimming for a while because I used to go swimming almost every day during the summer. But my junior year to senior year, I only had one day off the whole damn summer. So I didn't get to go swimming very much. So when I went in, I thought, well, I'll go with the moderate swimmers, not the weak. I'll go with the moderate instead of the strong swimmers. When I got done with the test, the drill instructor, or the company commander, we called him in the Navy, but it was a swim instructor, so it wasn't my company commander. He asked me, how come I didn't go with the strong swimmers? I said, I hadn't been swimming in a year. I wasn't sure how well I was going to do. I mean, it's been a while. I used to live in the pool. I didn't show you the park that I used to live across the street from.
I used to 30-foot cliff dive.
Well, like I said, where I was living when I went in the Navy, we lived right across the street from a park. Now, there's 3 parks. Now there's only one left. There was 3 parks with swimming pools. And one of the parks was the park I lived across the street from. Now, it was cat a corner from my house, but my park was only about the length of a block wide and about 2 to 3 blocks long. That's all about 3 blocks long.
We used to
About
go
all
to
the longer it was.
Rockport,
But like I
and
said,
they had this rock wall. We'd all dive off it. Oh my God! Talk about
I've been in rock quarries swimming, but that was up in Iowa where my cousins lived up there. But like I said, when I first just started going, they sold season passes where you pay so much and you go swimming as much as you wanted for the season. Then the next year they made it monthly passes. Well, I always bought the pass. So if I only had a half hour where I could actually swim for a half an hour, I went. If I had enough time to go down there, change into my swim trunks, go swimming, get out, change back into my, regular clothes after taking a shower and spend a half hour in the pool, I did it. Now, if I didn't have enough time to do that, I didn't go swimming.
at the rock quarry. We used to have the cops come chase us all the time, and they showed up the one day. Me and all my friends got out of the quarry. We made it out, and we're walking down the road, and they pulled up and tried busting us because we were all soaking wet. They accused us of swimming at the rock quarry, and we told them, prove it.
But no, like I said, though, I just practically lived in the pool, even if, like I said, every day I went.
I got to sit there and beat a mouthpiece in the lawyer. It was very funny. I won.
I'm listening.
Yeah, well, I won my case. It's like, they're trying to tell us that we're going to get arrested, and they're calling for backup. And when the white shirt cop showed up, I said, prove we were swimming at the rock quarry and not down the street in the creek.
Yeah. Well, talking about, having the cops try to give you a hard time. Good night, Carla. You take care. Give my love to you.
Dan and every man, when you get that cruise ship, can I get a job? I could probably, be good on the deck somewhere.
I know how to scrub them. But
let me run the karaoke.
Bar manager, I can see you doing that. That'd be great.
You'd be the bar manager. Joyce would run that karaoke. Come on.
Yeah, right.
But anyway, I was at my grandpa's farm. Now he had 53 acres, mostly woods. Now my older brother and I both would go out there camping during the summers. But I'm out there with a friend of mine, and we're shooting at old junk cars that my uncle's dumped out there. We're just out there shooting. And the, what do you call them? The land management force, whatever they are, cops, they go check on the hunting and fishing and make sure you're not doing that kind of stuff illegally. Well, he comes on the property because I probably heard us shooting guns and starts trying to give me a hard time about being on the property. About what are you doing here? So this is so-and-so's property. And I said, the fuck if it is. I said, he rents it from Merrill Ferrand. That's my grandfather. I said, I can be here any damn time I want, and there's nothing he can say. As long as I don't go out in that field and tear up his crops, I don't care.
There you go.
And so, he looked at me. I said, go check with him. I'm going to be right here. I'm not going anywhere. He never did come back because, like I said, my grandfather owned it. I could be there anytime I want. I could, like I said, camp there anytime, do whatever I want. As long as I didn't tear that guy's crops up, there's nothing anybody can say about it. But the guy thought, he thought, well, he knew this guy farmed it, so he just figured he owned it. No. He rented it.
We used to throw people off our family's property. I have a lot of uncles that own Christmas tree farms. We'd be out there hunting. We walked up on these guys one day and told them they had to go. They told us that they had permission to hunt there, and we told them they couldn't possibly have permission because we're family and nobody gets permission but family to hunt.
Yeah. Well, now my nephew has about 110 acres. And he has, I don't know how much of it's farm and how much of it's woods, but he won't give anybody permission to hunt on his land.
It's too much liability.
Well, he doesn't hunt either. So, I mean, it's not, he just doesn't want, he's got, at the time he had young kids. Now their oldest one's a junior in college and the youngest one's a senior in high school. I mean, they've owned the land for quite a while. So this is back when the kids were still grade school or younger. and he
He's
made
going
that
to hunt?
decision. Nobody's ever going to hunt there.
Huh?
Now he rents the farm part out. He doesn't farm by. He makes good money. He doesn't need to farm,
Huh.
and he probably wouldn't even need to rent the farm right
boss.
out, but he does.
That's what I
Hello,
want. the
Asia.
job.
But well, my oldest nephew's a lawyer.
My family don't want anybody hunting that's not family. Because you know your family's not going to sue you for anything, you know?
Yeah.
Good night, Jerry in South Texas.
Good night, Jerry. Have a good one, man. And Jerry's another one that goes to bed early.
Dan, I'm not going to send no money, buddy. Not my retirement money. Anyways, I don't trust, for some reason, the plan of purchasing a cruise ship just doesn't sit with me well. But when you get it and you need someone to run something, I can help.
I'm sorry. I spent time at sea. I'm not paying anybody to let me spend time at sea. If I'm going to do it,
do you know what the joke is that they're doing, right? You understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. But I'm just saying, no.
I was on a cruise ship one time in July, and I'm sitting at my kitchen table in September, and I'm watching the same cruise ship that I was on sink off the Carolinas.
I have no fear of ship sinking.
Oh, I didn't have any fear, but I'm saying I'm sitting there drinking my morning coffee out of my SS Seabreeze cup, and I'm watching the SS Seabreeze go to the bottom.
Yeah. Well, for me, if I'm going to be on a cruise ship, I'm not going to be working. I've done cruised enough and worked enough. Eddie, what happened?
I don't know. I'm still here.
I know. I brought you back up, but you dropped down.
You know, Larry, they got cruise ships you can live on.
Oh, yeah. If you got the money. Yeah, but you got to have money for that. Let me tell you. I don't have the money for that.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, that's true.
I mean, you know, and if I had the money for it, I wouldn't still be working.
When I was in Florida, I knew these people that worked on a cruise ship, and they told us how right before they sail, we could go buy like cabins on the cruise ship, like for dirt cheap, because they just wanted, put more people on the boat.
Oh yeah, they do that. If you buy early, you pay the full price. You buy late, you save money.
JC says that they're paying $170K to kill rats, Larry, and they asking you to go get a job.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Somebody's looking. New York's looking for a rat killer, a rat.
Oh. Is that for real?
Yeah, New York City.
Wow,
that's a lot of cash just to kill rats.
They got some big rats there, though.
Yeah, but still, though, $170,000 a year.
Hey, I got one for you to look up on YouTube. Look up Pizza Rat.
Oh no,
they got a rat getting on the subway with a slice of pizza.
But now my brother made one cruise that I would have loved to have made when we were in the Navy. He did a Panama cruise, Panama Canal cruise.
Oh, through the Isthmus, yes.
Yeah. Well, he picked up a ship in Virginia, and he's what they call he's dead, so he was a plank owner, which means original crew. And they went through the canal because he was going to be home ported in Hawaii, and it was the ship was actually made in England, and so they brought it over to the United States. And I can't remember; it was either Portsmouth or Virginia Beach, because he was at both places. One was where he picked up the ship; the other is where he went through training for something before the ship came.
Yeah, it's all kind of together right there.
Yeah, they're real close. They're like 10 miles apart. They're not very far apart. And so, like I said, he had training at one and picked up the ship at the other. I don't remember which. And then they went down the East Coast down to the canal and went through the Panama Canal, which means he went across the equator. Okay, which means he crossed the equator. So he went through the initiation. If you go through the initiation, you become a shellback. If you don't go through the initiation, which I never did because I never crossed the equator, you're a polywog. You can do 20 years and be a polywog because you don't ever cross the equator. You got to do it by ship. You can't fly. You got to do it by ship. You have to go through the initiation.
Well, in the canal area, they got a herd of hippos in the water that are Pablo Escobar's hippos
Yeah.
from
Well,
Colombia. They've migrated north into the canal.
Well, the thing I like, like said, the thing I like about him going through the canal when he did, well, they pulled into San Diego the day I graduated from boot camp. Now I didn't know. I didn't know he was going to be there. And so his captain, which was, he wasn't a captain of the ship was not always a captain. Well, his captain wasn't a captain. It was probably like a lieutenant commander or a commander. A commander's just below a captain. The lieutenant commander's 2 steps below. But he was in that level because of the size of the ship. He wasn't a captain. So anyway, he found out that I was graduating from boot camp. So he told my brothers as soon as they docked, hit the pier and go. And so my brother had to be in uniform, so he hit the pier and was at my graduation. And like I said, I did not know he was going to be there. And so he's in the stands. He's got my brother used to love to film stuff. So he ran out of film, I think, before it was completely done, but he filmed my graduation. And I don't know whatever happened to it, but my brother filmed it. And so then, because we met up after my graduation, I went over to see him because I got the word that he was there. And I'm talking with my brother, and my company commander sees us. And he sees my brother's in uniform. And so he asked him what was going on. And Jim said, well, my ship just pulled in today and we're leaving Monday. And I happened to be where he's graduating.
No, come here.
And so anyway, he looked at my brother and said, look, we're going to Disneyland on Sunday. If you're willing to wear your dress blues, you can go for free. Just show up here at this time in your dress blues. We got buses taking us up and we got tickets. Won't cost you anything. So my brother said, okay, cool. So he went with us to Disneyland. And once again, he filmed that. I wish to God I knew what he'd done with all those films because it would be interesting to look at them, And because, like I said, this is back when I was 18 and actually in really good shape.
Weren't we all?
Well, 18, I was probably about a 48 to 50-inch chest and a 34-inch waist. Yeah, I was in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I was in good shape back then, too. I worked for a tree company, splitting firewood and lifting logs all day.
Well, my company, whenever we screwed up, we had to do jumping jacks. And you did it with your rifle, which we used an old Springfield bolt-loaded. It didn't work, but that's what we carried. That weighed like 8.5 pounds, all right? That's all it weighed. But you try doing 1,000 jumping jacks with that rifle in one day, at one time. So that was our punishment whenever we screwed up was to the ready and 3 count. And you bring it up.
I tell you what, my hardest job was I was a roofer for probably 12 years. I did roofing.
Roofing's
I
ahead.
would see the biggest guys, muscular guys, huge guys come to work. And boy, a lot of them struggled carrying the rolls up the ladder or just working all day in the heat. They just couldn't hang.
Yeah. My younger brother did that for a while.
I did a number on my back.
Yeah, my younger brother worked construction, not union construction, but he worked construction when he was younger. He had his friend's family would buy property and build a house. Now, the basement they would have done, certain parts they have done professionally, but a lot of it they did themselves. Like they dig the hole the most, and then when it had to be squared up and then concrete poured, they'd have the professionals come in and finish it. And then also the professionals did all the wiring, but they did the roofing and all that stuff. And they built like 4 or 5 houses. And every time they built a house, the next house would be bigger, nicer, and all that stuff. And they built some really nice homes. But that was what they did. And then he did that. He also, he had been a friend of his, were out of work, and they put the sewer system into the neighborhood that my family lived in and some surrounding areas. And you had to pay to hook up your own to the sewer line. It was required once it went in that you had to hook up to it. So you had to hire somebody to dig the ditches and lay the pipe and all that. Well, like I said, my brother and his friend were both unemployed. So they started going around and digging the ditches and hooking up the sewers for people. And they got enough jobs lined up that they went out and rented one of those hoe diggers.
Roofing in Tucson in August. Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah. But anyway, so him and Jeff, they would they did that for like 2 years or more during the summer months. They just went around and they made good money, but like I said, they were not digging during the winter, you know.
You can make good money doing that where I live. The whole city of Johnstown is requiring sewer pipe replacement for all the houses.
Hey, Dan, leave the corny jokes to me.
I want to go, Dan, look at my coffee cup.
Hang on a minute. I'll get my coffee cup.
I have a lot of gun collections, and my wife got me this for, I don't know, Father's Day or something. And I love it.
Can you see my coffee pot back here? Or am I
Oh,
blocking
yeah.
it?
Is that a single cup?
Yeah, it's a current cup.
You know, I just went to Kirk, and I got to tell you, I always, doubted having one of these, but man,
They're
they sure
great.
come in handy. They really brew really quickly and very hot.
Can you read that?
I have the vocabulary of the well-educated sailor. Oh, yes.
I did not need a cup when I bought this one. Did not need it. But when I saw that on there, it's like, I don't care. I'm buying the cup. And I wasn't even in the area where they were selling cups. I was looking at clothes, and somebody had set that over by the underclothes. I was looking, I think, for T-shirts, might have been undershorts. I don't remember. It's been a few years ago. But I was looking over in that area for that kind of stuff, and that cup was sitting right there on the shelf.
What kind
I
of
picked
coffee
it
do you
up.
drink?
Me, I drink black.
Just straight black? What? Just
Just black. No cream,
Oh.
no sugar. Black. I drink my tea the same way. I quit drinking sugar and cream in my coffee almost 50 years ago. I was 19. I'm 69 now.
I drink Javalia. I drink really expensive coffee.
Not
Oh,
me.
wow.
I drink Folgers. I drink Dunkin' Donuts. Matter of fact, I got
I
Dunkin'.
like Dunkin' Donuts, but man, that stuff's expensive.
I got the Keurig Dunkin' Donuts Keurig cups. I get it through Amazon, so you get it a little cheaper. But yeah, I like Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I prefer it over Tim Hortons, although Tim Hortons is okay.
I think it's too late to tell Larry to watch out for drinking coffee. Because
yeah, I got a little hair there. But as long as it doesn't put it on my back, we're all right, okay? I mean, I'm not going to be carpet chest, but I got some hair. But hey, Sass, how you doing? Starbucks is good too. I like Starbucks. I actually like Starbucks special coffees over Dunkin' Donuts special coffees. I'm talking about the iced coffees. They got the frappuccinos, the iced frappuccinos are, I don't care what you call them. One calls them frappuccinos, somebody else calls it something else.
yeah, I think the Frappuccino, cappuccino,
Yeah.
cold
Well,
coffees. I don't drink any of that stuff.
You know why they call it a latte, don't you?
Wow.
Because it costs a latte.
A latte. My wife makes all that stuff. She's a coffee bistro, I guess they call those.
Barista.
Barista. Yeah, she does all that stuff. I just like it.
I can make a good espresso only because I was in the restaurant business with the steamed milk and everything, and the steamed like half and half. And you foam it up. You make a little like design on the top.
Oh yeah, my wife does she'll do a heart, or she does flowers. She does all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I do a wheat, and that's about it.
Seth
Seth, you're talking.
Travelog says hi.
Yeah.
She's addicted to a latte, and a
Yeah.
bad habit that is. I gotta agree. A lot
Seth,
of people
that,
drink
that
to
is
death.
a Starbucks coffee card,
Are you really you're a drinker, huh?
and it's one of these. See, Starbucks got the symbol
What does
right
a
there.
cup of coffee at Starbucks cost these days, Larry?
I don't pay cash. I use this. I put
$3.
yeah.
Oh.
Well, mine costs more because I don't drink regular coffee at Starbucks. I get the frappuccinos. The
That's
cheapest one's
too strong for me
$4.
over there. I can't
No,
drink
no,
that.
that's a cold coffee. It's a nice coffee. But I got that one year. Well, it wasn't this one. I got one.
That coffee will
from,
burn the hair off your chest.
I got a Starbucks gift card.
Oh.
My nephew and his wife my oldest nephew and his wife gave it to me for Christmas.
Hey, you want to know what I got my son for his birthday the other day? A Subway card.
Yeah.
He was all excited because he loves Subways, right? So I got him a gift card. He's like, I'm going to Subway. Now he's always at Subway. He's got like, I don't know, I think $50 worth of Subway I gave him.
Yeah. Well, like I said, my oldest nephew and his wife gave that to me for Christmas. So it was a $50, and you could recharge it. And I kept recharging mine, and then Starbucks sent me that gold one. It's the same thing. I mean, but the money transferred over from the one to that one, and it's got.
So is
and
there
this
a
one,
status? Are you like a gold
Well,
status?
I don't know. This one has my name on it. The other one didn't. It was just a
Like a
gift card.
fancy gold
Yeah.
means like top notch, dude.
But anyway, it's got my name on there. Now,
First
Yeah.
if I was to go to the Philippines, that wouldn't work.
A-list, buddy. You're A-list.
Oh, yeah, and we all know what A stands for.
awesome.
Awesome.
But anyway, so yeah, I got that. So I use that when I go to Starbucks.
My favorite.
Every so often I'll throw $50 on it when it
I
gets
want them little shakers for the coffee with the.
Hey,
So,
Larry, look what JG said.
JG, if only I could.
How many cups of coffee would you have until you get to afford a trip to the Philippines?
Oh man, I guarantee I've drank that many already. But
I don't know if any of you guys use miles on your credit card or whatever. I know, Dan, you don't have any credit cards, but I don't plan on having any when I go to the Philippines. But I'm taking advantage of credit cards right now. They're giving so many bonus points for mileage.
Oh yeah.
That we're I've got some upcoming trips to fly in here in the U.S. and we're going to the Philippines in April, but I'm taking full advantage of those because I got 5 years to retire, and I'm just going to take full advantage of all them miles.
The credit cards are good and sorry, Dan, but I have to if you pay them back off every month.
Yes, you got to pay them back right away. I don't do that.
I don't either, but I'm just saying that's when they're good. I'm being offered credit cards. You can get 20,000 miles or whatever. Just spend $4,000. I'm trying to get out of debt, not put myself back in farther.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any credit cards and I have no debt.
Yeah.
I'm in the cash business.
Yeah. Well,
everything's cash.
Yeah. Well, like I said, that's good, JG. JG says he's got 100,000 points on his Amex card and can fly free pretty much anywhere.
That's great. I have an American Express as well, and it's a Hilton card actually.
Yeah.
And they're going to give me, if I book a flight, 5 times the points. I was shocked.
Well, like I said, I got Chase Bank trying to get me to get a card. I've got Capital One trying to get me to get a card or take out a loan, both. Because like I said, I'm in debt, but I have excellent credit because I pay my bills and I pay more than I have to.
Sure, yeah.
Because I'm trying to dig my way out. and I pay double or more on what I have to pay. And
I
so-
will say this though, Dan. I will have a credit card in the Philippines for emergencies, as
Oh,
well
yeah.
as you probably do, because I mean that's just wise enough to keep at least have some type of credit card in the Philippines for emergency. Who knows, medical.
I have a loaded debit card,
Yeah, that thing.
and the Philippines now requires you to have medical insurance to enter the country.
Yes, they do, but it's
I,
not that
I
expensive.
always bought that anyhow. It was always cheap, like
Yeah, it's not
an
that
extra,
expensive.
an extra $80, and if you get sick, they will fly you home on an emergency basis on a medi flight if they have to. So I always got that when I traveled.
I think that's the fake mark. That's not the real mark.
Hey, Dan, I don't have every card known to man, but debtors, I probably have had most of them, but I've been offered a lot of them. Like I said, Capital One's always emailing me because I checked it a while back. I was trying to get my loans consolidated. I finally did it, but Capital One didn't want to loan me enough money for me to do what I wanted. They wanted to loan me money, but not enough. I said, no, thank you. And so Chase, was it Chase? No, KeyBank did. KeyBank loaned me the money I wanted. So I went with KeyBank. And here in the last couple of years, like I said, this is a couple of years ago I did this. I'll have them paid off in less than a year. And but the last year and a half, 2 years, Capital One keeps sending me something. Oh, Larry, come back. You really want to, here, borrow, see what your rates would be. And and it's like, I told you guys, no, I mean, you didn't want to loan me the money that I wanted to borrow because I wanted to consolidate the bills, certain bills, which is what I did. And they wanted to loan me money. Oh, yeah, borrow money. It's not enough to pay off one of the bills I wanted to pay, but here, borrow this. No, I don't want another bill. I'm trying to get rid of bills.
You got to be careful with consolidation because they charge you an extra, I think, 5% on top of what you charge.
Actually, I got a really good deal through KeyBank. I borrowed the money. It's cheaper than credit cards. Let me tell you that.
Well, yeah, you're usually better off to go personal loan to
But
consolidate.
I was wondering, I want a personal loan, but they gave me enough money that I could consolidate everything. And
Now, if you're going to pay it back right away,
Well, like I
if
said,
it's not too much where you can pay it back, then
I borrowed it maybe
They'll do
4
no
years
interest.
ago. About 3 years ago, I borrowed the money, I think. I don't remember exactly. Could have been 4. But I'll have it paid off in a year.
says travel logs. Don't be fooled by the lookalike over there, huh? That's a lookalike for Mark.
I'm missing Chris and Sabuda. I emailed him a couple times. He doesn't even email me back to tell me what's going on. He just went cold. I don't know why.
I got too many streams to go. If I'm going to go to a stream, I'm going to go to a stream of somebody that supports me.
Who's JLB?
JMB is a conspiracy theorist. He lives, I believe, in Australia. And how come you keep dropping down? Are you hitting something?
I don't know. I'm not doing nothing. I'm just sitting here.
You keep dropping down. But anyway, JLB is this guy. I guess he's a conspiracy theorist. And Mr. Poppycock, which is other guy says, Mr. Poppycock's my friend, JLB's my enemy. I guess they got into it about something. And what the bloody heck is going on here?
I don't know, man.
I'm not touching anything.
I'm not touching mine either.
I always
back
wonder
on the
where
phone.
Low Roller is, the Bitcoin baron. He must be screaming these days.
Oh, yeah, Low Roller? I have no clue where Low Roller is at.
His Bitcoin's on the run.
Yeah. But so anyway, like I said, I just don't want to go follow somebody that I really don't think I'd be interested in following. You got Melanie that's in
What's up,
here.
Leonard? Hi, Leonard.
But like I said, there's Melanie and there's Dez and a few others. Seth has a live stream once in a while. I would just rather go to their live stream if I'm going to go to a live stream. You know, why do I want to go to some stranger's live stream that I have no interest in anyway? Dan, I go to his live stream. He has one every Friday night, Saturday morning to him, but
Always good.
and
Brian.
so yeah, like I said, so I just go to the ones that I know support me by either coming here or watching my videos.
Brian from Philly in the Philippines is a really good individual.
Okay, I don't know him.
Puts out a lot of nice content. He lives in Angeles Cities from the Philadelphia area.
Yeah, I've seen him before.
There's
Good guy.
I don't know what the guy's name is. There's one used to do I'm trying to think of what it is. Him and his wife does one. He does a healthy living lifestyle one, and he does another one. But I watched the healthy lifestyle one.
Lifestyles. What is that? Sounds familiar.
Yeah. Well, he used to. Somebody trying to remember if I had another. But like I said.
There's so many streamers anymore.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, you got to pick and choose who you're going to follow, and JMB seems like a lot of these people go there just to harass him, and what do I want to go there for that? I mean,
Yeah.
I guess some of them used to be, followers of his, and then he started acting like an
Oh,
idiot.
Dan, is that what you're saying? That's why I keep dropping off.
He says Eddie needs to reload. He said you probably need to shut down and come back up. Just turn
Okay.
your computer off and redo it.
Let me try that and see what happens.
All right, we'll see you when you get back. But like I said, I would much rather go to somebody's stream that I actually enjoy their content. And like Dan's, I've been following Dan for quite some time. I met Dan through Chris and Sabu, and found out he was doing some vlogging. Started doing his. There's Robert Naughton. I think he is in. I think it's Robert in Mindendale now. I think he's back over there. And so anyway, I watch his. Yep, loaded. That's loaded, but that cup is loaded. And it's still doing it, man.
I don't know why.
I couldn't tell you.
I don't have much time anyways. I got to get some things done here. That's why I came on at 5 o'clock.
Dumpster Fire does a stream every Friday night. And now he has a lot more Filipinos and Filipinos following him than I do. But then again, he's in the Philippines. And he's in Bye Bye City, or it's spelled Baybay, B-A-Y-B-A-Y, but it's pronounced Bye Bye City. That's where his wife is from, and they have a house there, and they're living there now. They've been there for a few months, not quite a year yet. But since shortly after Dan retired, they moved to the Philippines. Now they went to Thailand first for about a month or so.
So I'm not a fan of JL. Is he in the Philippines?
JLB was in the Philippines at one time.
No, the one who's not a fan.
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know where these guys are at. I know they were on Chris and Sabu's live streams a lot. That's how I got to meet them. That's how I met Mac Daddy and Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't mess with me during my coffee break. I might spill my coffee on you, huh? I might throw it on you. Hot coffee.
Well, like I said, I got that set up back there during the day on my days off. I don't have to go anywhere. I just turn around and make myself a cup of coffee and sit right back down. I ended up buying myself a coffee heater. One of those hot things hot plates for your coffee.
Yeah. Oh,
Coffee
yeah.
hot. I got one of those. So I'm setting myself up to set right here as much as I want. And
Yeah, but that, you know what? My coffee I drink pretty fast though.
well, yeah, mine doesn't usually get too cold, but sometimes you get busy doing something.
My wife likes to drink it cold. I don't know what, but I'll look at her coffee cup. I said, "Honey, I gave that to you like an hour ago. You're still drinking it."
They talk about cold coffee. I was in
Yeah.
Taiwan back when I was in the Navy, and they had these tea houses. I went in and ordered coffee. I ordered a cup of coffee. Well, they brought me this glass with milk and sugar and all kinds of stuff in it. I'm going, what's that? They go, it's coffee. It was iced coffee. It's like, no. I want hot black coffee. And they looked at me like I was nuts. I said, I don't want any sugar, no cream. I want it hot, not cold. And so after a while, they knew me when I came in. They'd go make me up a couple hot cups of coffee and have it ready for me once I sat down. I mean, like, all right, here's your coffee. Here's another cup for you. So you can have 2 cups of coffee.
I'm not. ALB says he's from Denver, but are you?
I just dropped down for a minute. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
But is he from? But are you in Denver?
You went down. You have to say it again. You want to know if he's living in Denver now or in the Philippines, right?
Yeah, is he living in Denver now, or is he in the Philippines now?
Okay. Now, Dumpster Fire said one of the other guys is from Omaha.
One of the guys from Omaha.
Yeah, see, there's a bunch of JLBs, anti-JLBs. There's one that JLB is a chicken, and it'll be SH blank T.
I keep disappearing. I'm doing. I don't know what the heck's going on. I swear I'm not touching this thing. I don't know what it's doing. Then computers have a mind of their own.
Sometimes they do.
JG says that they're going to get an epileptic because of it.
All right, Dumpster Fire says he's living in Denver now.
Okay.
Now, Dumpster Fire, do you plan on moving to the Philippines when you retire? Or just, vacationing there?
So I have to tell you, yesterday, yesterday, my mother-in-law, she received her Balikbayan box, and we sent 2 boxes, 2 of the jumbo boxes, and in a small box, they give us for free. They let us do it for free here. If you do 2 boxes. I got to tell you, they're so excited when they receive those boxes over there. Our maid over there, she was just so ecstatic, so humble, just to receive a pair of tennis shoes and, just anything. They were just so happy for it. It's good to watch. I love to see them jump up and down and full of joy to receive something. Especially my mother-in-law, she just. Because she's got Christmas and her birthday, my brother-in-law's birthday, my sister-in-law's birthday, all in December. My son is in December. That's a very expensive. I'm going to disappear in December, so I don't have to buy so many gifts.
Well, I got my oldest great nephew. His birthday's in December. My sister Alta, which is my third to the oldest sister. I have 3 older sisters and 1 younger. My third to the oldest sister's birthday's in December. And then, like I said, you got Christmas. So, and then my mom's birthday comes up in January. So,
yeah, that's crazy. When, my son's is on the 1st. He just had his birthday, and then Christmas is coming.
Yeah. Well, both my brothers, now that, like I said, they both passed away, but both my brothers were in November. The oldest brother was the 25th, and the youngest brother is the 29th.
Oh, yeah.
So we always celebrated their birthdays on the 27th.
Yeah, but those, You're familiar with those boxes, right?
Yeah,
The Alex
yeah.
Brown box.
I've never said anything, but I've seen them unpacked. I've seen them packed.
Oh, I tell
Before,
you,
hold on a minute. Dell, I wish you luck. I hope you get a move when you retire. Dell Grady says, I hope to retire from Overlook Hotel and move to the Philippines. I
Oh,
wish
yeah.
him well. And now, have you ever heard of?
see, it goes to
Yeah, no, don't like that. Have you ever? Have you ever heard of a Turquoise Sunset? It's a it is a Filipino, Filipino American family. The wife's from Bohol somewhere, I believe. And they got two kids, a daughter and a son, and they lived in Valencia for a while. They lived in some other places, but they're just now going back to the Philippines again. So they're packing up and getting ready to move back, and they're packing up dialogue. He was talking about how much stuff they sent back, and it had gone up so much since the last time because it had been a couple of years since they sent anything back. And he was talking about how much it went up. He says, if I'd have known that, some of that stuff wouldn't have gone because it wasn't worth what it cost me to send it.
yeah.
I guess it's gone up quite a bit in the last few years. Now they sent stuff to the family, but usually it would be cash to her family.
Yeah.
During the pandemic when people couldn't work and stuff, they sent money to her parents and her family to buy rice, and they handed it out through the whole town, the whole village. And they took a video of it and shared it with their subscribers.
Oh, yeah.
And so they helped out quite a bit, but they weren't sending bionic boxes during that time frame. But they were helping other ways.
I tell you what, we're so good at packing those things. I mean, you don't miss. There's no area that is not.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, because there's so many things that you ship, and you just stuff them with.
And you're paying for not to wait, but the size of the box.
Correct. Yeah.
And
yeah, it's for 120 a box from here, from New Mexico.
Yeah,
and it's cheaper as you get closer to the coast. I think out of California, I think it's only like maybe $90, something like that. But all the American products, peanut butter, mayonnaise, ketchup, those things there, they really spam.
I was going to say, I was just getting ready to say, don't forget spam.
I sent the case of spam.
Oh yeah. Dan will tell you that. I mean,
I got to find somebody to send me spam when I get over there. My son.
Dan and his wife sent a bunch of spam over, and for the family, and they were there. I mean, they said it just before they went over themselves, so they were there for it. But then they divided it all up and among the families and stuff and friends. But
Del Grady says, I'm afraid that if I marry a Filipina, I may have to correct her and her children. I guess I missed that. Correct her from what? I'm not sure, but
I'm going to tell you this much. If you think you can correct a woman, good luck. I have 4 sisters and a mother. I couldn't correct any of them.
Yeah, you don't want to have to correct them. Hopefully they're already corrected when you get one. We send pallets of spam over there. Yeah, that's what... I tell you what, I buy it myself personally. I buy it from Sam's Club because it's cheaper.
I buy it at BJ's.
Oh yeah,
BJ's and Sam and Costco's are all pretty much the same.
I just
thing.
bought some, and it was $21 for a case of 8 of them. I think there's 8 of them in there. Yeah, which isn't bad because it comes down to like $2.70 a pack versus almost $360, $370 at the store each. So it's a pretty good deal, actually.
Hello, Mac Daddy. Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to jump. I had to make a comfort room run.
Well, hey, things happen. It's that simple.
Oh, God.
Well, I'm glad you didn't take us with you.
Yeah, my legs are puffed up, which isn't good, and I'm getting them to go down, but oh, what a nightmare!
Well, like I said, today I haven't walked much at all today. Let's see.
This just started happening. My legs like swell up and around my ankles and all. It's not good.
That's not gout, huh? It's not gout.
No, it's not gout. It's edemia, they call it. Has to do with I'm a borderline diabetic. It has to do with diabetes and stuff.
I am diabetic, but I correct mine with diet and pills. I don't take any insulin.
Hey, I was just watching Steve on the information channel about
Yeah, I
the
watch him.
patch.
I
Did you
watched
see
the
the
patch.
patch?
No, you're talking about one of
Diabetic
his.
patch.
I'm behind on his videos, but I always
I-
try to catch his live
I
streams.
think it was high blood pressure patch. He said he swore it worked for him.
Now, there are things that work.
He bought it on Lazada.
Now, Mac Daddy Leonard's asking you, do you elevate your legs above your heart?
Oh yeah, I know.
See, now, my recliner, I can do that with.
I need to buy a recliner. I want to buy a home theater chair that I can do it with.
I bought, that's one of the things I had to get paid off. I finally got it paid off. But before this apartment where I'm living now, where I lived in Leroy, nobody was going to come upstairs and visit. All right. Like I said, my mom was in her 80s and 90s at that time. I lived upstairs. I mean, there's 23 steps to get upstairs to my apartment. I got the one sister has MS. The one sister's in worse shape than I am. Another sister, like I said, she got born with a real bad curvature of the spine. And so it was just like I had a computer chair and a couple table chairs, and that's all I had. I didn't really need anything else because nobody came up and stayed. You know, they'd come up and maybe have help me do something, then leave. We'd leave. That's why I quit having beer at my apartment because, well, the only ones that drank quit drinking. And I'm not going to drink by myself. I bought a case of beer. Just no lie. It took me a year to drink that case because of how seldom somebody came over that wanted a beer. And the last 6-pack, I started drinking, maybe a little more than that. I started having a beer every night just to get rid of it. It wasn't that I wanted a beer. It was just like, well, it's going to go bad. I might as well drink a beer. And that's what I did. I'd have a beer each night until it was gone.
I don't drink at home. I like to go to my club. I belong to a private club, and I like to go there and have a beer and maybe something to eat at the bar. But
Well,
I don't
like I said,
do that much.
the beer was at home because, like I said, I did have a nephew that used to drink. He quit drinking. As far as I know, he's still not drinking, but he was drinking back in those days. And so if he came over, we'd have a beer or two, and then that'd be it. Because I don't drink by myself. I don't like drinking by myself. I can, like I said, I did it just to finish off the last 6-pack or so, just to get rid of it. But I'm with you. I prefer to go to the bar or go to a friend's house.
I like pizza and beer.
No. Lupia beer. That's good. If you ever had Lupia.
I've never had that. I've had all the Polish beers.
No. Lupia is a like a Filipino spring roll.
Oh, Limpio.
Lupia.
Limpio.
Uh-oh. How do you pronounce it, Eddie?
Lumpia.
Lupia.
Lupia?
Lumpia.
Yeah, it's an A at the end, not an O.
Yeah, it's a spring roll.
Spring
Yeah.
roll. Yeah.
Is
it's a
what you
spring
And
roll.
it can be strictly vegetable. It can have pork. It can have shrimp.
I like it
Whatever.
with shrimp.
I like it with pork.
The guy in my neighborhood makes them and he puts like 4 shrimp down them. So every bite you get a shrimp.
Wow.
They're
I'm
pretty
not-
good that way.
I'm not a fan of seafood, so
My wife makes a dish. She has a website, Facebook, and on her menu she has barbecue pork. She has a meal that has barbecue pork lumpia, or you could buy a dish of lumpia, and she does lasagna, Man, she's just a great cook. I love that lumpia she makes. She makes it with beef or pork.
I
Now,
do
Dan,
Singapore my fun.
Yeah.
If you know
Yeah.
what that is, it's real thin noodles with that special
Yes.
curry powder.
Yes.
Very good.
now, Dan, why didn't you just bootleg me a cake from Mexico? You never got me one.
I was a chef for years. So I'm in the middle of writing a cookbook.
Oh, really? Wow.
Well, I didn't want to do it. All my friends keep pushing me, telling me, Ed, your book will be a smash hit. And I never quite really realized why, but what I do well is simple food. But I keep it always real simple, real flavorful,
Sure.
but it's not like complicated to cook. And every like when not at this house, but when I lived in the neighborhood I grew up with, I'd put a turkey in the oven with stuffing, and people would come over and mug my turkey while it's still in the oven, just to have a fork full of my stuffing.
I I gotta. I have to. I was laughing about Del Grady. He wrote down. I collected my diabetes with a shotgun.
Uh,
Oh,
my,
God.
How do you
my
make your? You know, my grandmother. Did you make your stuffing out of scratch? I'm assuming.
yeah. Sometimes I even make my own bread to make it.
Oh, wow.
But
Yeah,
I
my
put like
grandmother made it, and it's so delicious when she makes it from scratch.
it's what I put together is just so simple. I use diced celery, diced onion. My trick is I put some red pepper in it, and then I like steam my vegetables or steep them in like some pork broth, turkey broth, chicken broth, or you can turn around and do Rhode Island deviled clams with it. Use clam juice and chopped clams, and
Oh,
my stuffing is really flexible. And then of course I put like some sage or thyme or poultry seasoning.
sure, yeah.
I use like a savory herb, one of those, and it's so simple. Oh, and a couple of eggs to hold it all together, because when you put the broth to it, it gets runny. You put the eggs to it, when it heats up, the egg sets
Uh,
and pulls it together. It's a whole trick.
I made
But
when I made my grandmother's recipe. The longest part took to just toast all the bread with. We only had a 2 toaster oven, so you're talking about 2 loaves of bread. You have to toast up. Takes a while.
see, I take my bread and set it out on my pellet stove in a big bowl like days in advance so it dries out. And if I
Oh,
would want it toasted, I would throw it in the oven on a sheet tray for like, a couple minutes. It's all chunked up already, cut in the cube size when I do that.
oh, you already cut it up.
Yeah, I make cubes out of it and dry it out and start with that. That's an important trick, because you want the bread to take on that broth flavor.
So, Dad, you might like tricks, but I like treats. Now, hey, I have not noticed anybody doing it. So, if you want, just type in LLL. My Nightbot will drop your channel link. I haven't seen anybody do it. I
You,
got this thing down there running down there to tell you to do it, but not everybody reads that.
you,
Or depends. Some people can't see it because it's smaller their computer or their phone.
I make my own pasta too.
oh, I'd like to try that.
Well, I can use them for egg roll wrappers. Pasta is such a simple thing to make. It's just water, egg, a drop of oil, a little pinch of salt, and your flour. And you just mix it up. You leave it sit for 20 minutes, a half an hour after you like knead it out a little bit, and all the water goes through it and equalizes.
Do you have a channel, Mac? Do you have a YouTube channel?
Not yet. I need one. I bought
You,
everything to do one.
you should do a cooking channel, man.
Uh,
Another thing I can teach is knife skills. I am like,
Knife skills?
yes, how to use like all your knives in your kitchen, how to carve with a knife, how to chop with a knife, how not to cut your fingers.
oh wait a minute now. Where were you when I lost that finger?
My wife cannot. You know what? I cannot stand a dull knife in my kitchen.
Yes,
I
exactly.
have to have a sharp. My wife, she hides the knife so I don't sharpen it. Her favorite one, so I don't sharpen. And I'm like, "Where's that other knife?" And then I go, where's this thing been?" So yeah, I have to sharpen my knives.
Yeah, my knives got to be right on sharp. They don't have to be real expensive knives. My kitchen knives are just commercial knives, but none of them cost me more than like $20. I don't have to have
Right.
$300 knives. That's why my friends say I'm so good. I'm frugal on everything. I
Mac
don't
Daddy,
like
Mac
what
Daddy, Dad says teach us how to make moonshine.
moonshine's easy. Moonshine can be anything. That's half the trick of moonshine. I use a big I either use I use a big bag of cornmeal. I use I use yeast and I use sugar, white sugar.
So you've made it before.
I sell it.
Hey, somebody's got a channel name for you, JG. The Frugal Chef.
The frugal chef.
Well, the frugal gourmet, Jeff Smith was a guy who was famous from Chicago, but they arrested him for child molestation.
Oh,
I think I'll pass on that one, but it's a,
The
moonshine.
cheap chef.
I when I was making my own wort to make the moonshine, that's what they call the base that you make. I had the local Agway stocking bags of cornmeal and bags of sugar, so I could go in and buy it. I now still sell shine, but there's a guy here that makes it legally, but everybody that makes moonshine legally makes overrun stuff that they don't jar up. So this guy saves me his overrun and sells it to me in 25-gallon tanks. I go by, I pick it up, I bring it home, I mix in my maple syrup or my honey. I make a honeydew or a maple mist, and it sells really well. I also put it in a mason jar, and I put a ring on the jar and I heat seal it. That's part of what makes my stuff so popular, because you know that if you get my jar and it's sealed, you're the first one to open it.
Yeah.
It can't be tampered with. Somebody can't drink half of it and add in spring water and sell it to you.
By the way, dumpster fire. I do remember the Village Idiot, and I don't know where he is either. I'm with you. The multi-Village Idiot was another anti-JLB person.
It's kind of funny how I met the guy up here who I get my stuff from. He has a moonshine distillery and a sales store and a restaurant and a bar. I was in his restaurant and they were all whispering and pointing in the corner. And I got up and I looked around and I was ready to go out the door, and they came over and grabbed me. They said, "Aren't you the honeydew guy?" And I was like, who's asking?
honeydew.
Well, I mix a little bit of clover honey with the alcohol. I put an ounce of clover honey in the jar, and when you shake it up, it gives it that little taste. A lot of people put fresh fruit in their shine, like a slice of apple, and they'll call it apple pie. But I don't want to drink shine with rotted fruit in it. So if I put a high sugar thing, like some natural maple syrup when it's in season, or some honey, it's tasty, it's real. And that's what's made my stuff so popular. I could probably go legal and sell it because I can sell so much of it.
Is that right? Wow.
I can sell 100-gallon a week if I want to.
Wow. What would are you talking how much in a bottle? A gallon, a half gallon?
I sell pint jars for
pint jars. How
16-ounce jars, $20.
$20. How potent is that stuff?
It's 190 proof.
Whoa, Mac Daddy.
You can light it up. I don't drink
it. In the shine.
Yeah, if you put a match to it, it burns nice.
Wow.
You know how they used to proof the shine? How they could tell how many proof it was?
Oh.
They used to mix it with gunpowder.
What?
And if the gunpowder would, you take a tea saucer and put a little patch of gunpowder on it, and then you pour alcohol on it, and you light the alcohol. And once the alcohol burns off, if the gunpowder burns, it's high proof because there's no water in it. Because water won't burn.
So what did it do? Did it explode?
Well, the gunpowder just flashes and burns like a big puff of smoke.
It won't explode unless it's in something.
Yeah, it won't explode unless it's contained like in a bullet shell.
Wow.
But there's little like nuances and tricks, and I never wanted to be in the shine business. I don't know whether you know how I wound up in the shine business.
Yeah.
I moved into this property, and everybody's coming down my driveway to buy shine.
Wow.
The old guy that lived here used to sell shine forever. And when he moved out and passed on, I had all these people coming to my home. And I knew where his still site was down the road. So we set up.
Are there any YouTubers doing that? Moonshine?
Popcorn Sutton's on YouTube. He's dead now, but he's like the last shine maker.
Ah. See?
Popcorn's last run is a movie. You can watch it. He's a funny old guy. But a lot of people make moonshine like out of creek water and run it through car radiators and all that. I don't do any of that. My site has a natural spring coming out of the rocks, and I drove a piece of plastic pipe in, piece of PVC, and I get pure spring water. And I make a pure product. I don't make a crazy product. And that's another secret of mine is it's the real deal. I won't make something just to sell it, I don't use creek water or anything strange. I use good ingredients and I made a good product.
Yeah.
But it's I did it because I couldn't get a job here. And I made very good money, but the problem is it's a hectic business and it's a job and you're always working, and if you got to make the shine, it takes time.
Yeah, I would imagine it takes time.
You got to throw the first
And
10% away.
And if the product is good, it shouldn't have a problem selling it. It's just the time involved.
Anything I've ever made gets sold. And I could sell. I have a Chevy van that I fill and take to Pittsburgh now. I don't even have to sell it in the neighborhood I'm at. And I live in Still Hill, Pennsylvania. We were part of the Whiskey Rebellion here. Part of the reason why moonshine is so prevalent in the Johnstown area.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
It's the history of whiskey in America right here. The only difference between whiskey and moonshine is they brew moonshine and distill it and put it in a burn oak barrel for a couple years, and you got bourbon.
Mm.
That's all it is, or Jack Daniels. That's what makes that stuff taste like it do and turn brown. It's the tannins from the oak barrel that it's kept in.
Right. That's what I heard.
Part of the reason why the oak barrels are so good in this end of Pennsylvania is because of all the dolomite and limestone in the soil.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's the Appalachian Mountains and the Allegheny Mountains. Because we're mountains, we have all the rock, we have all the minerals. There's a lot of reasons why
Appalachian Mountains.
it was all made here. I'm actually in the Allegheny Mountains. I'm in what they call the Laurel Highlands.
What's that plant that they dig up the root for? Ginseng or
ginseng?
No.
Yes, that's another thing they do.
That's they do in the Appalachian Mountains. I saw.
Well, they do it out here too.
Hey, Dan.
Whoa.
We got
What
another
the
one,
heck?
guys.
We got Dan the man. What's the
Hey,
plan?
how's it going, everybody?
Hey,
Hey,
Minnie. Hi, Minnie.
Minnie's packing for the trip to Cebu. We're going to do a little staycation for a few days.
How
Nice.
you doing,
yeah.
Minnie?
Hi. Good morning,
Hello,
everyone.
There she is down there.
She's at your shoulder, but don't be so.
How far is Cebu from you, Dan?
I'm not too far, just a little 3-hour fast ferry ride or 7 hours on the overnight ferry. We haven't decided yet which one we're going to do.
3 hour.
So what is if you don't mind me asking, what is the fee to take the ferry from where you're at to go there?
$10.
Oh man.
I told, like on last night on Dan's a live stream. I think it was on your live stream. Anyway, I was talking to somebody, and I'm pretty sure it was your live stream. And I was saying I could actually, it might have been on Steve's. Yeah, it was Steve's this morning. I said I could save put back savings every month, what I'm paying for my rent right now,
Yeah.
and live better on what's left of my Social Security than I'm living right now with working.
This is Larry's live stream.
Yes, you
And,
can.
Yep. No
Yeah.
question about it.
Yep.
And so, like I said, you take that money that I would spend, that I would be saving. That's your medical emergency. That's whatever emergency you got, but you still got to have money up front to move over, find a place to live. I personally, if I'm going to stay in a certain area, I want to find an apartment that I'm actually going to live in. So I would prefer to furnish it myself. 2 reasons. One, I get the furniture I want, the style of furniture I want, and it's cheaper if you furnish it than if they furnish it. So it's twofold there. I get what I want,
So
and I
Dan,
save money
I don't,
in the long run.
I was just gonna real quick. I'm not gonna be on much more longer, but are you gonna vlog it, Dan? Like the ferry and stuff like that?
I wasn't planning on it, but I can do that if you'd like. I've got a an Oppo phone that I want to try out. It's got like 50 megapixels, way better than the phone I've been using to vlog, and so we might try it out.
I think it would be cool. I think people would like to see, where you're leaving from, and two, the cost of the ferry and how long the ferry is. I think that would be kind of neat for people to see.
All right. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, we'll give it a shot.
If you do the fast ferry, do it during the day so you can show how blue the water is.
Here's the thing with the fast ferry. So we gotta, if we're gonna catch the fast ferry, what time is it right now here in Philippine time? Yeah. So we wouldn't make the 12:30. We would make the next one out. So there's like 2 or 3 fast ferries that operate out of Ormoc. So what we'd have to do is go to the transportation station, grab the bus, head north, which will be about an hour and 10 minutes or so. Then jump on the fast ferry from there, and that over the ocean is a 3-hour journey. So it would be actually 4 for travel time. But if we decide to go the overnight, we just stay put, and we wait till 8 p.m. Yeah, we can go and get our ticket now. When we're done at the Dunkin', we'll go over and get our ticket, which is just across the street from the Dunkin' Donuts, and then we'll just take the overnight at 8 p.m. and we'll be there at 3 in the morning. But that's the difference. The difference is you get in too early, and they have 2 ships running, and they both leave at the same time. One's leaving from Cebu at 8 p.m. One's leaving from Bye Bye City at 8 p.m. They both arrive at 3 in the morning, right? So thing is, it's that getting there at 3 a.m. that bugs me. I could always get a hotel room, for late check-in, I suppose. I mean, I could do that.
Yeah, but I mean, unless you're going to stay more than one day, then you're paying a lot of money for just a couple hours sleep.
Well, I think it's about $20-$25 for a night. The place I'm
but I'm just saying, if you're going to stay more than one night, it's worth it. But if you're not,
do you have an itinerary set, or you guys just winging it?
No, we're winging it. We're throwing on the backpack and just taking off.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I mean,
man, I envy you. Darn it, I can't wait.
Oh, you're gonna have a blast once you get over here. It's gonna add years to. I'm telling you, I expect it'll add 10 years to my life.
Damn, I'm gonna make it to 80.
You probably make it to 90.
I'm gonna follow my mama's footsteps then.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to this trip, and I'm looking forward to. What's kept us here in Bye Bye thus far has been really the work we've been doing around the house. Yeah. And now that's wrapping up. We're gonna go take a test run. We're gonna go over to Cebu, spend 4 nights there, I guess, and come back. We'll spend Christmas here, and then we'll gear up for the trip to Thailand. I have a whole bunch of friends coming in from Sacramento in the Philippines and parts unknown. They're meeting up in Thailand. And
anybody having a reception problem?
No.
What's that?
It's a reception problem.
No. Everything
I gotta drop and come back.
I've been wanting to tell you, I have my family's in Sacramento. I have family in Sacramento as well, of course.
Oh, no kidding. Whereabouts are they? Do you know? Yeah.
Don't give me the line. I'm not quite sure, Dan.
Ah,
I've only
okay.
been there a couple of times. In
Yeah.
Sacramento because
Well, Sacramento's a nice place to visit.
yeah,
Notice-
I got a
Notice he said visit.
yeah, to visit. Exactly. Any part of California. We're leaving to California. in
Yeah, and then you want to
January.
get the hell out as soon as possible.
Yeah, we're
I
going in
would
January.
imagine that. Yeah, but see, I was passing through when I moved there. I was just passing through, and I ended up getting that government
Leonard.
job. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, Leonard's in the house.
We
That
plan on-
government job will suck you in, man. That job will just suck you in, and
So
Now, Dan,
my
I forgot
wife,
to-
I'm gonna take her finally to go see Disneyland. Of course, I've been there 100 times, and I got a bunch of family up and down that coast, and
yeah,
my dad's
yeah.
in LA. So I'm gonna take her to Universal and Disneyland
That'll be fun.
in January for her. Yeah, she's
Yeah.
gonna love it there.
Well, you know, I grew up only like 25 minutes from there, so
Oh,
I
okay.
grew up over the hill from Disneyland in the East San Gabriel Valley, and so we used to go every summer. It was like the, you know, Mom, Dad, we're heading off. We'd get on a bus where we'd catch a ride with some friends heading down to the beach. They'd dump us off at Disneyland. Then they would pick us up, and we'd head home on the way back.
That's
That
when
was
it was
kinda-
probably $5 to get in then.
Well, it wasn't that expensive as I recall. We wouldn't be doing it if it cost
So
a whole bunch
often?
of money.
I think I
Yeah.
looked at the tickets. It's like 140, 160 bucks a person.
Oh, they're expensive now. Yeah, they got a special deal for folks that live in Southern Cal.
Yeah.
The problem is they're clamping down and making people show ID now. You know, when they enter, showing that they're a local.
They're local, right?
Yeah,
How about El Loco?
El Pollo Loco. They have that
Oh,
here
El
now.
Loco.
Yeah,
Now, Dan,
in Manila,
yeah,
Mall
Dan,
of
was you-
Asia.
Dan, was you here early enough to see that my sister was here?
What's that?
Did you notice? Did you hear me talk to my sister?
I did for a moment. Yeah, I think
Okay,
your
I wasn't
sister
sure
was
if you got
signing
in
off.
soon enough.
Turn your
Yeah.
mic up, Larry. Kind of low or something. How
Tim
are you,
used to
Leonard?
be,
How's that?
Yeah.
Is that better?
Tim used to be at Mather
well.
or at
Is that better?
yeah. Tim was stationed at Mather in Rancho Cordova, which is now the hub for FedEx. FedEx planes go in and out of there.
Where's that at? In California?
That's it. Yeah, that's in Sacramento. So
No.
it's east of downtown. But hey, you know, it's really weird about FedEx, right? So this is what I remember. You know, they used to fly over the top of our house in the morning in Sacramento and they would fly. They actually would fly the FedEx jets, right? They drop a load off in Sacramento Airport or pick up. And then they would be flying over the top of the house and landing in Rancho Cordova, 25 miles away, right? 20 miles away, and dumping off whatever they picked up that they needed to take over to the hub, right?
Oh yeah.
And so that was amazing. You know, I mean, how high can you get in elevation before you land again? So they were taking off from Sacramento International
It
Airport.
had to have been pretty loud, huh?
Yeah, and they were flying over the house. Yep, we were right in the flight path there.
So did I see that right? That you met up with Tim?
Yeah. Tim and I have yeah, sure we have.
He's there with you in the same area.
No. Tim is in Pampanga, and so when we were coming through, I think Minnie and I spent about a week in Angeles City, and Angeles City actually is a place where I wouldn't mind having a second home. You know, having a place to escape to, and only because it has all the expats, and it's a kind of a place where everybody knows your name, and it does get.
Do you want to be around a bunch of expats though? Because
Well,
don't.
you know, I kind of miss it. I kind of miss some of that. I'm not sure I could do it for more than a couple of months at a time.
What
But-
about Subic?
And I haven't had a chance to check out Subic Bay, but Subic Bay would be the other option.
Subic Bay is supposed to have been real nice now. They've really done a lot there.
Well, they also enforce the laws a lot more in Subic, especially the traffic laws and stuff.
So Dan,
Oh,
They have stoplights and everything. They have
Dang. Hey, Knitband is here. Knitband, have you been lurking? I'll bet you, Larry, that Knitband has been here the whole time listening to everything in the background.
That's possible.
So Dan, what is it you missed the camaraderie of an American, or what is it?
No, there's a dark side of me, you know.
Maybe I don't want to know that. I don't want to know, man.
Yeah, no, there's a very, very dark side of me. Being that basically I'm a sociologist or social scientist, I really, really, for some reason, I just enjoy the nitty gritty of the whole environment. It fascinates me. The whole thing fascinates me.
That is a dark side.
Yeah, it's a very, very dark side of me.
Welcome to the dark side.
Yeah. That's odd. That's all right, though, man. That's all right. Yeah, Tim says I don't meet expats downtown.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I think I would. I don't know if I'd do it every day, but I think I would enjoy interacting once a week, or twice a week.
You know what, Larry? I bet you would enjoy it. There's something about hanging out at Envy's, the cafe, or Kokomo's, and people watching.
Like I said, Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks. I don't know if you saw my cup earlier. Says I got the dad. See my cup?
Yeah.
Says I got the vocabulary of a well-educated. Anyway, I would enjoy. Like I said, I enjoy having a cup of coffee once in a while. Let's be honest about it. I enjoy having a donut. Although I would probably have a coffee cake or cinnamon roll, depending on what you want to call it.
Oh, you know what? You're just reminding me of something there, Larry. You're reminding me that I'm hearing. I'm not sure it was there when I was there. It probably was, but I'm hearing that they have a Mr. Donut that's like right around the corner, right near Margarita Station, and that's as good a place as any to hang out. You know.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Well, let's be honest about it. You go to a donut shop that serves good coffee, you're going to have expats there.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, that's my experience also.
Well, all right, here in the States, and I haven't been to the McDonald's around here, but I was living up in Leroy. You went into the McDonald's. You had a lot of retired people sitting in there drinking a cup of coffee and having their breakfast and talking.
Yeah,
that was
as a matter of fact.
Routine.
You know, as a matter of fact, my dad, that's what my dad, when he retired prior to passing away, he would meet for years, you know, he was meeting up with his buddies, his former work buddies. You know, they would be, you know, he would be putting on his going to meeting outfit, you know, just like in the old Union days. And he'd be meeting the guys down there at the McDonald's, never skipped a beat, you know, until the day he passed away.
Like I said, my dad was on total disability. But
yeah.
He had a good buddy of his that owned a restaurant. And so the bathroom was right there. Like I said, my dad had to have a bathroom always close by. And so he would go to this guy's restaurant and drink coffee. And he had a pool table in the back, and he'd shoot pool. And if he had an accident, this friend of his would go out to his truck and get his clothes so he could change clothes. Like I said, he when he had to go, he had to go. There was no ifs, ands, or buts. Quite a few times I took him to change of clothes in.
Oh, yeah.
And that's, like I said, that's one of the reasons why I live my life for today instead of tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 'cause I've seen this up close, and I've seen this since I was 12 years old. And so, you know, I don't regret that I lived my life the way I have, except for that I think I should have been a little more frugal in saving a little more money than what I did, or at least I had a chance to get some better jobs and didn't take them because I wasn't sure if I was going to like them. My sister wanted me, my youngest sister who worked for the welfare department, wanted me to go to work with her, and they didn't pay a lot. They really did. I made almost as much money doing less work.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't do it. But looking back, I should have.
Hey, you know what? Here, you want to hear a story? That's why I retired from. And so what ended up happening was when I started there, right? I think I was making something like $12 an hour, and I was like, man, this is one of the crappiest jobs that I've ever had, you know. But a couple of years in, I was finishing up my master's degree, and I got the opportunity to change positions, you know, to change to a different classification. And so I only spent maybe 1 year or 1.5 years doing the grunt work, and I was working special projects. I really wasn't doing regular caseload management. And then the next thing I know, boom, I got stuck in an office and later a QB where nobody really knew what I did. They just sort of forgot about my position.
Well,
And so, yeah, it's like The Office. For 15 years, I sat there and nobody knew what I did for a living.
Well, my little sister,
And neither did I, quite frankly.
my little sister just started off as a clerk. She never went to college,
Mm-hmm.
and then she worked her way up to caseworker.
Yeah, now, check this out. Now, even the department that I work for, they've done away with all the educational requirements. And of course, the reasons for that are kind of obvious, right? Number one, when you look at the next demographic, you know, when you're looking at Gen Xers and below, they're not interested really in wasting their time in school. You know, they're really not. You know, I mean, they're handing out degrees like they're candy right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well go to the online university and get a degree with any name on it. I mean,
Hey,
quite
Rob,
frankly, you don't need a degree in order to survive in this economy, in my opinion, my humble opinion.
Yeah, nowadays it's, you know, the other thing too is before in my days is like, do you have experience? No, I don't have experience, and they wouldn't hire you because you didn't have the experience. Like,
Right.
how can I get the experience? Now it hasn't been the case lately. Now they're taking people because nobody wants to work still.
Well,
Right, exactly. In this case, you know, you can work. There's no mandatory retirement age in the States like there is in the Philippines. And then the other thing is, I could have chosen to work until the day I died. You know, they wouldn't have even known that I died, for crying out loud, unless somebody smelled it.
I worked.
I
at
mean,
a job.
really, because nobody hardly ever came by to check on me, like, what are you doing? You know, and
Really, no knock on the door.
yeah, they would, you know, who works there? Oh, that's Dan. That's Dan's. He's working on something special, but nobody knew what it was.
And
And
what
that
would
went
you
on.
do?
That went on for
Original
years and years and years. And my wages kept going up and up and up and up and up. And I was like, holy crap, you know? They're paying me this outrageous amount of money, and I'm sitting here behind on this desk, and just every now and again someone would come by and say, Dan, you got enough work? Dan, you got enough work? And I'd say, yes, plenty. I'd make sure that I'd have a stack of
Paper.
fake work on the desk all the time. And
Wow.
then when I hear somebody come by, I'd just shuffle some papers.
You did that.
Hey,
for
when I
15
left,
years?
when I retired, I did not leave one scrap of paper on that desk on the day of retirement. I grabbed everything. I went down to the shredding room, and I made sure that every scrap of paper was shredded, even if it was actual genuine stuff that was important. I made sure everything went in the machine.
Now, Dan, you probably needed that sign that one of the places I worked had up. Said,
Yeah.
Please, if you die, please fall down to me.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know what?
If you're dead,
Hey,
you're dead.
quite frankly, they have dead man control, right? And I had my hand on it at every moment. So once you fall over, you let go of the dead man control switch, the micro switch, right? The red light goes on the.
Hey,
on the
Dan.
thing.
So who did they replace you with? Do you know?
Yeah. So here's the story about that. So, okay, so this position's in the budget. There's only one of them, right? There's only one position in the entire county. There used to be a whole bunch of folks doing this job. There used to be like better than 20. It was like a whole team, right? And so what ended up happening? What ended up happening was this position was budgeted. You know how budgets work, right? They're not going to waste. Listen, if you have to take the money and you have to fill the position because it's it hurts you if you're the administrator of the program. It hurts you if you don't fill this position because they just end up taking the money away, and you got one less person that you're the boss over, right?
Well, it's also that way if you're over a department and you're given so much money to spend, whether it's so much money, period, for the year.
Right.
And you'll see a lot of companies towards the end of the year just start throwing money away because if they don't spend it the next year, they get less money.
That's right. That's right. So
Yeah.
here's what happens, Larry. Here's what happens, you guys. Eddie, Leonard, Nitban, they fill the position, and the next person that shows up is looking around saying, well, what is it? What is it that I'm supposed to be doing? And my former QB mate,
Nobody knew.
my former office mate just tells her, just sit there. You know, somebody will be around. You know.
All we know is Dan just sat there.
Now, Dan, I should have got that job.
But anyway, that's. I mean, quite frankly, if it's stuff like that that's going to be the death of most of these governmental service jobs. You know,
That's hilarious, man.
Now, Tim,
I would rather have been. I would rather have been working there, but I'm not an idiot. You know, I'm not going to stand there and go beg for work. I mean, quite frankly, I tried that a few times. Oh yeah, Dan, just there's no need. There's no need for you to come and ask us for work. When it shows up, we'll bring it to you.
I'm with Tim. If you're going to die, do it outside. I don't want to pay.
Yeah,
for
so
it.
I know how much this.
Well, I'm a security
I know
guard.
how much
I'd have to
this
write
story-
it out. Go outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I know how much
Hey,
this
Nanette,
story
how you
might
doing?
be pissing people off because, I mean, I go to the Dunkin' Donuts, and quite frankly, I don't know if I should reveal this. I'm gonna end up getting in trouble because that's where all the expats hang out, right? And some of them watch the channel. So I go there, right? And then you know what ends up happening, right? People are sneering at me and oh, here's another one of them government worker dudes who where the taxpayers are paying his pension, you know. Hey, I didn't invent the system. I did not invent the system.
No, like I said, if I'd have been intelligent, or more intelligent, I should say, I'd have listened to my little sister, and I would have went and worked for the welfare department. I had the degree. I mean, I had a degree. She didn't.
Nibam wants the job.
I'll move to California for it.
Nah, you see, but the problem is that here, even though I thought it was an outrageous amount of money, it was just barely enough to pay the bills. So if I told you I was making $100K plus, well, let's say that I was making $120K plus.
Yeah.
I was barely able to make the rent payment.
Yeah, because it's so expensive out there,
Yeah, but the thing is, you got to remember now, Dan was married as well. And I don't care what you say, two don't live as cheap as one. Y'all can say whatever you want.
Well,
your
that's
rent is
true.
cheap. Your rent is cheap.
But you do know the story. Minnie went to work and she saved,
I know, but
saved
I'm
all
just
that
saying,
money.
I'm just saying no. I wouldn't spend probably as much because you're not. The utilities would be less with just me.
Tim wants to know. Listen, Tim, if I said yes to your question about did I stay late and work overtime, would that piss you off even more? I mean, the overtime was outrageous, and it was the work was flown for quite a while. As a matter of fact, during the COVID, it was how should I say this? It was one hell of a money making opportunity, and the reason why was because I never got sick. And so, when you don't get sick and no one's showing up for work because they're getting the COVID, somebody has to be there pushing the pencil.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, I've told you all. I think everybody knows I'm a security guard. That's what I've been doing for a few years. But during COVID, everybody got sent home, but security guards. I did not lose 1 minute of work.
Right.
And where I was at, we were shorthanded. And where I was at, they had to be assigned to that duty station to work there. So in other words, somebody couldn't come in from somewhere else to work. It had to be covered by us that worked there. We were 2 to 3 people short that whole year in 2000, not 2000, but 2020. And so I averaged somewhere around 72 hours a week.
Beautiful. Life is good.
I worked some weeks over 100 hours. There were some weeks I only worked 48, but I mean, I worked.
Save your money, Larry. Save your money, Larry.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
crazy. I was paying some bills. I will tell you this now, right now. I took my Social Security just before that. I took it in October, and then this happened in January, March, that area, where I started getting all that overtime. If I'd known that was going to happen, I would not have took my Social Security that year. I would have waited at least 1 year because I was able to I got some bills paid off pretty quick, but I could have survived without that check for another year. And if I'd known it was going to happen, I would have waited because every year you wait, you get more money. And Dan can tell you that. Anybody that's retired on Social Security can tell you that. The older you are, the more you'll get. Now, it may not be more than I get. It may be a lot more than I get. It depends on what you made. That's what they go by. And so, but if I'd have waited another year, I'd have got another $100, $200 a month. That adds up over the years. And then it also increases when you get your COLA, it increases the COLA. Okay, now I would have loved to work that. I'd still be working that. I'd love to still be working that and not took my Social Security. Because I'd have worked right to 70, then I'm done, people.
Hey, is Buddha in the room? Buddha, is that you?
I don't see Buddha.
Simply, let's see.
No, Simple Nanette. She's from the, I believe she's in Thailand.
Oh, Thailand. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that for a moment there. I thought that was Buddha.
She is a follower of Bobby's from Time to Get Going.
Ah.
And I don't know.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you there.
I don't know if you know Bobby or not. Bobby's he's in California as well, Southern California.
Yeah. Bobby has been shows up every now and again, in the live stream.
Yeah.
I believe. Yeah. And makes some nice comments on occasion. I appreciate that.
He on Fridays he has a live stream Friday morning. But I can listen to live streams at work. I may not be able to pay attention to the chat if something happens.
She's a Filipina, apparently.
She's a Filipino. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's through.
We don't discriminate here.
we like all people.
Yeah, we welcome everyone, diverse a population as you'll ever find right here.
Yeah, that's for sure.
We don't care if you're straight, you're gay, or black, or white, or blue, or brown, green.
Oh, wait. Hey, Larry, you know what I wanted? Leonard, I'm glad you're here. I wanted to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Have there been any mass murders in your part of town this week?
Not my part of town, but last week there was one. Where was it?
Yeah, see, Bobby retired federal job too.
Not too awful far from here, but
I don't know what would be a worse way to go. Probably either way would be terrible, but being hit by a stray bullet right between the eyes or getting a machete as being a target of a very angry Filipina. I don't know.
I think the machete, because the bullet right between the eyes would be quick and over.
yeah,
Done.
yeah. The machete could lop
good.
off parts and pieces.
Yeah.
And it might take you a while to die with it. That bullet
Wow,
right
it's
to
raining. It's raining like crazy right now.
We had rain today, but
We
I
had rain here
was crazy.
tonight too. We've got rain going on here.
Yeah.
Bobby, was you in the military? Is that what you retired from, or that was just what you did before you got the federal job? See, there's another thing I should have done. Probably tried to stay in the Navy. Would have retired at 38 and kept working for a while, then retired for good.
Listen, guys, I gotta
Southern
go.
California. All right, Eddie.
When my wife comes back, if I don't know, we'll see if she's up to getting on it here or not. And
Well,
But,
you know, your guys are welcome.
Sure
Tell her
thing.
hi for us
I got to get some things done here, and so
before she gets
you
home.
guys
Beat
have a
you
good night.
up.
Good,
Really.
good day over there to you, Dan, and safe travels. Hopefully, I'll have
I'm
a
looking
vlogs
forward.
from you.
Thank you. Thanks, Eddie. It was nice seeing you.
You guys have a
Bobby
Hey,
blessed
was
yep.
evening.
retired from the Army Corps of Engineers. What Bobby retired from. That's the federal job he had. But I thought so. I thought he was in the Army. Now, see, I was Navy. So, and I actually, believe it or not, I was a barber. I also worked in the laundry. I also ran the candy store.
Hey, you know something? You know what's interesting? Those are all helper professions.
Oh yeah, that's what I've always done. I've always been
Yeah.
a service. I've always worked in. I've always enjoyed the service-related fields.
Hmm.
Before my very first job, I worked in a restaurant. My very second job, I worked in a restaurant, and then I went in the military. And like I said, at first I worked in the laundry, and then I also worked in the candy store. I filled the vending machines. Went to school to become a barber. Was a barber. On shore duty, I did 4 jobs every day. In the morning, I'd help stock the Navy Exchange. We were a base of 110 people.
Hey, Larry, did you say you stocked the vending machines?
Yeah.
Hey, I want to ask you a question. Do you think a vend-only concept would work these days? I mean, I've been thinking about this. You know, history repeats itself. Vending machines have become very, very sophisticated. For example, the vending machines that I know of today, they actually order for you. You know, they're actually on the internet, and they will send the order to the distributor, letting them know what you need to fill that vending machine, and then somebody pulls the order, and all you do is drive up and load it up, and then go and fill the machine. So, do you think that if I opened up a store and it was a vend-only store, soda pop, candy, chip, anything that you could vend?
You mean in the Philippines?
Oh, I'm talking about the U.S. of A.
It depends on where you set it up at.
Yeah.
It really would. That would really be a location thing.
Downtown, you know,
But I'm just saying,
downtown where the office buildings are.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, though, if you're anywhere near some restaurants that would be close to the same price, I'm going to say people are going to want to sit down.
Oh, there's the Mac Daddy is back.
Now,
He's
when
back.
He's
now,
back.
when I was on shore duty, going to barber school, there were times that I would go to the hot dog stand on base instead of going to the cafeteria. So a lot of it has to do with how much time people have. So the larger, we drop, Leonard drop.
Whoop.
Well, but
Whoop, whoop.
and a lot of it just depended on how much time you got. You know, so if you're in an area where people are always in a hurry and maybe they don't get a real long lunch hour, yeah, I think it'd work.
I had a hot dog stand.
Well, I'm just saying, though, he's talking about a vending machine stand where you fill it up and but like I said, for
I had a drive-through hot dog restaurant.
Yeah.
I sold 2 hot dogs, a small Coke, and a fry for $5 and was killing it.
okay, Leonard said he had to take a call while you dropped. But
All right, what do I got to do? Hang on, guys.
all right, we're right here.
Firm belief and expectation that the House of Representatives will take.
He's still there. He just had to drop down to take care of something.
Uh,
And
But
yeah, all right. I had a hot dog stand. I was so busy. The Wendy's I was next to had to lay people off. They called their lawyers on me and everything, trying to put me out of business.
well, like I said, it depends. Your location and your hours. We had a place that had a hot dog stand at night, close to the bars.
I
So
missed my hot dog
So I'm
stand.
just saying, though, you can get your chili dogs and get your beer, and because some of the places would have places where you could sit outside. You had to stay in a certain area, but So you go get your hot dog, go to that area, get yourself a beer or two with it. And,
I had a place you could sit outside. I had a famous Philadelphia sandwich. I didn't invent it. There was two Jewish hot dog stands, Lenny's and Levis's, and they were before my time. But they used to sell a hot dog with a fish cake on top, cut in half, and pepper hash.
okay.
And because the Jewish people don't put dairy on a hot dog, so they can't have a Texas Tommy,
Yeah.
and they
Well,
don't do chili dogs.
And the Jewish people have to have an all beef kosher hot dog.
I used to sell a Shafar kosher dog on a kosher grill.
I'm just saying though, you
I had
also
a
had to,
special knife to open it, so I was kosher as could be.
like I said though, see now where I'm from, the Jewish people wouldn't like the sandwich that everybody likes back home because it's pork. It's pork loin. But I mean, oh man, you get it. I go to this one restaurant. My brother's friend, him and his wife owned it. Now my brother's friend is dead as well. He died shortly after my brother, but his wife still runs it. And you get we call it a tenderloin, but it's a pork tenderloin. And that they pound that thing out to be about that big around.
Oh, a fried pork sandwich,
Yeah.
like schnitzel.
Well, you can get it fried or you can get it deep fried. They're usually deep fried. They have it breaded.
Yeah, breaded and deep fried. That's what I meant.
Well, they also grilled it. You can get it grilled, which is healthier.
We sell a
And
Philly
that's
area.
what, that's a,
They
the whole
they
state
bake,
sells that.
they bake the tenderloin and they slice it on a slicer, and they serve it with pork au jus, broccoli rabe, and extra sharp cheese. It's a Philly pork sandwich. They sell it on like a long hoagie roll. They sell 1 million of them.
Yeah.
And it's traditionally eaten with baked cayenne peppers on the side, roasted peppers.
Like I said, the whole state of Indiana is known for tenderloins.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's just something that the whole state likes, and so anywhere, I shouldn't say anywhere. Everywhere I've been, you can find somebody that serves tenderloins, and they brag about how good it is.
I was a hot dog superstore. I had a 4-ounce stadium dog. I had a 2-ounce all American. All my hot dogs are all beef. I had a kosher dog off a kosher grill, opened with a kosher knife and kosher tongs. Everything was kosher on that side, on a separate table away from everything else.
Yeah.
I had something that everybody's probably going to go to. I had air fryers to cook my French fries in. I didn't cook my French fries in oil. They came to me cooked in oil, but when you're redoing them, I put them in an air fryer.
Yeah, I cook with an air fryer. I do my chicken and my pork both in air fryers. I don't bake them. I use the air fryer to bake them.
There's
I don't use an oven.
Right. There's a lot of incinerated carcinogens in French fryer oil.
Yeah. Oh.
And because I air fried mine, I basically had no other oil than what they came with, which was a clear oil, you know?
Well, like I said, I used to deep fry a long time ago, and that's long before I moved down here. I used to deep fry my French fries, and I even had a special pan or pot or whatever you want to call it, which had the basket for doing it.
I have a regular deep fryer in my house.
And but now I got crock pots and what do they call the other thing? Instant pots and
The Instant Pot's a pressure cooker. They're cool.
yeah.
I do the old-fashioned stovetop pressure cooker.
I don't. I do electric. I got the Instant Pot, and I got the like I said, the crock pot, and I got the air fryer, and I got a microwave. The microwave only gets used to warm things back up, and that's it. Like pizza, I'll warm pizza up with it. That's about it.
I have a Farberware 2-burner hot plate for my table. A lot of times I just sit at my table and cook, like eggs and stuff, so I don't have to go out to the kitchen and work over the stove. I got this 2-burner thing. It's so cool.
I use aluminum foil, and
Yeah,
I make a little bowl out of it, put the meat in that, and then I put it in the air fryer and cook it that way. But like I said, I haven't used an oven in years. And that's because I don't. If I was baking cookies and stuff like that, I'd still use an oven. But I haven't baked a cookie or a brownie in years.
Well, I have a convection oven, which
I
is
know.
basically an air fryer.
But anyway, like I said, though, I used to bake like lasagna. I used to bake brownies from scratch, cookies from scratch, especially oatmeal cookies. I used to bake those from scratch.
I make the best oatmeals. Yeah, I make oatmeals with raisins and
Yeah.
cinnamon on the oatmeal's good.
Yeah. My sister, Ruth Ann, the one that's got MS, was always an excellent baker. And so I learned from her. Like I said, my dad went on total disability when I was 12.
I make my own bread a lot.
So we all the kids had to learn how to cook because my mom went to work. And so, you cooked what you were comfortable with. So originally I just cooked sandwiches and canned green beans. And as I got older, I started cooking more and doing more. And I got away. I don't use canned anything anymore unless it's a broth. I might use a can. I'd rather get the kind in a box, but I'll use a canned broth for something.
I like frozen everything because it has no preservatives.
Yeah.
The canned stuff all has sodium bentonite in it.
Yeah. But I'm talking about the broth, chicken broth with bone marrow or beef broth.
I use more Swiss cubes. Or I go to the restaurant stores and I buy
Oh, Dan dropped out. All right, Dan, take care, man. Have a safe trip. Enjoy yourself.
he's traveling.
Yeah, he's getting ready to travel.
How
He
much
just said-
did you pay the fast?
Dan says bye, everyone. See you next week.
Take care, Dan.
Yeah. Now, like I said, Dan, he has a live stream on Friday night. Now, usually he just the only one talking, which is fine. I go to it and stay there for the whole thing because he does have some interesting things to say, and I enjoy it.
I
And,
was looking at somebody's stream the other day. They showed a house that they bought in the Philippines and
Yeah.
put together. I don't know whether they bought it or built it, but they put it together and furnished it for $18,000.
now that you can do that in the Philippines in the right areas.
Yeah,
And it also depends on how big of a house you're building. Now, a house that would cost us, let's say, $60,000 here, you can do for like 20,000 or so there. A house that would cost us over 100,000, you can probably do 40 or 50. You could do it for at least half, if not less. Now, if you're building a house, you better be married or you better be a Filipino yourself. You better be married to a Filipino or you be Filipino.
Yeah, because you can't own the ground.
You can't own the ground. Now you can own a condo. So if I was going to buy something in the Philippines, it'd be a condo. And I'm going to tell you, now I don't know how much you'd have to put down, but you can buy a condo for less than I pay for rent here.
Oh,
I'm
sure.
talking about work per month. So you'd be buying it, but how many years do you have to buy it? That's something you'd have to look at. Then you're also how much is, and when you have a condo, you have condo fees. So how much is that?
Well, the whole problem with a condo is you can get poor maintenance and your fees can go through the roof.
Yeah.
That happened in Florida.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at. I like to look at apartments and condos and houses. I find those things interesting. And I found one. This one girl was in Taytay, which is up in Luzon, which is about an hour and a half from Manila, and it's considered the garment district of the Philippines. So it's got quite a bit going for it as far as like malls and hospitals and all that good stuff. I can't say the word right now. But anyway, it's got all that stuff going for it. And they were showing a couple different apartments. And so I went online and looked, and they have an apartment for, you could buy a condo for like $300 or less a month. And they got different prices, right? I mean, you can go more, but I mean, and you're talking about an area that's supposed to be fairly nice. And I think some of them might be in gated areas.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, it'd be interesting, but I don't know if I'd want to live in that area because I don't know anything about it. It just caught my fancy, so I thought I'd look. Like I said, I don't mind living. Like I said, Orbach. I don't know if I'd want to live in Orbach. That's an area close to Dan. He told you it's about an hour away.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if I'd want to live in Bye-Bye. Only because it's small as it is, and they don't have that much to rent.
Right.
For renting. I'm a person that when I first go there, I want to rent. I want to see if I like the area. I mean, you go in and say, all right, I'm going to live here, and yeah, I know Dan, but I don't know anybody else. I don't know if I'm going to like Bye-Bye. I may, but what about the healthcare? What about, because like I said, I'm older than, not a lot older, but I'm older. Healthcare is important when you get older.
Healthcare in the Philippines, unless you're on a bigger island, is horrible.
Well, it depends on like I said, it depends on where you're at. Cebu would have great healthcare. Anywhere, Manila would have great healthcare. Dumaguete has got decent healthcare. So it all depends on where you're at. And that's what you got to look at.
Healthcare.
Huh?
The whole island has horrible healthcare. Taliban,
Yeah.
Honda, San Roque.
Well, like I said, a lot of the smaller cities have bad healthcare. What you got to do is you got to look at the large city in that area. What kind of healthcare they have?
Oh, sure.
And so, like I said, I mean, Cebu itself, the city of Cebu's got really good healthcare. Dumaguete has pretty good healthcare because of Silliman College. And they have, it's a teaching college, so they have healthcare there. Manila, because it's such a large city, is going to have excellent healthcare. But like I said, the bigger the city, the more it's going to cost you to live. So,
well, that too. I mean, trying to live in New York or trying to live where you live.
Yeah. Now, and Tim's right. Tim just said healthcare is difficult unless you are in a major city.
That's why I live where I do.
Well, I have the VA close to me, and if I stay in the States, no matter where I move to, the VA is going to be close to me.
Well, we got the VA here in the area where I live because I'm just out at the back door of Johnstown, kind of.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
but it's really cheap to live here. You know what they're making here right now? All the shoulder-filed weaponry that's going to the Ukraine. They're building all that stuff right here.
Now, see, time to get going. Bobby's going to make Dan. If Dan was still here, he'd be jealous. He says they're going to Thailand on the 30th. Now, wow. Dan loves Thailand.
I like
Leonard. Welcome back, Leonard.
Yeah, thanks.
But like I said, Dan really likes Thailand, and Mimi likes it. I mean,
yeah, thank you.
But so, like I said, he'd be jealous because Bobby's getting ready to go to Thailand. Now, Bobby, you guys are just going to visit this time, right? You're not moving back there yet. Bobby's never lived in Thailand. That's where his wife's from. And I know he's getting ready to retire over there. I'm just not sure if it's the 30th of this month or if it's going to be later.
Oh.
But,
wow.
Hey, Bobby, how you doing?
So, like I said, it's something that everybody's got to, think about, like what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. And,
yep.
I'm stuck where I'm at for a few more years.
Oh, I'm stuck in the States. Let's be honest about it. Like I said, I got my bills I want to get paid off.
The girl I sat with in the Philippines wants me to bring her and her 2 kids to the States.
If
No.
you do it on a fiance visa. Don't get married first.
No.
It
No.
takes longer.
Well, not
It's a
only
more
that,
difficult process.
not only that, you got 90 days, like you said, to decide whether
once
or
you
not you
get
think
here.
it's going to work.
Yep.
Well, the other problem I have is I got to show so much income.
you got to have enough to show you can support them. Yeah.
I gotta have 21,000 just to bring her here,
Yeah.
and to bring her 2 kids here, I got to show like 37,000 a year.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well,
Yeah.
I can do the 21,000. 37, yeah, I could probably do that.
Yeah.
But
I couldn't the way I am right now.
Well,
I'm thinking of, to be honest with you, I'm thinking of flying them into Quebec and walking across Derby Line, Vermont, jumping in the car and just coming home and doing
Well,
the illegal immigration thing.
Yeah, but if immigration ever catches you, then they'll be kicked out and banned for life.
Yeah, but
Or
what
for
if
10 years?
well, you go to a sanctuary city like Philadelphia.
They still will kick them out.
They're not kicking anybody out of Philadelphia again.
if they get caught by the feds.
If in the Philippines they treat them different than they do a lot of the others.
But like I said, the 21,000 I could do without my Social Security. The 37, I probably need a little help from my Social Security.
It's hard.
Yeah.
I know it's hard to apply for asylum from the Philippines.
Yeah, I don't think they could get it. I don't think you could get asylum. But I mean, I've been dealing with this for about a year and a half, so I know a little bit about it.
And you're right about it's faster to bring them in if you bring them in on a fiance visa.
Yeah, if you're already married, it's going to take like 18 months. Fiance visa, you could get them here between 6 and 12 months.
My problem is I need to have an eye operation. I need to then go out and get a regular job, and then I got to be able to post that kind of money for 2 years. So I got to have 2 years taxes to show.
Well, they only asked me for one.
Oh, did they? That's
yeah. Well, that was earlier this year.
Well, then that's good information. See?
Now,
That
hold
all-
on, guys.
changed since then.
All right, hold on, guys.
I doubt it.
Now, that's a heck of a way to come up with your name, Bobby. Bobby says, I'm not a fan of any JLB. JLB is a dumpster fire. I had 2 stents put in my heart and almost died. I just said I need to do something. It's time to get going. And it clicked. He's talking about how he came up with his name, Time to Get Going.
Yeah,
That's
that's a good
to
way.
do it.
I got to figure out something besides just my name.
That's really good information about the K1 fiance visa.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, the information's available online.
Well,
And
I've
you
been
can-
looking at it online.
And you can talk to, and you can listen to, dang, I can't think what the heck her name is. But there's,
Filipina P?
no, she has a lot of good information, but that's not what I'm thinking of.
I had somebody recommend that I use a Filipino agency to get all the paperwork right. For the few $100 it'll cost you in the Philippines, it's cheaper than using somebody in America to do it. And, they do it all the time so they don't miss any of the paperwork.
Well, there's one I heard of, and it's called Easy Visa or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like $600. I mean, it's real cheap.
Sure.
Now, dumpster fire. Yes, I know where Quebec's at. I've been to Montreal. Quebec's not too far from there, but I've never been to Quebec itself. I've been to a couple different cities in Canada. I've been to Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver on the other side, Toronto a couple times.
I would just like to bring them in so they can get out of the poverty of the province of the Philippines where they live.
Well, you can do that, but if you do, you're going to have to marry her.
Oh, sure. I don't mind that. I can do that.
Yeah, okay.
And, bringing her in, I mean, if she worked even a fast food job here, she'd make so much more money than she makes in the Philippines.
Well, yeah.
and
And
have a
once
better, easier life.
once she gets here and you do the marriage thing, she can get a green card and get a real job.
Oh, exactly. She wants to
So-
be. She wants to work in a hospital, is what I recommended. And
well,
she
does
she
she
can
have
get a-
experience or training?
a little
Did-
bit.
Well, what you can do is
Now-
get her if she's got nursing, a nurse degree in the Philippines. They'll transfer that here to the United
Right.
States.
Right.
She doesn't have a nursing degree. She'd like to. I recommended that she get in the local small hospital because they're always hiring, and that she get into housekeeping. Once she's in the hospital in housekeeping,
That's
There
where
is-
she'll stay forever.
no, they're a teaching.
Yes.
Well, let me explain. They're a teaching hospital.
Well,
And-
if she gets a teaching hospital, she may be able to work her way out of it. In
Oh.
most regular hospitals, you go into housekeeping, and that's where you'll be forever.
Well,
unless you go to
I was
school.
raised by a nurse, so I know a
No,
little bit
I
about hospitals.
but they're a teaching
So-
hospital, and they have the educational benefit. So
Okay, well that's a little different, so that might work out.
she can work part-time, and then she can get a CNA real easy, like within 18 months. She can work part-time and get a CNA for free, but it takes a little longer because you work like so many hours, then you go to school for so many hours.
Well, now, time to get going says it's harder than that, Larry. They have a bunch of hoops to jump through, which is true. A few years ago,
Yep.
it was easier.
Yeah.
Back in the 70s, God, it was so simple. It was you could marry a woman you never met, and not, you're from this country. Marry a woman from a country you've never been to, and bring her over here. Never met her before. It was that easy. It really was.
Yeah.
It
Well,
was
now they've
very
got
simple.
they've got the online wedding thing. Only
I'm talking about
No,
back
I
in the
know.
70s.
no, I know what you're talking about, Larry. I know I agree with you, but I'm just saying now they got the online wedding thing. The only problem with that is that puts you in a spousal visa, and that's longer than a fiance visa. So there's not much point in that.
Right, you're better off going over there, meeting them, getting your pictures, going through the process, and then bringing them in.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of pictures,
I
a lot of
gonna-
documentation. If you've been talking to her online for quite a while, that helps.
Yeah,
I-
it does.
You'll have to print out.
And if you can
all
prove
of
you
that.
met, that helps too.
I gotta be able to bring her in. I gotta have get like $6,000 just for airfare.
Shouldn't be that much.
Maybe it's a little less. I gotta fly in, and if I bring them back with me, I gotta fly in myself. Then I gotta bring
Right.
4 people back.
Okay, now, Mac Daddy, what's going to happen is you'll have to fly over there and meet her. Come
Right.
back alone. You can't bring her with you.
Exactly.
She'll
Then
have
you're
to
going to
go-
have to. She'll have to go through all the process and get the
Which is going
visa.
to she has to go through a physical,
Yeah.
interview, and all that good stuff.
Yeah, and they do a background check and a police report and a exit visa and all that stuff on
We got an Eddie here, but I don't know which Eddie.
her.
Well, she'll be able to survive all the police report stuff and everything.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
Well, I'm sure. I'm just saying. Just
But
give me
you're
an
right.
idea.
But
Sure.
Like I say, I actually been through that recently.
But the
Yeah.
fly, it cost me to fly him in. I would have to fly him into New York and then skip him either into my
you go.
neighborhood or somewhere
Hey,
else.
welcome back.
Well, you can fly him into whatever nearest international airport you have.
Hey guys, I just wanted to real quick come in and say
Hey,
something on your topic there.
Sure.
If you're going to get a K1 visa, the
Yeah,
amount
you
of
know,
time
guys.
it's taking is still going to be up to 17 to 18 months. It's the same amount of time as a CR1. Here's the other thing you need to consider. She will not be able to work until you get married, and then the green card has to come in and her Social Security, which could take
That could
Another
take quite a while, too.
9 months.
Sure.
So,
Right.
so she can't do nothing, and she can't drive. She can't do nothing without an ID or driver's license. So it's very difficult to come in on a K1, and then you cannot bring the kids in on a K1 only when you're married.
Hey, G Plan, welcome, man.
Oh, well, there's good information too.
Like I said, he knows. He's gone through it, so he knows.
Well, the
Yeah.
kids can stay with their family. Her family all have farms over there.
Yeah.
Right. Once you get married, then she can apply for them once you're married.
Right.
Now, if you marry her there, then you can apply for all of them once you're married.
Right.
Yeah. So, but the amount of time it's going to take is about the same amount of time right now for a K1 and a CR1. And the cost is actually more for a K1, not by much, but it is costing more.
Well,
We were
what-
looking at a 2-year plan to put this together.
Yeah.
What's that?
I was looking at a 2-year plan.
Yeah, that's fine, but remember, you got to look the steps and try to do them as soon as you can, because it's going to be 2 years before she can get, almost 2 years before she can get here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, 2 years and it takes 6 months to get everything straightened up, and then
And-
moving.
Well,
Yeah.
it's a multiple year plan. I understand that. I'm saying too. I can imagine it would take me 3 to get everything established, because I need a better home. I need a little of this, a little of that. It's a few things that I need to line the ducks up a little better.
Yeah.
going
And then
over there in
one of the
June.
biggest things, you're going in June. Okay, that'll work, because you absolutely have to meet her.
Yes.
before you can bring her here.
Yeah,
And,
Yeah,
and the
and make sure you take a lot of pictures with her and her family.
Yep.
So, because if they want to see it, and I don't mean all in one day, just
No.
doing all kinds of stuff together.
Yeah.
Because this proves
Here's-
that you've known each other, that you've done things together. Her
Right.
family knows you.
Because they want to make sure it's real.
Yeah.
I'll get newspapers and hold them up in the pictures and the
Oh
whole
no,
thing.
no! You don't have to do that. Just like I said, go different places and show.
Do different things. Yeah.
Well,
Well, I'm going to fly in either to Bohol or Cebu and take the ocean jet to Bohol.
the best thing to do right
I'm
now.
going to
Listen,
stay in Honda.
hold on, Mac Daddy. Start yourself a YouTube channel and take videos of everything.
That'll help.
And so
Definitely.
you'll have online. Say, well, look, this is my trip over. We met.
And
This is
Look
all
at-
this-
timestamp.
look at let me do something. That's a little extreme. Hold on a minute. I didn't have to do a channel. Let me tell you something. You have a few pictures that you take that you're there. Take some pictures. You leave her your return. You leave her your ticket stub from the airlines to show you were in the Philippines. It has your name on it. She has it, and you also have affidavits of people, family members or friends, saying that yes, I saw Mac Daddy with such and such. They seem loving together and serious about their relationship. They need a statement like that. Just a couple of those, And yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say that makes sense. That's good advice.
Yeah. Because they
Yeah.
want to make sure it's real.
That's it.
You don't
Yeah.
want somebody to be scamming or, a green card scam or whatever.
Oh,
Yeah. Now the other thing, like I said, that visa. The visa one is quite difficult for the person coming over here because they have to wait you have to wait those 90 days out to see if you're going to marry. And then after that, you have to apply for the bio, you have to apply for the green card, and then the Social Security. It takes time. They won't be able to work here.
Right.
Right.
And the kids won't come either. So, which I've seen people do that before. They petition for the kids later, but if the other thing, if you get married in the Philippines like I did,
Right.
it was easier, but you cannot divorce either in the Philippines. You won't be able to divorce. It'll cost you a lot of money.
Well, yeah,
So
you
make
have to
sure if
consult
you're going to get married in the Philippines that is the woman for you, because they don't believe in divorce over there.
Oh, I got you there.
Yeah,
well,
they'll make you go to counseling first.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
The reason why I was saying the video, we were talking about him. I mean, the channel. We were talking about him starting a channel for cooking and stuff.
Oh
He
yeah,
likes
yeah,
to-
yeah.
So if he starts a channel, then he can do that and do it all at once.
Right.
And he'll do what you're saying.
Yeah, but don't. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you could do your cooking
Biggest
and then
thing
add
is,
that.
biggest thing is you got to have all the pictures with the family and over a period of time. And
Yes.
a week doesn't really work. You need more than that.
If
Yeah,
you
I
I'm
don't
can't-
know how long you plan to be there.
I'm only going to go for a month. It's the most.
that's enough.
You should
That's
be able
more than
to-
that's plenty.
you
That's
should be
plenty
able
of
to do it
time.
in
A month. A month is good.
I'm going to
See,
stay
I'm
at a
going-
place called the Pearl in Onda, and that's a resort. It's like $30 a night, beachfront with a bar.
Where's that at?
In Onda,
On that.
And,
I
Mac,
don't
the
know on
whole island.
Mac, how long have you known this woman for?
Almost a year now.
You've been chatting for a year.
Oh, well, yeah.
Okay.
I met her through a friend of a friend,
Okay.
and she's very nice.
You haven't had to send her any money. She hasn't asked for no money.
She never asked for any money,
Okay.
but once in a while I do help her out. I will tell
You
you
help
that.
her. out. Now,
Yeah,
does
but
she
if you're doing it out of- if you're doing
does
it out
she
of-
try to return it and tell you no, or does she just take it?
What was that?
Does she try to tell you no? Don't send me no money.
She tells me that all the time.
Okay, well that's good.
That's a good sign, definitely.
She's not chasing me for the dinero. No, she ain't sponging.
No.
Okay.
Sorry. In the Philippines, it's not dinero; it's pesos.
Yeah.
Exactly. But she, she,
Well, thanks for your input, Eddie. You got much.
Yeah.
she, yes, that's all good information, and she's very protective. I never send her that much either.
Hey, one thing, dumpster fire. When I was talking about never been to Quebec, I meant the city. The province is Quebec. You're right. Montreal's in the province of Quebec, or the state of Quebec, or whatever they call it. They're in
Yeah.
Canada. But there's also a city called Quebec.
How old are her kids, Mac?
Quebec province.
Mac, how old's your kids?
9 and 12.
That's
9 and 12. Okay.
That's why I say it's kind of hard for her. I don't want a mother to leave her children.
Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna tell you,
Now
I'm gonna tell you the truth. They're used to that. I'm not saying it's good.
They are, 'cause they're all.
But if it's only going to be for a year or two, you know how many of these overseas foreign workers leave their kids so they can give them a better life? I mean, they go to work in whatever country and send their money back home
Yeah.
to their family who's watching their kids so they can all have a better life.
Yep.
So if she knows she's going to be able to bring her kids over in a year,
Well, now the
Or
outfit
two.
the outfit that I've been working with would bring. I mean, you've got to feed that. I got to pay them for helping me with
hey
the
guys,
lady
keep
over
talking.
here.
I'm just going to go grab myself a soda.
But I can bring one kid with no additional fee. I just have to pay for the other visa.
Sure.
So,
And she's got two, but
Mac, did you already pay for your ticket yet?
No, I'm getting ready to probably after the first of the year.
So I don't know if you do this search. Let me show you. Maybe you do, but if you go to Google and you type where are you flying out of?
I would fly. See, I live in Western Pennsylvania, so
Okay.
I would probably take the train to Philadelphia, stay with friends overnight, and then take the train into New York and fly out of LaGuardia.
LaGuardia would be a good place to fly out of because it's international. So yeah, that's good. Getting there would be good. Now, this is what you do. I don't know if you've done this yet, but you go to Google and you type in flights from New York to Manila or Cebu, and then the Google will come up and tell you like 4 ranges. They'll give you 4 or 3 flights. Then you click more, show more, and then when you click show more. Actually, here, let me show you this. Maybe a calendar will pop up. Have you seen the calendar? And then
Yeah.
it'll tell you the amount.
Yeah, it'll give you the amounts in the days where it's cheaper.
yeah.
I was
Correct.
looking on Cheapo Air. If I book well in advance, they had stuff as cheap as like $700 round trip.
Yep.
Yeah. But we'll look over. Of course, it could be a long layover. You might want to keep an eye out for that.
Yeah.
Look at
There
the
was,
layover.
there was one I looked at.
in
on,
Incheon.
There
What's
was one
that?
I looked at had over a 30-hour layover.
Yeah,
well,
yeah, the cheaper.
want to
In
lay over
Doha.
in Incheon,
Okay.
which is Korea,
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a bunch of different ones. And
or I could lay over in Shanghai, or which is China.
do you have a problem sleeping sitting up?
No,
Yep.
Okay. I do. I had to
I-
take sleeping pills.
I
I
have sleep apnea.
could sit and doze right on the jet as we fly over.
That's
Oh,
what-
yeah.
If you fly Singapore Air, they got this like lounge that you get instead of a flight seat because it's such a long.
that's business class or something. That's
That
about
costs you so.
extra
But I'm gonna
$1,000.
tell you the truth. If I fly over,
Well,
which
I
hope
don't
to
wanna
do,
fly
I'm gonna have to
too.
take
I'm a
one of
big
those
guy.
more expensive flights.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to spend more to fly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to.
If you can afford $800-900, that'll get you. Listen, let me tell you how my wife got over here.
I'm listening. Let's go.
Huh?
I'm learning. I'm in school right now.
Okay.
We're all ears.
Listen.
Hook me up.
All right. So I booked her a flight. You had to bring little Asia over here. So I booked a flight with Asiana Airlines. She could fly inside her cabin with her, but they canceled the flight. So they only had another flight that was like a long layover, 18 hours. I said, no way, can't do that with the dog. So I actually got on Philippine Airlines. I paid a little bit more for that flight, but I flew her into San Francisco. I had family there. And it was a 13-hour flight, straight flight. And I think I spent like almost $800 for that ticket, right? Well, they emailed me about a week later and they said, would you like to upgrade to business? And I thought, okay, let me read about this. Well, you actually get to bid. You bid on your seat. So I said, what the heck? I'm going to do an extra $50. And I'll be damned. They took it.
There
So
you
my
go.
wife got to fly in business for an extra $50 on Philippine Airlines.
That's
Well,
nice.
I've heard Philippine Airlines isn't all the best to fly on, but sounds like it worked out good for you guys.
I hear
Yeah.
it's better than China Air.
Well, the
That
difference
might be-
is they're the only airlines that does a straight flight back and forth. They're the only ones that'll go into San
Yeah.
Francisco and LA
there's-
straight flight.
there's-
Now, New York's a little
there's-
farther.
Yeah. There's several from LAX to Manila.
I think
Well,
there's-
New York goes the opposite way too.
Correct. They're the other side of the state. So
Did
and,
New York, you might end up going to Doha or Turkey.
I could lay over in Germany.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh.
But you can fly from New York to L.A. or one of the other
right
places.
from New York to LA. Yep.
Well, that's
then
if
go
I
that
leave.
way.
Here's
I
the
would
deal.
rather
If
do
I
that
leave
than have a
from
layover in some
Chicago,
country.
I can fly out of where I'm at. I could take a commuter flight over to Chicago, fly out of O'Hare, and then I go through
That's a good
LA.
option for you.
Yeah.
There's
Going to O'Hare's a good option for you. That's
because
an
more
international
money.
airport. Well, a commuter flight. Well,
But-
yeah.
Well,
But that's
Philly's an international airport too, but if I fly out of Philly, I got to go to New York.
So my point in that story is just keep in mind Philippine Airlines will offer people if they have if they have a lot of seats opened up in the business, they want to make more money. So they say give us a bid, and that's the first time I ever heard that. So something to think about.
I never heard that before either.
Now, I
That's
got
all good news.
Eddie, I got a question for you. Now,
Yeah.
on their, do they? Now, some airlines I understand has a place where you can plug in your, like if you got a CPAP or stuff, you can plug it in.
Yes.
Do they have that? Because that's what I would need for these. Now, unless we're going right after I get up in the morning.
Yeah. You know what, Larry? To be honest, I know that there are some outlets, but I think the outlets are in the business class.
That's what
Business.
Like I said, I'll have to fly business class or first class.
Yeah, that's
I know
where I
it's not
think
gonna be
those
tough.
plugs are.
Now, like I said, I know it won't be coach.
Take an extension cord and hit,
I got a 15 footer here I never used. I can go get a 30 footer if I need.
Not only that, the food's better in business and first class.
But
Yeah,
like
well,
I
you know
said,
what? You can actually on
Hey,
on
Robert, how you doing, brother?
you can actually put in a meal for a meal. They don't want to charge you depending on what it is. There's a list that you can go on, whether it's China East or whatever, one of them airlines. You can check the food if you don't, and they'll tell you what they're serving, and you can change that if you want.
Oh wow, I never even thought of that. I
No,
have
I never
traveled
either.
some in the past. It's been a long time.
Is
Hey,
that
Yeah.
Vinny?
Robert. Hey, Sammy.
How does it? How
Good
does
morning,
it
Joyce.
work? Oh my gosh!
Good morning, Joyce.
Come on
How
over
you
here.
doing?
Let me introduce you. This is my wife. For those of you who haven't met, we're talking about getting you here.
Hello. Nice
Hello.
to meet you.
Hi there. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys.
She just got off of work.
Oh,
Good
there you
woman.
What?
How are you guys doing?
We're
Good so
doing
far.
well.
Doing well.
Is this
Larry.
Lazy Larry?
Lazy
Yeah.
Larry, yeah.
Yes.
Hello, Lazy Larry. Hello, everyone. Hope you visit my channel, Joyce Bless TV.
We'll get
Promoting.
there. I'll put my hat on. Howdy, folks.
So listen, guys, I'm going to go now and sit with my wife to eat some dinner. Late
Yeah,
dinner.
good to
Thank
meet
you
you
for all the
guys.
info.
If you wanna come
Yeah,
back
nice
up,
to
we're
meet
still
you.
going, you're
And
welcome.
thanks so much for their information, Eddie.
Yeah, you bet. You
Filled
bet,
in
you
some
guys.
gaps
Maybe
I
we
Good
had.
can
help
get
for
you
a couple
next
guys
week.
here, so.
Oh, Eddie,
Hey.
you're part of the Ed Posse, the famous Ed Posse.
Well, we have Big
God
Mac
bless
Daddy's
you all.
and
Here's my baby, Asia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Asia. then there was Ed Denoy.
Good night,
which
guys.
I haven't seen. Take care. There was Ed Denoy, which I haven't seen in a while. He's come here once or twice, and but then there was a couple others. There was the Ed Lippett. Remember him, the old guy?
Yep.
And so yeah, we had a few Eds on Chris's channel.
I used to call it the Ed Posse. I used to tell everybody, look out, we'll get you.
And then there was Eddie Jr.
Yep.
But yeah, there was a few. Now, Sammy or Robert, if you guys want to come up, come on up.
You know, Larry, that was all really good information, as quick as that was.
Oh yeah, like I
Yeah,
said,
he added to what I had.
I mean, even what you gave me, it's you know, I'm learning, I'm going to school, and all this. I remember things very well, so all this will make me better and sharper as I
Right.
deal with it.
Right. And he filled in some of the gaps that I missed and
well, like I
had
said,
some information I didn't have. So
I knew his wife not came over recently. And when I say recently, in the last couple of years.
yeah.
And so, like I said, a lot of his information is really, really close to up to date.
If
Right.
I fly out of O'Hare, I'm 31 hours in flight time. If I fly out of New York, I'm 27 hours.
I'm going to tell you the truth now. See, for
That's
me,
weird.
is that flight time or is that flight and layover?
That's flight
Should-
time. Then the
that should
layover
be
would
both.
be whatever.
That should be flight and layover. That's
Should
the
be
way
that
I've
much
seen
time.
it listed anyway.
Yeah, because the flight when I went to China back in '99, it was like 13 hours one way and I think 16 the other because of the tailwind, you know, and all that good happy stuff.
Yeah.
But and I went out of Detroit.
Well,
I
I
flew
think
out of Detroit to China, and I flew to Beijing.
I
So,
think a 4-hour layover in Incheon wouldn't be so bad.
no, I
Oh,
guess
a
each
4-hour
island's got a
layover
place where-
anywhere wouldn't be too bad.
Well, I'm sorry, I disagree. Well, I mean, you know, in certain parts of China, I don't know if I'd want. From what
Well,
some
yeah.
of the people talked about, they got laid over in one place, and it was nothing because they got diverted there.
Yeah.
But Incheon, and they're supposed to have really good places to take showers and all that stuff available for you.
Yeah,
Well, it's an
probably do
American
there.
military base.
So, huh?
It's an American military base.
Oh, you're no, not Incheon.
Well, it's next to one then.
Yeah, but I meant the airport you're flying into is a civilian airport.
Right. But
and they're set up for international flights. Like I said, they got They got showers. They got places where you can go take a nap. Places
So
to
you're
plug in
saying
your
handling
equipment.
a lot of Americans, though, is my point.
I don't know. They get some Americans, yes, I'm sure, but it's such a large international airport. They get a lot of people from everywhere because Korea does a lot of business with places. Now, granted, they do a lot of business with America, but they also do it with China. They do it with Germany. They do it with a lot of people. And but there's been some of the people I follow vlogging, when they talked about going through there, they say they loved it because they got the showers. They can go take a shower. They got a place where you can go lay down and sleep.
See, here's my option. I can fly out of Johnstown Airport here and fly into Dulles, Washington. Then I can either go to Atlanta or go to New York to exit.
Yeah.
Or I can take the train the day before, go into Philly, see my friends overnight, hang out with them maybe for a day or two. Then I can get a hotel limousine for like $80 to take me right up to New York, or I can take the train in.
So I would take the train in, as
Yeah,
long as you're not carrying a lot of luggage.
Well, the train's still going to cost me $70-some to go from, Trenton area basically to New York.
You better take the limo then.
Yeah, might as well pay the extra $10. Yeah.
It's not limo like limousine. It's van service.
No, it's a van, but,
still $10 more. You're going to be more comfortable. Door-to-door service. You take the train. You're going in so far, then you got to get another
get a shuttle in there.
A shuttle to the because the train's not going to drop you right off the terminal. It's going to be close, but it's not going to drop you right at the terminal.
Right. I just figured I'd jump in a cab and say, "Get me there," but
they may have a shuttle.
So you'd be better off taking the van.
Well, they probably got a shuttle from the train.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Or I got friends that I could pay them that. I could throw them $100 bill and they'll drive me up, no problem.
And then they'll visit New York City. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's your options.
For me, my options are to fly out of Albany here, which I live right by, drive down to Poughkeepsie, take the train into New York City, or and then fly from New York City to wherever I'm flying out of, whether it's New York or LA or wherever.
Yeah, for here in Houston, I can leave from Houston, fly to Taipei, and then into Manila.
Now, I've never been to Taipei. I've been to Taiwan, but I was in Kaohsiung.
With a 3 or 6 hour layover.
Well, here's the thing too with flying into the Philippines, I can fly into Manila and go to Cebu, or I can fly into Cebu and then the plane winds up in Manila. There's both. There's both.
What I found is it's cheaper to fly to Manila.
Yes.
And then take an in-country flight to Cebu.
Mac Daddy
is less.
Mac Daddy, Tim says Incheon is a great airport, but you better wear good walking shoes.
Which means a long way between terminals.
You can do a lot of walking from one place to another.
Sounds like Denver.
But like I said, everything I've heard about Incheon, the airport, it's a great airport from everything I've heard.
I would book an terminal shuttle, or some of them places got them conveyor belts you jump on.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but you
Some
still
of them
want to
got
walk
trains.
anywhere.
Yeah, some of them got trains and everything else, but
you still want a good pair of walking shoes just in case you got to walk more than you want.
Oh, I'll be wearing Tevas or boat shoes.
Yeah.
I'm a boat shoe kind of guy.
I wear what they call them, Skechers.
Yeah.
I like my furry top riders.
Yeah.
Well, the Skechers has got that memory foam insert.
Yeah.
And they're made for big feet like I have. Now mine's not long, but I got fat foot.
Yeah,
right? Oh yeah, I wear a 4E. I got a
That's me, Larry. I wear a size 13 4E. I'm a big boy.
I'm only 5'8" and I wear a 10 4E. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm 6'3".
Like I said, I'm only 5'8" and I wear a 10 4E.
I have a hard time getting in cars,
but
especially the little ones.
I just
And
followed
Jim
him.
says, "Do not fly into China." That's what I've said before. The
Yeah.
people that everybody that I've listened to, when they talk about their flights, the ones that are happiest have gone through either Dubai or Incheon. The ones that are the least happy have gone through China.
Well, that's because you wind up dealing with the Communist Party. It's a communist country.
Well,
Yeah.
also, like I said, some of their airports. One guy I was listening to, they got diverted to a airport that really wasn't set up for international travel. People didn't speak English. It wasn't the airport's fault. It was the airlines, actually. And I think some of it was weather. So they got diverted somewhere they shouldn't never had to go. But that
Right.
happened. So
Yeah.
if you're going to China, that's a thing you're taking a chance on. Like I said, now when I went to China, that's where I was going. I went to Beijing. Now everything
Right.
went well, but I
Yeah,
didn't.
that
get
was
it.
International Airport.
Like I said, everything went well because I did. I went to an international airport, flew back out of Beijing, back to Detroit. Now, that's where we had troubles in Detroit. Coming back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're on the plane, and I can't remember. It was an American airline. I want to say United. I could be wrong. It might have been Northwestern.
Well, my whole
Matter of fact, I think it was Northwestern. But when we were coming back, we had our schedule and where to go. Right, we had our gate to go to. Well, they gave us on the plane. They gave a different gate.
wow.
I said, you don't know those going here. We were going to Erie, Pennsylvania. Go to gate what? Such and such. Well, we said, are you sure? Our tickets say gate this. No, you got to go gate such and such. So we go right past the gate we're supposed to go to on the shuttle bus. Get to the gate they tell us to go to. Oh, no, you're supposed to be at gate such and such. By the time we get back there, the plane's gone.
Oh,
No,
So
that's no fun.
So, like I said, my friend happens to be very persuasive in arguing, and needless to say, we had free rooms and free food. They were saying, "Oh, well, we can't fly you out till tomorrow, and you're going to have to sleep in the airport." No, we're not.
Yeah.
So we had vouchers for dinner, vouchers for the hotel, and vouchers for breakfast. And
gotta love that.
Yeah.
no, I'd rather got home when I was supposed to go home.
Yeah.
I'd rather have that than sleeping in that damn airport. Which I'm going to be honest with you, if I'd been traveling by myself, is probably what would have happened. I'm not as forceful about demanding they do the right thing as my friend she is, and so yeah. So like I said, we got a lot better treatment because of her. It wouldn't have happened with me.
Yeah.
I mean, I can get forceful when I need to on when I think somebody is trying to get too aggressive or trying to treat her or me, they try to treat us wrong. I mean, as far as down talking, I can get very forceful. But when it comes to like, well, I think we should have a hotel room instead of sleeping in the terminal, I'm not that forceful.
Right.
And where she is, so.
My friends all tell me I should have been a lawyer in life. They all call me and ask me all their questions.
But
I'm like the answer man. It's crazy.
well, I'm lucky I have a lawyer in my family.
My lawyer just passed away recently.
Well, my lawyer is only 53. Yeah, 53.
Your nephew?
Yeah, my oldest nephew.
My lawyer just passed away at 84 years old. He's a great guy.
His brother just turned 50 this year, so it's like, okay, he's 3 years older than his brother, so he's 53. Now, my nephew that's the lawyer, he was born the day they landed on the moon. All right? That's the day he was born, July 20th, 1969, the day they landed.
Yep.
And
I worked for the guy who made the moon shoes that put all them footprints on the moon.
But anyway, my sister was in the hospital, pregnant, naturally, waiting to give birth. And so all the nurses and doctors, until my sister was ready to give birth, was watching the moon. And my sister was watching it as well. And now my other nephew, the younger one, that just turned 50, well, he was born right after I went back to the Navy. I came home from the Navy from boot camp. And he was due when I was home. And he wasn't born until after I went back to A school, to go to A school. And so he's a couple of weeks. Him and his brother both were about, hey, we got Sammy coming up. Sammy! How you doing,
Hey, Sammy.
Your phone, your mic's muted, so you need to unmute your mic. But anyway.
Nice look.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Sammy? Yeah,
Yes,
I can hear you
we hear you,
Hi,
Sammy. That's a
How you
nice
doing?
look for you, Sammy.
She's the bee. She's the
Yep.
honey bee.
Yep.
Hi, Kuya Mac. May galab shout out to you. Kuya Leonard. Kuya Tim Diziak. How are you, everyone?
Everyone's doing
We're all
well.
good.
Glad to have you.
Yeah,
Where's Robert? Robert, come on up. We got room for you.
He's hiding in the weeds back
I
there.
just got home, guys, because I went to the city buying a new Christmas tree because what do you call this one? I have a very kind-hearted friend that who give that Christmas tree, because my Christmas tree here it's not so old. It's my old Christmas tree, and then it's ruined 2 times, so I can't fix it anymore.
I don't even have a Christmas tree, but then again, I don't have children or grandchildren, and I live by myself.
Larry,
Yeah.
you got the one in the background.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, but that's not really a Christmas tree. It's a Christmas decoration. I thought about buying a small one that I can set on my kitchen, dining room table, living room table, whatever you want to call it. That's where it's in the living room. But I'm not sure. Robert, you going to come up, boss? Come on up if you want. Anybody else want to come up? I got room for all of you. I'm the kind of person I can have up to 10 people up here counting myself. So we can play the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, Robert, come on up.
But anyway, so, we're just trying to have fun, people. I'm still getting used to this new setup of mine.
Well, it looks good from here.
Well, what I did, a couple things. I had this computer, a monitor stand, all right, and where you plug everything in and run it through the monitor. Well, I did that with my laptop. So where I got my laptop sitting at now, I can't use it. And I'm not running my stuff through it, but I got my monitor set on top of it, so it's set up a little higher, which I actually happen to like. It's setting up this high. I
Yeah.
like it better. But I'm running everything. But I've cleaned the desk off. I rearranged everything, and it makes it feel like it's got more room. And the desk underneath is cleared out, where it's a lot more cleared out now, and I got a little more leg room underneath the desk.
That's always good.
I'm
And-
doing a cell phone. I need to get a better camera set up and a microphone.
I did the cell phone too, but I got the sound on it turned down.
I'm using the camera on the cell phone, and that's why I'm always bouncing around.
Yeah. But anyway, like I said, I got the cell phone that I use for this. Because actually, believe it or not, the cell phone, the picture is delayed. But the written chat is actually quicker on the cell phone than it is on my screen.
Well,
And I don't know why that is, but I find that, that's the way it is. So I can look down here and I can see. All right, Robert, I understand you're going to go to bed soon. I understand that. It is going to, well, it's not quite as late for you, I don't think. I think it's going on 10 for you. It's going on 11 for me.
I live between 2 mountains, and I gotta bounce my cell phone signal off my internet router.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I got my phone set up through my internet here at home. I run it when I'm at home. I don't use data. I use the internet. And but like I said, in the living room, I got my. And one of these days, I'll do a live stream from my living room because I got my laptop in there, and I can. When I went home on, you guys probably remember when I went home on leave. Listen to me. I'm still in the military. When I went home on vacation, I set it up so I could do a live stream on my cell phone. Listen to me, on my laptop, because I knew, if I couldn't, I wasn't going to do a live stream. And I wanted to let everybody know that I wasn't going to do one that week, and I was able to set it up. And remember, some of you guys showed up, and at first, the sound was gone. I started off, had sound, and the sound was dead. That was it. No sound at all. So I had to kill it, try a couple other things, brought it back up, and everything worked great. And so I did my live stream there in Erie at the hotel. So it's still set up. So one of these days, I'll just sit in my big old recliner in my living room and do a live stream just because I can.
I need to get I need to get better lighting.
Yeah. Well, I got great lighting in my living room. I really do.
I have great lighting. It just don't come through well. With me sitting on the couch, I have sconce lights at either end.
No, see,
I got the light switch here.
Yeah, but the light in my living room is right beside my recliner. There's a light right there. And,
well, your light's working good now.
Yeah, you can see your face quite well. See, you're covering up your blanket. What are you, a little cold? I got my fan blowing. I don't know if you can hear it or not.
My hands get cold.
If my hands and feet are warm, I'm okay. If they get cold, man, it's miserable.
I shut my pellet stove off, and it's getting cool in here. I got to light it back up.
Yeah. Well, I
walk over and hit the button.
I have my heat going in both my heaters. My bedroom has a separate wall heater. It's all electric. Now my living room has got that heater, cool pump, whatever you want to call it. It's like how the hotels have a heater and an air conditioner in the same unit. That's what I have in my living room. I got the exact same thing. And it works pretty good. I got it set at 68. It's a lot cooler than my living room. I mean, my
pellet stove is wonderful. You hit the button, it uses a lot of watt. It uses like 1,800 watts for the first 2 minutes. It automatically lights, and then it only uses 200 watts of power and burns wood pellets.
Yeah.
They have like a natural fire, and it looks nice.
My cousin George, we're the same age. He had a wood burning furnace, and what he did is he hooked it up to his regular air duct system, and he also had an oil furnace as well, and that was set at 40 or 50. I can't remember what it was. So if he was gone and the wood would burn out, would go out, the oil furnace would keep everything from freezing.
Yeah.
So a lot of people have them they look like a little metal shed in your yard. They're a big wood furnace.
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
Well, his was a wood furnace that he put in his basement.
These will burn like a 3 or 4 foot log. It's just a big bin.
Yeah.
You open it up once or twice a day and load it with wood and shut the door on it. You can burn a half a pallet in it, so you can burn just about anything you can get.
Well, like I said, my cousin and I, when I was living back in Terre Haute, like I said, we're best of friends. I mean, we're related, but we're best of friends. His mom and my mom were sisters. Like I said, we're 11 days apart. We were both born in Lafayette, Indiana, and raised in Vigo County. He lived in West Terre Haute. I lived in Terre Haute. And then when he got around 10, they moved to Iowa. But we were best of friends and always have been. Still are. But when I was living back home, I would go out with him during the fall and spring a lot, and we'd cut wood. You know what I got out of it? A meal and maybe a few beers. But I spent time with my cousin and had fun. And we'd split the logs.
Good exercise.
Yeah.
I order a ton of pellets. They send me 50, 40-pound bags, on a pallet. I put them through my window and bring them into the house, and I just open one a day up and dump it in. Hit the button up or down, and it's very comfortable, very convenient too.
Oh yeah, I know that, but you got to remember, we're talking. When I was doing this with my cousin, we're talking 26, 27 years and farther back, because I've been out here in New York for about 26 years now. So we're talking a long time ago. The pellet stove wasn't anywhere near as popular back then.
Well, pellet stoves were invented in the 60s by...
Yeah, but they weren't that popular. Wood burning stoves were more popular.
Most nobody had them.
Yeah, Whitfield in Canada. They came to this country in 74, and they became very big in the state of Pennsylvania.
So, like I said, in my area, no, it was wood burning stoves. There were certain places that you'd go, and they had a wide selection of them. And he always got had the blower that would, so he could blow it into his duct.
Yeah.
His duct work. He hooked it into his duct work, and it worked with his duct work and keep the whole house. Matter of fact, he got his first one back in 79 or early 80s. That's at his house when he lived across the street from Sheridan Park. And then he moved out to outside of the city limits, out in the country, about 5 acres. And he got his second one there, and it was bigger and nicer than the first one.
Well, 91.
He's still there in that place, but he's been out there since the 80s. Sometime in the 80s, he moved out to where he's at now. And he's double the size of that house.
Yeah.
The pellet stoves in Pennsylvania, why there were so many here, there's so many sawmills.
Yeah.
And they generate all that sawdust, and they crush it and make pellets.
Yeah.
So it's a natural thing here. Pellets
Good night,
are
Robert. Take care, man. Robert's going to bed, guys. Good night, Robert.
All right. Good night, Robert.
They don't cut any trees down to make wood pellets.
Well, see, we would go out, like I said, back in the 70s and 80s, our grandfather owned 53 acres of mostly woods. So what we would do, we wouldn't cut trees down. We'd go out and cut up the deadfall.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. And then if somebody wanted, occasionally we'd go down and cut down a tree, but it would be for a homeowner that either the tree was dying or something else, and we'd cut the tree down and cut it up.
Yeah.
And I just, like I said, I just did spend some time with my cousin and help out, get a little exercise. And he would always buy my lunch or supper, whatever, and we'd have a few pops, and so. But like I said, it was a good way to spend some time and get some exercise. Like I said, my cousin George is one of my very best friends, and has been all my life. Like I said, we're only 11 days apart.
Yeah.
Wood pellets just have a lot of history.
Hello, Joyce. Joyce, Eddie's wife,
hey, Joyce.
signed on. Joyce, type in LLL, so they'll drop your link. And people, if you're not subscribed to Joyce, please go ahead and subscribe to her. Like I said, she lives in New Mexico. I'm trying to think in the what's that big city down there?
Albuquerque?
Yeah, she lives in the Albuquerque area, not in Albuquerque itself, but lives in that area. Her and Eddie.
Yeah.
And so. Hello, sis, Joyce. Please go ahead and drop. Yeah, she did. Good. So everybody, like I said, if you don't belong to Joyce's Blessed TV, go ahead and join. And Eddie, you can get more information, Mac Daddy, from her about that information as well. Because Ed himself doesn't have a channel, but Joyce does. That's fine, Joyce. If I'm still on and you guys get done eating and want to join us, go ahead and join us. Sammy's busy doing something, but she's here. And we're always glad to have Sammy here. But I guess, I don't know if Bobby's still here. If he is, he's in the background. He's more than welcome to come up. But that was a very good conversation we all was having earlier about the fiance visas and stuff.
Yeah, that was
a really good conversation.
Yeah.
So,
A lot of
And
good
like-
information rattling around.
oh yeah, well, Eddie really gave us a lot of good information,
Yeah.
and so
Well, you know, when you've been through it before and you know what you're doing.
like I said, he's been through it, so that's why I said. I mean, you know, like I said later on.
I know that people.
Eddie, I want to tell you, Mac Daddy, Joyce Blessed TV says anything CR1 visa. I have blog all the info about spousal visa. We love to help. All right, so like I said, join.
Yeah. Sub her channel and look it up.
Yeah. Like I said, and then if you got more questions, they can help you.
Sure.
That's what I want to do.
Well, I know what I got to do pretty much, like from what everybody's told me. It's a matter of part of what I need to do is I need to sell the property I bought 2 years ago, and I only bought it to sell it.
Okay.
I got an acre and a half for sale here in Pennsylvania. It has water, sewer, and electric right on the property, and that's why I bought it. I only paid $4,500 for it, and I want to sell it for about $15,000.
Okay.
It's in the right location. You can do it.
Well, that's what it's worth. Yeah, and it's in a good location. But you know, it's an acre and a half, so it's a good sized piece of land.
Yeah, I don't know property values out there at all.
Well, I don't either, but an acre and a half would see. Now, if I was going to have a house, which I have no desire to own a home, I'm going to be honest with you. But if I was going to have a home, I'd want one of those tiny homes.
You could put a tiny home on
I
here.
know, no, you half an acre would be enough for a tiny home.
Well, the nice
Shoot.
thing about
Less
this
than
is
that.
everything out here in Johnstown area is a hillside or a mountain, and this is a hillside that like falls away, so it's a big downhill, but it overlooks the valley and the area real nice. It'll never.
I heard you just picked up 2 subs.
Huh?
As you just picked up 2 subs, Eddie and Joyce
Oh.
both joined you.
Well, thank you.
The nice thing is though, you know, it's an open piece of land that's ready to go, and it wouldn't need a lot of maintenance if you put that tiny home on it. It's woods. You don't have any lawn to cut.
Well, see, I would want the lawn, but
We can do lawn.
I would want a small lawn. Okay.
Well, this would have that.
Yeah, you
But,
could always put a lawn in.
Yeah.
There's a bonus to my property though.
But
They want to
I-
buy the cherry trees off it for veneer,
Yeah.
and they want to give me $5,000 just for the lumber. That they'll come in and cut it. I don't have to do anything.
Oh yeah.
They'll
But
come
make,
in.
make sure they only cut what they pay for.
Yeah.
So
Well, we'll mark it. What it is that we go through the land and mark the trees.
yeah, but you make sure that's all. Because I've heard of lumber companies going in and telling somebody, "Well, this is all we want," and they take a lot more than they say they're
Yeah.
going to take.
No, they won't do that. Another thing that I got to go up to my land, and I have, the electric company trimmed out the pole line,
Yeah.
and they cut all this wood, and they have it laying there for the last 2 years. It's seasoned and ready to go.
Sell it for firewood.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's all laying there. It's
Whoa, where'd Eddie go?
I don't know.
Back
Somebody
Daddy, what
kicked him.
happened? He must have hit something by accident.
Maybe so.
I hope he's still online.
Lost Sammy. now.
No, Sammy's still there. She just dropped. Something caused her to drop
Oh,
down.
she came back. Man, looks like you were dropping everybody.
I wasn't dropping anybody.
Well, they're dropping.
No, they're dropping.
You kicked my butt.
It was purely accident.
Ah, it's so hurt. Don't kick my butt.
Hey, I hurt my foot. That's a long way to kick.
Yeah.
All right, we got. What
Ah,
happened,
there's
Mac
Mac
Daddy?
back.
I'm back. I bobbled my phone.
Okay. I was gonna say I
Gotta
didn't
watch
do it.
that fobbling.
Yeah, I know.
I'll be right back,
I
guys.
had to plug it in. I was going. My phone kept giving me the light. It was going dead. I'm up to 11% now.
Okay, I'm down to 33, but I'll keep going for a while.
So yeah, I can sell the wood that's on it too. I got probably $2,000 worth of wood laying,
Yeah.
but
Well,
I don't want to go up there and cut it all myself. I'm 58 years old. I ain't going to do that.
Oh, you're a young man.
Yeah, you are.
I'm
Oh,
69, Leonard. How old are you?
I don't have all the equipment.
I don't have
All
any
it takes is a
equipment.
chainsaw.
Well, how you going to get it out of there?
Got a pickup?
No.
Well, you get
And
somebody.
I need
You
a
get
big
somebody who
pickup
wants
because
it.
Well, I'm
it's
glad
a
you
big
still heard
pickup.
G-Plan.
Yep.
I can get them to cut. If I cut it into poles, they'll come in and pick it with a picker.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. That'd be the thing to do.
oh yeah,
You got somebody got a self loader on the logging or
I
even
got a logging.
bobtail.
I get a logging truck to come in.
Yeah.
Now, Mac Daddy, Joy says she has an invitation.
Okay.
She says, did you see her?
I don't.
Before you accidentally left.
I don't know how to pick up anybody's info.
Okay, what you got to do? You're on your phone. It should be touch. Go up and find out where she drop the L's again, Joyce. Drop 3 L's, and what you do is when it comes up, it will have it'll say please connect to, like Sammy dropped hers earlier. You just punch on that with your phone with your finger, and it'll bring up her channel. And then you just go
Subscribe.
ahead and connect to it. Sammy, you look so cute that way.
Yep. It's a good look for her.
Oh yeah, cute as all get out there.
Yep.
But so anyway, hopefully Joyce will drop the L's again.
Sure.
You have to go back up and find them. Hey, Sammy, she looks cute that way too. Let's be honest about
Yeah,
it.
she does.
But then again, what can I say? There she did. She dropped the L's.
I don't get the L's though.
No, I got them. You'll get them later.
Oh,
See, there they are. 3 L's. All right. Now just dropped her thing. It'll come up here in a moment. Hang on here. There it is. You see where it says Nightbot? Please connect to Joyce Blisson TV.
no.
You don't
You
have
don't
that
see
on your
that yet?
phone? Do you have the chat up?
I got the chat up.
Make sure you got the live chat.
I'm live.
No. Does it say live or top chat?
I don't know. It says chat.
Well, off to the left, it'll say live chat, and underneath it, it'll either say top chat or live chat.
No, he
It looks
dropped
like
again.
he might have dropped because he's going there to connect. Because it may have dropped you for that. Hey, Sammy, what's going on?
All good. And yeah.
There's Mac Daddy back.
I'm back.
Did you get it added?
No, I don't have it.
All right. What?
Are you on watching on YouTube or on StreamYard?
I'm watching on YouTube.
All right.
Okay.
On the left-hand side of your screen, just below the pictures, it should say live chat in dark color. It should be bold.
I have You're in the Show on the right.
Oh, you're in StreamYard then.
Yeah, you're using StreamYard. All right.
Probably.
Look on the right-hand side of the screen and see if you got anything where there's any chat there.
As a matter of fact, I'm getting lost again.
All right.
That's all right. I'll figure
Well,
it.
all you got to do is type in when we get done, Joyce Blessed TV, and find it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, if you do that on
You-
YouTube,
you-
it'll find it right off.
I don't know. It may be more than one, but it should be. I think she's the only one.
Well, I
So
can
just-
figure it out.
Just type in Joyce Blessed TV. It's all separate words. Because, some people run the words together. Hers
And-
is separate.
And you can always get me at the Polish Beer Guy at gmail.com.
And
Ah,
Sammy
Sammy
dropped down
Marley
again.
Well, she just
And
shut
she's
off her
busy. It's
camera.
daytime over there.
Yeah.
I sold Polish beer for years, so I was the Polish Beer Guy.
I'm the lazy Larry guy.
Well, I always felt lucky. I got my Polish Beer Guy email with no letters, no, sub-graphics, nothing. Just straight up. The Polish Beer Guy at gmail.com. Pretty
That's lucky.
My-
You didn't
my
have to have
Facebook-
a half dozen numbers after it or something.
Well,
Yeah,
I got a Facebook page called Lazy Larry Lee. There is no numbers after it. I'm the original Lazy Larry Lee.
Yeah.
And
You're one of a kind, Larry.
now I told you why I used the name Lazy Larry Lee, right? I mean
Yeah.
the whole Lee. By adding the Lee, because it used to be just Lazy Larry. I added the Lee because it was hard for people to find me. You typed in Lazy Larry and you got all these cartoons, pages of it. And I did that after I started, because somebody told me they were having a hard time finding me. So I typed it in myself to check, and it was really tough to find me. And it's me. So I decided, well, let's just add the name Lee and see what happens. And boom, I'm the first one that pops up.
There you go.
So
I'm going to have to
my-
check out some of Joyce's recipes.
yeah. Like I said, she's got a good channel. I have not checked it out as much as I should. I'm going to be honest. But, that vacation I took,
Yeah, I got to come up with the Limpio to cook.
I have been so far behind on everything. And Joyce could probably testify to this as well. When you work full time and you vlog both, it's hard to keep up.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now, once I got a bunch of things downloaded already, scheduled to come out. Once I'm done with all that, it's going to be a whole lot. I'm only going to put out 1 or 2 things a week besides my live stream. That's it.
Well, that's the nice thing about being self-employed, Larry, in a cash business.
Yeah.
I can work when I want to. I'm home when I need to be.
Well,
I got a lot of there's a lot of pluses there, but when you got to show income, it gets real tough.
As long as the revenuers don't come after you.
Joyce, Mac Daddy doesn't have a link. He doesn't have a channel. Joyce was saying you could drop your link. And
Joyce,
she would
I
join.
do have an email. The Polish Beer Guy at gmail.com.
Type it in and let it go up.
I don't
And
have.
but like I said, he doesn't have a channel, but he does have an email. He'll give you his email if you want to get a hold of him. And
There's a lot. I got to. The first thing I got to do is get to the Philippines and meet this mystery woman.
Yeah. That's
Well,
of
I'm gonna-
absolute importance.
I'm going to tell you something, guys. I started a new, like I said, Facebook page, Lazy Larry Lee. And I didn't put down that I'm in a relationship or anything. I left it blank. I guess it puts you down as being single.
Well, it
I
says
have
no
had so
relationship.
many women and men seem to be, it's like, wait a minute here. So I put down I'm in a relationship. Now, there's nobody here that I have to worry about. I'm not in a relationship. But I have all these women wanting to, call me. I had one girl wrote to me and said, "Oh, I love you."
Oh,
No,
yeah.
you don't.
And then about the second or third message you changed with them to ask you for money.
No, I had one start cussing me out because, and then a few days later, she's texting me again. It's like,
Yeah, this girl from the Philippines never chases me for money ever.
no. Some of these are Filipinos. I'll give you that. Some of them are, but some of them are not Filipinas. I mean, there's some of these people are from other countries. Some are from the United States, or at least claim to be from the U.S.
Oh, there's all kinds of scams.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've had more women from the States, or at least supposed to be the States, try to scam me.
Most common scam here in the Philippines is for example, we are boyfriend and we are in a relationship, and then we are calling that babe or honey.
Yeah.
Honey, I don't have data anymore in my phone. Yeah, I can't call you, only chat. Can you send me money
What
for
did you
data
do
load,
before
something
me?
like that? Yeah, you know.
Yeah, what did you do before you had me?
Yeah, and also,
Well,
hey babe, my grandpa or my grandma or my sister, my brother, something like that. All the
My
relatives
Carabao is
in
sick.
the hospital. I need money. I need your help. Something like that. Can you help me?
Well, the
That
best thing to
that's
do is ask
I've
them for
seen
money.
all those.
I had one. I'm not lying. I had one woman write to me asking me for load, and the first time she texts me,
Yeah.
I need your phone number because I gotta have somebody's phone number to get my phone reactivated or something. No, you're not getting my phone number.
Yeah,
I
they
had another
all want to send
lady.
you a code for some damn thing.
Yeah, I had another lady says, "Well, I'm here at the funeral home. My uncle died.
So sorry for your loss.
I'm
I
sorry for
love
your loss."
asking them for money. When they ask me
Well,
for
she
money
didn't
first,
ask for money because I didn't give her the chance.
I love
But,
asking them for money. Can you send me $100?
I had
Yeah.
one. I hope she was talking pesos because she said something about $1,000. I
wow.
said no.
Send
I
me
said,
5,700 pesos.
like I said, my
Yeah.
girlfriend controls my money. And like I said, I don't have a girlfriend.
She don't have
Well,
to know that.
No, she doesn't.
They don't
She
have to
goes,
know that.
she goes, can't you just give me the money?
Kuya Tim Dizia, indeed, Kuya Tim Dizia. I agreed on that because they are what do you call this one? They are thinking
I
that all
agree.
foreigner is have a lot of money, but they
Yep.
don't know that foreigner is look like Filipino too as well. They are working hard to earn money, and then they are saving their money too. And
Yeah.
especially to retired people, they are paying their what they call this one, their needs. They're in their like apartment, something like that, if they don't have house. So
And
they
Right.
must
they're on a fixed income.
yeah,
Yep.
Retired people don't have as much money as somebody who's still working usually.
Yeah,
yeah,
but
Right. And even though what I make on my retirement would seem like a lot in the Philippines, look what I got to pay for everything here.
Yes,
It
exactly.
takes that all away.
I'll be honest about it. A poor person in the United States is very well off compared to a lot of countries. We really are.
Well, that's
The poor
true.
people.
Well, that's
But-
very
That's true,
true.
but-
But
But the thing is, that doesn't mean we have a lot of money to throw to other people. I give money once in a while to somebody or a
Uy,
couple of people,
uy,
but
lucky
it's
girl.
not a lot of money.
Lucky girl. What's that? What's that pussycat?
I don't give
Kuya.
money to women for anything but to help, and if they ask for it, they don't get it.
Yep.
You're so sweet, Kuya.
But I'm not interested in anybody. I'm not trying to. But it's there's a couple people for a couple reasons I gave some money to. Very few people. That's counting a certain somebody. 3 people.
So Pauli, one of my friends.
Hey, Sopal, how you doing, Sopal? Sopal, if you want, come on up. Sopal Lee is
You know what
Hey,
is
Sapao.
Shopao, Kuya? You know what
Sopal
is
is her name
Shopao?
from Sopal, the food, and Lee's her
Yeah.
son's name.
That's so
I don't
yummy.
know.
Because I asked her if that was her last name, because my last name, and it's Lee. So I was just wondering. She goes, "No, it's her son's name." So Pal for the food and Lee for her son. So now, so Pal, are you still in the States, or are you back over in the Philippines?
Yes, true, Kuya. Kuya, that is a great question, Kuya Tim Dizia.
Yeah.
What did
Ah.
Filipino do for money before they met you?
I'm going to tell you
Exactly.
that one of the things I gave money to here recently. There's a couple of YouTubers that are doing a feed for the kids in their local area.
I think
So
I
I
know
gave
who
some,
that was. Yeah.
I gave some money to help them out.
I'm doing that every month, kuya. And then now, at the moment, they have there's a church that they are teaching here in my area every Saturday. So every time that I have extra, I'll donate them for food for the kids for the snacks
Well,
every
Well, that's a
Saturday.
different that's a different thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now,
I
now
mean, it's
remember,
a good
Sammy,
thing.
I'm going to tell
It's a
everybody
good
in this
thing.
thing here, I've given money to Sammy for Sammy. But that's what her to do with whatever she wants. The other money I gave was to help out something they were doing for the kids in the neighborhood. They were doing it for the kids.
Yeah.
And so I really don't like giving out money. I don't have a lot. I'm trying to get bills paid off.
And to all my
But
friends that who are following me for 2 years, kuya, they know what I'm doing. That I'm still
well, like I said,
continuing helping kids. You know.
I'm not going to tell anybody how much I give you, when I give it to you, or anything else. I don't want people to know.
I will check my bank account then.
I didn't give you any today. But anyway, like I said, I've given money to 3 people, and one of them, like I said, was strictly for that, to help out with. They're going to have a Christmas thing for the kids. In
I've done that, and
so I did that. But I don't want to. Well known that I give money out once in a while, because then people say, "Well, you gave her money, why not me?" You give, and if I could, I'd give money to everybody that needed it, but I just don't have it.
right.
But
I-
those people that you are helping, kuya, please advise them that be careful that I'm uploading their video, because I get 3 report from YouTube. Yeah, they report my channel. It's because they say that I'm using kids. So that's why I wasn't upload any video anymore, that I'm helping kids that have disease. Like last year, I helped them. No, this year only, I helped a kid that have what the call this one
I gotta
have a
jump off
cancer,
again.
and yeah.
Well, I know this as a foreigner. If I'm over there, I can't do any of the work. So if I wanted to help out, it'd have to be strictly financial.
Especially that I'm giving food to kids here. I wasn't take any video anymore. But I have video before, but I wasn't do that anymore. It's because I don't like that they were going to report my channel. And what I did is every time that I have salary every month, every time that I have what do you call this one, every time that I have extra before before I brought my needs here, because needs before wants, that is me, needs before wants. And I go to the church and donate some, and some is I'm giving food to kids here.
Well, like I said, with me, I'm trying to get out of debt, and I am in debt. I'm not gonna, I have. If I don't go crazy, I can be out of debt for everything but my car in 2 years. All right, but I got to watch what I'm doing.
Mhm.
Then I want to save money for another 2 to 3 years, maybe 4, so I can decide to move wherever I want to move. I'll have the money to move,
Right.
whether that's to the Philippines or whether it's to the south of the United States, somewhere where it's warm, or whether it's to another country somewhere else. The things that I lean towards would be the Philippines first, outside of south end of the United States. Would be the Philippines, and then maybe Peru, Panama, areas that like Panama, I think use the U.S. dollar, and there's a lot of English spoken there. Yeah, I think Panama, and I think maybe one other country, U.S.
Belize.
dollar.
Belize.
Maybe uses the U.S. dollar. Now, Belize is a little more expensive than Panama or Peru, but it's a really nice country as well.
Yeah.
I agree, Chopal. From my time, I enjoyed the Philippines. Another thing is, I really like the fact that there's a lot of English speakers there.
That's a definite plus for me.
Oh, it is. It's a plus. I like warm weather. Jerry, I call South Texas home, was on earlier. He said anything below 70 is cold to him. I agree with Jerry. I don't like it below 70. I can take it, but I don't like it.
I'm getting there nowadays.
Perfect weather to me is about 70, 75 for a low, and about 80 to 85 for a high.
Yep.
I only want about, now you're going to get more than that, and it's going to be higher than that in the Philippines.
Yeah.
But you can alleviate some of that by, let's say, living in a higher elevation.
Yeah, like Valencia or someplace like that.
That's what I was going to say. Valencia is not far from Dumaguete, and you don't even have to live in Valencia. Just maybe halfway between Dumaguete and Valencia, you're going to be up higher.
Well, Sammy probably knows that area.
Yeah. But to be honest, I wasn't go there yet. But I love to go over there. It's because they have what do you call this one? World War Museum there.
Yeah, they got a World War II museum there right outside of Valencia.
Yeah, I wasn't
aware of that.
Oh yeah, somebody else did a video on it. Now I used to follow Rick.
Yeah.
I used to follow him, and he might have been the one that did that. I followed him until he, to me,
Ricky, that is it.
He kind of switched up his content a little.
Yeah, when he was doing mostly going around and showing places and things like that, I didn't mind him talking about his girlfriend so much. But when he started dating that one girl, Viv, V or whatever, I mean, you could not see him without her. Now, she was a gorgeous girl, really. But I think his content started going into a direction I didn't like.
Yeah.
Plus, let's be honest about it. He's a greedy son of a buck. He got that. Talk to me. $45 an hour for private conversation. To talk about dating and all that. I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to tell you all you need to know about dating. Breathe. Go to the Philippines, be a nice guy, and be friendly. That's it.
If we need any information about dating, we'll just ask Sammy.
Yeah, really. I mean, you don't.
Oh my God, I don't know about dating because I'm not dating. I'm not dating yet.
You don't have to date, Sammy. You still know. You can tell us what to do.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh my God, I'm not expert. I'm too young. I'm innocent on that. You're so
Come on,
silly,
Coach.
guys.
Sammy, I might
Come
buy
on,
innocent.
guys.
You might be able to sell me innocent, but you're not going to tell me you're young. What are you? You're what? Late 20s?
Silly.
You're 20. You're late 20s, early 30s, right?
What do you call this one? I'm 18.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, then I'll buy innocent and young.
I'm 18 minus 14. I know.
Yeah.
Plus 14.
Tim says if it's below 85, it's cold for him.
Yeah.
Just go to the mall.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Tim. I mean, Jesus, people. I mean, you're talking about. It's not like here in the States. I mean, a fat old man like me can walk up to a fat old woman and she's going to say, "You're too fat and ugly for me." I mean, really.
Hey, I've been there, buddy.
And only I can advise guys, this one, guys, you open this one, huh? There, listen to me, joke. I am your teacher now. My God, listen. Class, this is our topic for today, and only I can advise to all foreigner guys, just put in your mindset that we know that you have a kind heart. You are always helping Filipino or people that who need help. But you need to if you are dating, that is different kind of situation. It's because before you met them, they survive, right? How they
Yep.
come that how they reach that age if they can't survive anything, they survive before they met you.
Well, it's just
And
like that's just like Tim said. He said, "How did they get by with before they knew you?" And
Yeah,
I've told that to
Yeah.
girls.
Yeah, I have I to be honest, guys, I don't have a local boyfriend since birth. To be honest, because as what I say in my channel, I became like this. I show out like this when I was 27 year old. It because I hide for a long time. It because of my dad. I'm scared, but I know to myself since when I was young, and the time that I show out to them and then they accept me, and then I found a boyfriend. Never ever since we start, yeah, since I have boyfriend, I never ask anything. I just they ask me what how I am, why I'm sad, why I'm stressed. What do you expect me to answer? To lie? No, I'm not going to lie to them. I'm going to directly say that yeah, I'm stressed. It's because I have a problem, something like this, and then we are finding way. It's so hard, but we are finding way, something like that. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, hold on. Crazy Kid, you're completely correct. When he says Benjamins, he means like $50 bills. If you have Benjamins pouring out of your pocket in the U.S. and Canada, women will like you so much. You can be as ugly as all get out if they think you're rich. I mean, you want to talk about gold diggers.
Oh, yeah.
The United States and Canada is full of gold diggers. Now, there's a lot of good women, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
I just haven't met one for a long
Like
time.
I said, I've dated some. I got a real good friend that we don't, like I said, she's my best friend. We run around a lot, but we've never been lovers, much to my chagrin. But, but like I said, she's a damn good woman, and money's not her thing. She makes good money, so money's not her thing.
I've got a friend like that.
But I've known her for over 30 years. Okay, that's how long we've known each other. Well over 30.
Yeah.
And hey, Lizelle, how you doing? Welcome to the channel.
Lizelle.
But like I said, Crazy Kid's right. I mean, if you got the Benjamins, I don't care what country you're in. If you got money, now I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to say all women, but all the gold diggers are going to find you.
Yeah.
The one that just want the money, they're going to find you, no matter what country you're in. If they find out you got cash.
And the number one gold digger, correct me if I'm wrong, is the materialistic girl. Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
Or wrong?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they want the newest phone. They want the newest computer. They want the newest car.
They
want
don't
the
know what
fanciest
is
stuff.
what is needed.
They want diamonds. They want pearls.
Yeah. They don't know what real is.
No.
Yeah.
Back when I was in the service, we used to say they were plastic.
Yep.
Plastic means they weren't real. They were just fake. And but then you always have your backstabbers.
Yep.
And to be honest, guys, if I'm not a YouTuber or if I'm not if I'm not a YouTuber or a live streamer, I'm not going to wish to have a laptop, to be honest. Yeah.
Do you like that laptop for streaming? For live streaming?
Yeah, I love it.
Nice I told you would. I told you because everything looks bigger. Now I got a bigger screen than you have, but I got
a bigger.
My laptop's only 17 inches.
Oh my!
But I had one that was 15. I've had a
14.
cell phone, and each time you go to a larger screen, it just what I'm looking at right now is a 27-inch screen. My desktop is 27 inch.
Yeah, that's why I'm using my desktop with a 24-inch screen.
Yeah, I thought about getting a 32-inch screen, but it was so much more than the 27.
Oh yeah, they are.
Because
you are talking about bigger screen, guys. Yeah, I'm going to log out now, guys. I will return this laptop bigger screen. You know.
No. Like I said, when I got my first laptop, actually my first desktop was only a 15. My first desktop was only a 15-inch screen. That's what came with the computer. Now, when I bought this computer, it didn't come with a screen. I had to buy it separately.
Yeah.
So I went and looked. Now I got a curved screen. Which I really like the curved screen. And
I've never used one. I always wondered how it'd be.
I like it. I mean, I don't think it would be great if you were like 3 or 4 people sitting here trying to watch TV on it.
Oh yeah.
But when you're sitting right in front of it, it just really makes everything look better.
Good night, 380.
Hey, and a good night
Hey,
now,
good
man.
night, everybody.
What kind of
Good night,
size
Eddie.
is that, Christy Kid? Yeah, what kind of size is that? Size
It's
is
what?
everything. Size of under down
Banana.
there.
He's talking about
The leg.
banana.
Oh my God! For me, size is not a matter. To be honest, size, age is not a matter. It's only a number. What is the use of Yeah, if you have a huge size and then you don't know how to use it, it will become a useless. It's better to have
But
smaller size
there
than
are a lot of
know how
women in the U.S. and Canada that say, man's got to have whatever size,
yeah.
and it's beyond normal size for an American. All right, which a lot of people will tell you American is large for the Philippines. I'm not, but they say that.
No, I was talking about the screen size. Oh yeah, screen size. The bigger the better. Yeah, the bigger the better. But Kuya Larry, see the banana. My God. Oh my God.
He was talking about the banana. Don't let him lie to you. Saval's laughing at you, Sammy.
Oh my God.
She
I
crying.
am now. Oh my God. La 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 la.
Boy, Sammy made a bunch of new friends.
Yeah. I wish Saval would come on up. Come on up and talk to us, Saval.
Chupauli,
But,
my
Les-
God. You know me
Lizelle,
already.
come on up. Crazy, you can come up.
There's six.
Yeah, 3 6s. 6-pack, 6-figure salary, and hung 6 inches just
Now
on the
6
floor.
inches up to the floor. Oh my God. It will going to choke up on me, you have a 6-inch.
From the floor. When he standing up, it's only 6 inches off the floor, Sammy.
Oh my God. But it's okay. It's okay. Everything can handle it. Oh,
The 3
dear.
6s, 6-pack, 6-figure. Well, I don't have any one of those 3.
Triple 6. Oh my God. Me, I have only one maybe.
6-pack? I don't have a 6-pack.
You have one too. My God.
I don't even have a 1-pack. I got a keg.
No, you have
That's
a
just what I was going to say.
whole pack.
No, I got a keg. A keg is a big round barrel of booze.
Totally, kuya. But to be honest, guys, beauty can change, body can change, but the beautiful soul is always the beautiful soul. That is you always going to remember.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to tell you something, crazy kid. If I crawled around on my hands and knees, I still wouldn't qualify for that one. If I got on my belly, I would. But yeah, I'd have to get a tummy tuck and win the lottery to get 2 of those things. But, yeah, I don't think you were here earlier, Sammy. Today it was a rainy day, so I just worked in my bedroom. I took my computer apart, took it out and moved it, and moved my computer desk and my filing cabinet and cleaned up that one corner and redid everything so it's all back together. And I moved the desk closer to the wall.
Stay safe, Kuya Dan. Be safe.
Hey, Dan, welcome back.
Oh my
All
God,
right, people.
there's spamming there.
I just blocked it. Hope that guy never. That XX20 point fund was blocked. You know what he's about. He's trying to get people to go look at sexy pictures or nude pictures or something like that. Don't need that in my blog, my live stream.
No.
But I didn't put him in the timeout. Block that sucker.
That's the best thing to do with those guys.
Yeah. Well, what he'll do is he'll probably go make another channel name and come back, but I'll just block that one too. Takes him longer to do it than if you just put him in a timeout.
Yeah.
I did
Kuya
crazy,
Dan,
kid.
we
I
need to
wish
get
I.
what do you call this one? This kind of um
Oh, he's
shoot
already.
there in
He's on the
Ormoc.
bus.
Yeah, he's on his
Yeah.
way to Omac.
Oh, so that means, Dan, does that mean that you're going to take the fast ferry and be over there this afternoon, or are you going to take the overnight ferry? I'd rather take the fast ferry myself, but that's me.
Yeah, that's what I would do probably.
Well,
It's a matter of timing when he gets there. If he gets there at the
Yeah.
right time.
well, yeah, but I mean, if you take the one, it's 7 hours, and you don't get there till 3 in the morning.
Right.
Hey, are you yelling on me, Kuya Dan? Don't yell on me, Kuya Dan. My God. Please, don't yell on me.
He's not yelling at you.
Yeah, he is. But like I said, to me, that would be the thing. If it got there like 5 or 6 in the morning,
Yeah.
maybe take the overnight, especially if I can get a room where I could plug in and use my CPAP and go to sleep.
Yeah.
But you get there at 3 in the morning now, you got to make sure if you'd have to make reservations and show up and check in, and you can still do it. But I wouldn't get any sleep on the fast ferry. I'm in the ferry for that 7
Yeah.
hours.
We are harding.
Now, Leonard, Sapali wants to know where you're from, Leonard.
Oh, I'm from Houston, Texas.
She-
Where are you from, Sapal?
So Kuya Dan is starting doing traveling. Wow, that's awesome, Kuya Dan. Congratulations. And Sisi Miney, Sisi Minnie, I miss you, my God.
Tim says Dan hasn't worn his banana Olympia shirt in a long time. I like the Olympia shirt myself.
Yeah.
She's in Colorado, Leonard.
Oh, okay.
But
Cold up there.
oh yeah. You missed my sister being here earlier, Sammy.
Oh,
My
really,
young-
Kuya?
Yeah, now she didn't come up in the chat, but she was in the chat. My youngest sister. She's 61, my youngest sister.
Oh,
Now,
wow.
her and her husband both were watching the chat for a while.
How old are you again, Kuya?
I'm 69.
Oh my God, that's in my head. My God, I'm so close to say that, but I wasn't say because oh my God.
Yeah. I'm 69. My oldest sister's 79.
Oh my God.
And then
Oh,
I got a sister 74. A sister will be 73 this month. And then my youngest sister 61. Now my older brother would have been 71 right now. And my younger brother would have been 64.
69 is a good number, Email. Yeah, you
Oh
can.
yeah, it's a real good number.
Oh my God.
One of my favorite numbers.
English,
Yes,
you know,
sir, yes,
it's
sir.
English, my God, you know.
All right. Dan says he's going in Chris and Cebu's old stopping ground. Jay, I
That's
tell you what,
awesome,
I
Kuya
would
Dan.
love to visit that area. If I ever make Cebu, I got to visit that area where Chris used to do his live streams when he was walking.
Yes, crazy kid because he said that his younger sister is 61. So that's what I think that maybe 69, you know. And then I love that number too, to be honest. I'm not going to lie.
We don't know, Sapal. He hasn't done a live stream in a very long time. No one's heard how he's doing.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Chris in Cebu doesn't upload a video.
Yeah, he hasn't done a live
I've
stream.
never seen him.
Well, a lot of us met through Chris and Cebu. I met Dan through Chris and Cebu. I met Sapal through Chris and Cebu. All the JLB haters I met through Chris and Cebu. There was a few others that were here earlier. I'm trying to think of their names, but
Yeah. I think I
Nitband I met through Chris and Cebu.
Oh my God, Kuya Dan. They are staring at you or Sissy Mini, you know? My God. Don't. Oh my God, Kuya. Kuya Dan, maybe they are calling you again. Hi, Daddy. Ah, can you be my sugar daddy?
Oh, did you see that video there, Leonard? Where he's
Which
walking
one?
across the street and a girl called him daddy?
I think I might have. That sounds familiar.
And he's walking across the street and this one girl goes, "Hi, daddy." And then started laughing.
My God, Kuya Dan.
Yeah, Dan, crazy kid says stare back. But
Kuya
yeah,
Dan, my bikini show is close to start. My
now
God.
see the reason why there's so much
Coming to
age difference between my family is, well, my older sister's my half sister. All right.
Ah, okay.
So my sister Ruth Ann, who's only 5 years older than me, is my first full-blooded sister. And then the rest of them, then there's such a large difference between me and my younger brother because my mother had a baby that died in between my brother and myself, another boy. So there would have been 4 boys and 4 girls in my family. But the one baby just lived a couple of weeks. That was it. And I was very young, so I don't remember. My oldest sister, during that time frame, pretty much took care of me. She was like my surrogate mother because my mom was so depressed after losing a baby, which, you can understand that.
Yep.
So my oldest sister, she's the one that changed my diapers. She's the one that made sure I got fed and all this. This has all happened before I went to school. And then my little brother was born and my mom snapped back out of it. My dad drove semis cross country. Well, when my mom lost the baby, my dad came off cross country and drove local so he could be home every night to help with my mom and was off every weekend. So once they had another child, my younger brother, he went back to driving cross country until he went on total disability. So, Yummy, how you doing, Yummy? Yummy? Mac Daddy's back. Hey, Mac Daddy.
I'm back, brothers.
How you doing?
Good. Junior needed a sandwich.
Oh.
Dad says the eyes have it. Junior's old enough to fix his own sandwich now, Mac Daddy.
Well, sometimes you got to call in the chef.
Yeah, okay. So you actually cooked something. You didn't just fix something.
Ham and cheese.
Oh, he could have done that. Come on. I can't say much. All I did was cook a couple cheeseburgers for supper tonight. I was lazy.
I owned a deli for years. I got to tell you, it's the way you fold the lunch meat.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, that's true.
Talking about delis, one of the first places I lived at once I moved out here, it wasn't the first or second place, actually. First place I lived with my sister until I could find a place to live. And that lasted maybe a month, and I was moved out. And I lived right above a deli. And the bedrooms were actually above the deli. The living room was next to it. So that was really convenient because if you didn't feel like cooking, you walked out the steps, walked around in front of the building, walked into the deli, and ordered what you wanted. And they had real good chili.
I have a problem with delis though. I'm from Philly where we invented the hoagie. It's the rest of the world. It's a sub, and it just ain't the same.
Well, maybe so, but I'm from Indiana. They both taste good.
Oh yeah, I'm sure, but it's like there's just some. You know what it is with Philly? It's the bread.
Yeah.
We don't.
That makes a difference.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm from Indiana. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but we don't put our bread in a plastic bag in Philly.
Yeah.
The roll comes in fresh. It's never in a bag.
Well, when I first moved out here, whenever I'd go home, like I was telling you all earlier, my brother's friend that owned the restaurant loved French bread. And it was hard to get, like I said, where I'm from.
Sure.
So we would order a couple loaves the night before we left from the store, and they put it in paper bags, not plastic bags.
And exactly. It keeps nicer. But let's look at it this way. We all love our hometown favorites.
No, my hometown favorite is not bread. I'm sorry.
No, but I mean, we all like that special food or meal from where we come from.
No. Mine's just a special shape.
Okay.
You ever have a Krispy Kreme donut?
Yes.
All right. We had a donut. Have a donut shop in my hometown. Tastes a lot like Krispy Kremes. Really do. They've been making them since the 30s or 40s. They're called square donuts. It's the only place I know where you can get a square donut. Is my hometown.
We have a donut place where I used to come from called Piazza's.
Yeah.
And, it's the same deal. The donuts at Piazza's are all fresh and handmade and very special.
Yeah. Well, like I said, they had a machine, and they had it for so long. The company that made the machine didn't realize they made the machine. That's how old the machine was. And a part broke down on their machine. They got just the one machine makes all the donuts for all their shops. And they make them every morning, and they're sent out. And hey, Sammy, I hope you just dropped off by accident and you come back up. But anyway, they are actually a square donut with a hole in the middle. And so they called the company that made the machine and told them what part they needed. They said, we don't have that part. We never had that part. They took in the copy of the machine and the paperwork and all that. I said, oh, we did make a donut machine that makes square donuts. And they made them the new machine part.
Well, Belshaw's the big donut machine company in the whole world.
I don't know what company it is. It's a company in the Midwest is all I know.
That's Belshaw.
But they wanted that. They wanted because, like I said, they're known. That's the name of their company, Square Donut.
Sure.
So how are you going to keep the name Square Donut if you don't have a square donut?
Well, look at the pizza thing. We take a square box for a round pizza that we cut into triangles. Go big.
Oh yeah. But like I said, though, I mean, so they got their part made because the company couldn't believe they did it. But they might have even had the diagrams. I don't know. But I did. This was a few years back, and like I said, they're still making square donuts. There's people that live up around Chicago area. Whenever they come to Terre Haute, they always buy a dozen or two to take back with them because people just love the donuts. Like I said, they do. They taste a lot like Krispy Kreme donuts, and they've been around a lot longer than Krispy Kreme have.
My favorite donut place disappeared. Ambler Donut in Ambler, Pennsylvania. They went out of business. They used to have a donut called a French toast. They took a donut and filled it with pastry cream, and they dipped it in maple glaze. So when you bite into it and close your eyes, you think you got French toast in your mouth.
Well, I'll tell you now, I used to stop and get a couple of those, like 2 to 4, depending on how many I wanted, because I'd get it also for the guy I was relieving. So if I wanted one, I'd buy 2, and he'd have one, I'd have one. If I wanted 2, I'd get 4, and he'd have 2, and I'd have 2. But we sat there and drink a cup of coffee and bullshit. It's a guy I'd worked with for about 5 years at another place. Then that place changed hands, and we went to this place, and we were there together for a couple of years there. So I knew the guy for quite a while. And he was the one I always relieved every morning that I brought the donuts in. I'd take the donuts in, sit down, we'd have coffee and just bullshit, because we used to work together, actually work the same shift and stuff sometimes.
Well, I got to tell you, Philadelphia is a real food town. Where I live now, I can't get a cheesesteak. I can't get a hoagie. They have no Asian supermarket, so I can't get any Asian food. So it's hard for me to cook like all the noodle fusion stuff I do. That this is a Polish and Slavic area, but their kielbasa is horrible.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not real impressed with Albany's food scene. I mean, there's a couple of decent restaurants, but you're talking about the capital district of New York, right? Albany. Yeah. There's a couple of places, and that's it that I think is any good. And I'm sorry, Tim, but I happen to like Krispy Kremes, especially when they're warm. You get them when they're warm. Oh my God, they're good.
Well, they're always
they are.
They are good when they're warm. But anyway, like I said, though, they got a couple places. There's a gyro place that's pretty good. There's another. It's called Smoky Bones. It's a smoke pit place. It's really good.
Can you get bagels?
Yeah, you can get bagels. You can get bagels anywhere in New York.
Yeah, exactly.
Anywhere in the state of New York, you can get bagels. Anywhere.
I can't get a hot bagel here in Johnstown to save my life. There's nobody that they're like, oh, we got bagels. You just got to go to Dunkin' Donuts, or we got bagels. You get them frozen in the supermarket. I'm like, nah. I'm used to going to the Jewish neighborhood and getting them like right fresh out of the oven, and the whitefish spread and the crudité, and
Well, we got Brueggel's Bagels, which is it's a chain, but they make the bagels, and you can go in and you order your whatever bagel you want and what you want on it, and if you want a sandwich with it as a bagel, they'll do that.
There's no rye bread here either. I'm used to rye bread in the city of Philadelphia. If you get the real Jewish rye, it's got a paper ticket attached to the loaf of bread. And when they slice it, they just slice the ticket up too. But you got this little postage stamp with a kosher star on it to let you know it was made under rabbinical supervision to be kosher.
Yeah.
And
But, like I said,
nuts.
Like I said, now I'm going to tell you the truth. Now, some of the smaller towns, you're going to get the supermarket bagels or the frozen bagels. But
where do you get whitefish salad? I'm going bananas out here.
I couldn't tell you. I don't eat it, so I don't know.
Oh man, it's delicious.
Don't think I ever had it.
But you go to a place like
whitefish salad. You ready? Smoked whitefish with like some mayonnaise and a little sour cream, and they spread it on a bagel.
Huh.
Tim, that
actually
that's
sounds
sad.
pretty good.
Oh, it's really good.
Tim just said, I have not seen bagels here. He's in the Philippines.
That
And
is sad.
rye bread doesn't exist in the Philippines. That's sad.
I'll bet they got sourdough.
Yeah. I like rye bread for like a patty melt.
Yes.
on rye.
Oh God.
Or
Yeah.
Or even grilled cheese on rye is good.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm not
Or
having
Reuben.
it that way, I would prefer wheat bread or all green bread.
I like sourdough. I like rye bread. I like a nice artisan bread, a good Italian bread, a good French bread.
Yeah.
All right, crazy kid. He
I'm
goes,
done.
why not?
It's hard to get a good pizza here in Johnstown. There's only a handful. I don't want no Pizza Hut, Little Caesars, Domino's, Papa John's. I don't want any of that slop. I want real, Guido Italian pizza.
They got a franchise here in New York called I Love New York Pizza. It's pretty good pizza.
New York pizzas, well, that's what we're all eating, basically. But I got a place in Philly called Tacchinelli's Pizza, and it's in a Polish neighborhood on top of all that. It ain't even an Italian neighborhood. If you don't call and order a pizza on Saturday by 1
Hey,
o'clock,
Brady, how you doing, man?
and they're
Hi,
open
Brady.
till 9,
Hey,
you
yo,
don't get one.
I'm doing pretty good.
Well, that's good, man. Good to see you.
Yeah.
But like I said, though, they got another place
Hey, nice
called,
to meet you, Brady.
I
Yo,
said
nice
about
to meet
New
you
York pizza. It's a different one. It's not like I love New York pizza. It's New York pizza something. It stinks.
Is that you, Tinky Winky?
Yeah, that's him.
He's got a broken leg.
Yeah, I got a broken leg.
How'd you do that?
Remember, he had the broken
I got
leg last
I got
time he
hit
was
by
on.
a car.
Hey, you're not supposed to do that.
You know,
Yeah, trust me, I know better.
you're supposed to avoid cars.
He's Brady
Yeah,
the
trust me.
Millionaire now.
What?
He's
He's
Brady,
Brady
what?
the Millionaire.
Brady the Millionaire.
Yeah, I'm
huh?
a millionaire, so hey, I don't care.
He's getting lawyer.
Yeah.
I don't blame him if they're at fault. Now I'm going to be Lee. I do like Papa John's pizza.
Papa
do
John's,
like-
Papa John's is okay, but I'm just saying Little Caesars and Pizza Hut are the best.
No, don't care for Little Caesar. Pizza Hut's all right, but I like Papa John's.
I mean, hold on.
I'll
man.
take
The only
Pizza
thing,
Hut over Papa John's.
Little Caesars that I like is their crazy bread, like their cheesy bread.
Yeah,
I
that's
like
good.
the Batman pizza when they had that.
They,
Yeah.
They
I-
discontinued it.
I like the cinnamon bread they had. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
I like the Taco
And then,
Bell
then they had the cheese dip for it.
No.
Yeah. I don't eat pizza too much anymore. Like I said, I'm diabetic, so I got to watch what I eat. But I still do have pizza once in a while.
I mean, so what we had for dinner tonight was pork chops with a side of asparagus, and then I had
That's
like
good healthy.
and then I had
Eat the
a Caesar
asparagus.
salad.
You had what else?
I had a Caesar salad.
All right.
That's all good.
That was a good dinner.
Yeah, you had a good dinner. You know what I had? I
Yeah.
had two cheeseburgers and some cottage cheese. That's it.
I mean, hey,
I was
I mean,
lazy today.
better
Hey, wait a minute.
better
That's my name.
I
it's
like my
better eating than not eating, you know.
Well, I'm going to cook a chicken breast tomorrow. I'm going to air fry or air bake it. Chicken breast tomorrow for supper. Maybe some
I'm playing on
applesauce
my Xbox.
and maybe some mixed vegetables for supper tomorrow night.
I like my cottage cheese with apple butter. You ever have it that way, Larry?
No,
Yes.
no,
Yes, that is really good. Apple butter with cottage cheese is the best.
I eat my cottage cheese with just pepper, black pepper.
Try it with apple butter.
I put cinnamon in mine.
Cinnamon and apple butter. Oh my God, you'll go great.
And I'm gonna. I got some applesauce. I got the unsweetened
Well,
applesauce.
I'm
Not
diabetic too,
applesauce.
so I'm not going to be able to use the apple butter.
Oh,
Well, applesauce, if you get it unsweetened, doesn't have very many carbohydrates. That's why I buy the unsweetened. Then you add cinnamon.
But the apple's got fructose, and that's might as well be straight sugar.
oh yeah.
But anyway, I'm going to add cinnamon to it and see how that does.
Well, cinnamon will help.
Yeah, cinnamon's supposed to help lower your sugar.
Yeah.
And
So I don't know how it'll work, but it might work fine.
well, like I said, I made sure to buy the unsweetened. It's a lot less carbohydrates than if you
So,
get the sweetened.
what's your favorite? Like, out of applesauce, like, do you like sweetened or unsweetened? Me personally, I like unsweetened because I don't like sugar a lot. So yeah,
I got unsweetened.
yeah.
I buy a few. If I can find unsweetened that I like of anything, I buy unsweetened. I drink Coke Zero, which has no sugar, no carbohydrates. I drink tea without sugar. I drink my coffee without sugar. I haven't used sugar in my coffee in 50 years. I'm 69. I quit drinking sugar in my coffee when I was 19.
Sugar's poison.
Yeah.
Well,
Literally, yeah. Sugar is poison.
too much of it is. It is, yes. But I quit using sugar in my tea probably a little over 35 years ago. I used to drink real sweet tea.
And
Yeah.
high
Really.
fructose corn syrup's even worse than sugar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sugar is better than a lot of stuff they use for sweetener.
Yes.
It's better than any of the fake stuff.
Yeah.
But if you can get something that has no carbohydrates, you're better off. Especially as a diabetic, because it's carbohydrates. Somebody says, "Oh, well, there's not much sugar." Look at the total carbohydrates, because that's all sugar turns into is carbohydrates.
Carbohydrates turn into sugar, right?
Yeah.
And
I
you
make
know,
a gourmet banana.
there's only three kinds of food. You got fats, protein, and carbohydrates.
I can tell you right now, there's only two kinds of food: good and sucking.
You got a point there.
I mean,
that means
let's
all
be
your
honest about it.
vegetables are carbohydrates.
Let's be honest about it. The best food is the food we're not allowed to have if you're a diabetic.
What's that?
Any of it.
Anything that's good.
No.
Anything that you like the taste of, you really shouldn't be eating.
Well, I guess I'm kind of an oddball in. Well, I am. But anyway, because I
Well,
eat.
you shouldn't have oranges. You shouldn't have bananas. You shouldn't have
Don't eat
apples.
any of that. Don't eat any of that.
You shouldn't have muffins, bagels, bread.
Nope, nothing.
I like all that stuff.
Well, I love it, but I don't eat it.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
I I eat a
What-
very low carbohydrate,
That's what I'm saying. The
high
things that we
fat,
like the best is bad
high
for us.
protein diet.
Well, I'm saying is the things we like the best is bad for us.
Yeah.
See, where I am, a lot of people think that Christmas is for gifts and stuff, but it's really not. It's to spend time with the people that you love and like
It's
people that you don't
mostly,
get to
yes.
see very often.
Exactly. But it's been commercialized too much.
Oh, they killed it long time ago.
Yep.
Yeah. Like
I
every
like
single
Thanksgiving
gift that I get
When
for
I was
Christmas, I can
when
care
I was his
about
age,
as long as I get to hang with my family.
when I was his age, it was still good. But
Oh yeah. The thing is, when we were younger, don't get me wrong, we still got presents and we still enjoyed them.
well, of course.
But
But it was
Christmas,
all family came together.
yeah. Well, I'm saying those Christmas wasn't as commercialized as it is today. You didn't
Yep.
start Christmas until after Thanksgiving. You didn't start Thanksgiving until after Halloween.
Exactly.
Each holiday had its own time frame.
Yep.
Not only that, Larry, but you know, you got to go back to everything pre-cell phone and pre-internet.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, but
No, we're
radio
talking
never knew
about
what
when
that
we were
was.
his age.
Yeah, we're talking about around his age. See, so that's long before
Yeah,
cell phones, our
When
computers.
we were Brady's age, you probably weren't even born yet.
Yeah, you might not have been around yet, Mac Daddy. if
I was
you were,
born
you were
in
real young.
54.
You're
I was
what?
born in '53.
And I was born in
54.
'56.
Right. You guys are as old as my brothers.
That's what I said. When we were
See, me,
raised-
I was born in 2010. I'm only 12.
You're
But
just
see,
a,
and like
you're just a
a lot of
munchkin.
people,
well, that's what we're saying, Brady. When we were your age, Mac Daddy was still not in school yet.
Yeah.
Right.
He hadn't started.
yeah.
So when we were that age, there was no internet. There
No.
was no
Yeah.
cell phone.
No, in fact, when I was 12, was the same year Mac Daddy was born.
They printed newspapers twice a day. You had a morning and an afternoon newspaper. Every
I used,
town had a
I used to
handful
deliver
of
them. I used to
I did
deliver them.
Yep.
Yes. I used
Now
to
my
deliver.
hometown was so small, we only had one
Well,
daily paper.
I lived in a town called Casey, Illinois for a while, 2 years. And Casey only had a Monday through Friday paper. That's it.
Yeah.
But the Terre Haute paper was delivered there as well. They had a morning and an afternoon paper. Well, I used to deliver the Terre Haute Star, which was the morning paper, and I delivered the Casey afternoon paper.
It's
I had,
so
I had two routes, and then I eventually got
Sure.
rid of the Stars because it was a lot more of a hassle.
Yeah.
But then we,
Philadelphia had 6 newspapers at one time.
oh
Well,
yeah,
it's a little bigger city than where I grew up.
Oh,
Wow.
shit, I'm just saying for the whole region, though, it was like,
Yeah.
and then the burbs, they had their own versions of newspapers.
yeah, oh yeah. Back
Yeah.
then,
See, my hometown is still only got about 5,500 people in it.
Oh, wow.
my hometown, the town I consider my hometown, Terre Haute's only got about 70,000 people.
Yeah.
I grew up in a little town called Newportville, just outside the city. And Newportville's got a ton of history. We're part of the Underground Railroad with Harriet Tubman and everybody.
Yeah.
Washington and Lafayette met in Newportville to plan the Battle of Trenton.
Okay.
See, where I used to live in Erie down here in Illinois, see they I lived in a house that was from the Underground Railroad. Like there was boarded up doors, locked many doors where you would used to like hide the slaves and when you were saving them, like Harriet Tubman did. Like there was a locked like mini door, like I'm talking like about this high from the ground, that was behind my baby brother's cradle at the time. And it's still there right now that has a padlock on it. And which we think there's a bunch of like old like dead things in there, like you know what I mean? And we haven't opened it, but our landlord didn't want us to open it. Like we had the landlord had the key. And then in my room and my brother's room there was a big like wall that was just boarded up, and you could see where it's boarded up that you could hide people in that.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
there was a lot of areas there was the East Coast, which was where you guys are at right now, but they also went through the Midwest, through Indiana and Illinois, and
Yeah.
Well, we were along the Delaware River and in the Chamonix Creek. They used to hang Hessians in my neighborhood.
but I'm just saying, no, I mean, where I'm from, some of the areas, like I said, Indiana was on the northern side. But
Hour minute, like 5 hour mark.
there was areas there that had, part of the Freedom Trail, whatever you want to call it. And there's areas there that was part of the Freedom Trail now is well known for Klan.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a strange history. Another thing that is strange is, you look at my family. My mother's, my grandfather, her dad, his mother's name was Hanks. All right. So my mom's family, at least because my grandfather had a different mother than his brothers and sisters. She died during childbirth or shortly after childbirth. But like I said, his mother's name was Hanks. Now, people claim that we're related to Abraham Lincoln. Okay. Now, my last name is Lee. So who the fuck knows about Robert E. Lee? Who knows? But I can guarantee you this. I have a cousin whose last name was Booth, and she was related to John Wilkes Booth. So like I said, I got relatives that are supposed to be on Lincoln's side, and I got a relative that was related to John Wilkes Booth. Now, how strange is that?
Yeah.
The man that killed the man.
Only in America, I guess.
Oh yeah. But
Can y'all see me?
Yes.
now, how do I get two Mac Daddies here?
Oh no.
I thought one was on us.
Hang on.
What is it, Echo?
Mine are 2 Mac Daddies.
I don't know. He
I
just
think-
dropped off.
Yeah, I think
accidentally. Yeah, I think he
when his,
accidentally did it.
yeah, I think when his screen doubled up like that, he got 2 sounds coming, so we got the echo.
Yeah, so he had to drop out and come back in.
Yeah.
But so, man,
But,
it's
like,
it's
I
after
live
midnight.
down in like the suburb here in Illinois, down here in Moline. But right now I'm in Rock Island, which is like a ghetto part.
Now you say you live in Illinois?
Yeah.
All right. Now, do you know where Terre Haute, Indiana is?
Yeah, I believe so.
Now, are you on the Indiana or the Missouri side?
Yeah.
Which side are you on?
I'm on the Missouri side.
Okay, Terre Haute's across the. It's on the Illinois side, Indiana, Illinois. I used to live, like I said, my hometown's Terre Haute. I lived in a little town about 40 miles from Terre Haute called Casey, Illinois. That's in Clark County. And Casey, it had about 5,000 people in it. And I lived there for 2 years.
Zane, are you still up? All right.
See, now in Illinois, it's just after 11.
He is now.
That's for sure.
Like I said, now my part of Indiana wanted to stay with Illinois time. They wanted to stay central. But they
Well, I'm hoping they go ahead and pass that
well,
time zone thing.
New York has passed it. All right. And I think we're going to change the time in the spring one more time. And I think that's it. They wanted to not change the
what they
time this
wanted
year.
to do. Yeah,
They wanted to not change it at all again.
right.
But
Just
the
leave it on
airlines and
savings.
everybody goes, oh, no, we need time to adjust our schedules. And
Yeah.
I don't see how much time you need to adjust a schedule. Well, it's been
That
made out
stuff's
for-
on a damn computer.
Yeah, that's what I'm
it's like-
saying. How hard is it going to be to
Lines of code,
punch in
you
some
know,
codes
a
and get it
couple of lines
redone?
of code and you're done.
Yeah.
Well, you ever see how many planes are in the air, though?
Yeah, but the thing is, this was
Oh yeah.
months in advance. You all right there, Brady? I think he's.
Yeah,
phone
just
fell.
it's my phone just fell.
That's what I thought. But anyway, like I said, you're talking. This was a couple months or more. And
Yeah,
they're
that's
going, oh
been-
no, we need time. I mean, it was shortly after the time change before. They were talking about not doing it. Oh no, you can't do that. We gotta have time. You know, it's how hard.
They've
is
been
it to-
talking about it for years.
Yeah, well, New York passed it, so it's going to happen. I just hope we go back to the other time, not stay on this one. I hate this one
Well, yeah, that's what they said they're going to do is go to daylight savings time.
because
We're
this
on
one
standard
here,
time now.
you get up and it's light out when you go to work. It's dark by about 4:30. Dark, not getting dark, dark.
Well, today
That's
it was dark all
ridiculous.
day here.
No, I'm talking about when you got a nice sunny day. By 4:30 or so, it's dark. It's nighttime already. That's ridiculous.
This time of year, yeah.
That's ridiculous. If they'd have stayed, it would have been 5:30, 6 o'clock before it got dark instead of 4:35.
I have a question.
Go ahead, ready?
What gave you the name Mac Daddy, Edward?
I used to go clubbing and I was the Mac Daddy because I pulled all the women. They all wanted to be my wingman because I would walk into the club like Remington Steele and stand there at the bar.
Now,
Yes,
wait
sir.
a minute. He probably
I
doesn't know
was
who
well
Remington
dressed.
still is. He probably
I,
doesn't know who
I
Remington
was
Steele
well
is.
dressed. I was wearing my steel blue shark skin suit, and I'm telling you.
Brady, you want to know something? I
And
think
I
you
used to
gave it
pull
all
up
to
in a
yourself.
Rolls Royce, Brady. I didn't own the car. My friends owned it. They always wanted me to drive it. I'd pull up to valet it. They'd tell me move the car up 10 feet and leave it. And I was just the man. The women used to follow me in the club.
Hey, Marion.
See me,
And I was dumb enough to
I'm
realize
a pro.
thinking I was such a great looking guy. He ran.
Something happened.
Yeah.
Hey, Marion, how you doing? Welcome.
So they used to tease me and say, I'm the Mac Daddy.
Hey, hold on. Marion, put down LLL, and that will drop your link. All right? Just type in LLL.
All right, I'm back. I don't know what happened.
Oh, well, we'll forgive you. This once.
Well, my nickname was actually my very first vlog. Whereas actually a video is that I explain how I got my
What, Eddie?
nickname Lazy. But I got that as a senior in high school.
Did he just ask if
And-
he could join me? They don't know him.
What's that?
I'm talking to my friend on the headset.
Okay. But
He's talking to Eddie Jr.
oh, is he? Tell Junior hi.
Hey, Lazy Larry Lee said hi, Eddie. He said hi.
All right.
Junior was just out here.
Junior's a good kid.
They all are.
Yeah.
Brady
Well,
tries
Brady's
to be nuts every day.
He's a good kid. I wouldn't let him up here if he wasn't.
See that? I told him the other day I was going to come to Illinois and run him over. He knows
And I
I
said, hey, looks like
Somebody
more money
beat
to
you
me.
Now,
Brady knows I only kid with him now.
Somebody
No.
beat you
Yeah.
to it, so
now, Brady, have you ever been to the St. Louis Zoo?
Yes, I have.
I always liked that zoo when I was a kid. Back when I was young,
I went earlier this year I went up to the
something happened again.
We lost him again.
Marion, type in LLL.
Brady's at my house like every day by video.
All right.
Him and
Yeah.
Eddie are cyber friends.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, we
What'd you
never
do?
had that when we were
What'd you do,
kids.
Brady? Brady, what'd
No.
you do?
I don't know. It keeps on like my thumb must be hanging like pressing the leave button, bro.
you got to be
Okay.
careful of that
You gotta
thumb.
be careful when you're on the phone. It's a lot easier to do that.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but So I met Eddie about a few years ago on this game called Fortnite, and
Yeah.
we've been friends since.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
You-
Oh
you got-
God, Brady's at
People
my
meet
house
different
every day.
ways all the time now, and the internet's really made the world a lot smaller than it used to be.
Yep.
We got
I'm a-
people in this chat now, Brady. We got people in this chat in the Philippines.
Oh, Brady used to go to Chris and Sabu.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you know,
He's been there before.
before the internet, that would have never happened. I wouldn't know
That's for
a lot of
sure.
these people.
Exactly. We would never know each other.
No,
Exactly.
It's
Because of YouTube, I've made a lot of
yeah,
friends.
yeah, Crazy Kid's right. If we wanted to play a game, we had to be in the same room.
Yeah, do it on a board.
I got lost in Florida one time, and I knew where I was because I had flown over on Google Earth.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, even if it was an electronic game like You Sunk My Battleship, you still had to be in the
Oh,
same
yeah.
room.
Yeah. Yep.
So I mean, every game you played, card
Shoot,
game, board game, whatever.
Yeah, we didn't even have that. We didn't even have the electronic battleship.
No, but I'm just saying, later on,
Yeah.
when that came out, you had to be in the same room.
Yep, that's true.
You know, we used to play a lot of board games and card games, but you had to be in that same room.
Yep.
Computers
What?
and the internet killed the pet business. I'll tell you that. We all had.
What is your favorite board game?
Oh,
Probably
I
Monopoly,
like Monopoly.
Yeah,
but,
Monopoly.
Sorry was another good game.
Yeah, Sorry was a good game.
Clue.
Clue wasn't
Clue
bad.
was all right.
Clue. I like the Game of Life.
Yeah,
that was okay.
Yeah, that was okay.
That was much later in life for me. Your age,
Stratego.
that wasn't around, huh?
Remember that one, Stratego?
Yeah, we never had it, but I remember.
Crazy Kid says electronic battleship meant that you were on the phone with the other player.
The Wheelo, the Slinky.
Yeah.
You know the Slinky was an accident?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeti and My Spaghetti, Trouble.
Like I said, a lot of those games weren't around when I was a kid, Brady.
Trouble came
Yeah,
out in
me
the
either.
60s. Trouble's a pretty old game from the 60s.
Yeah, but by the 60s, I was getting more out of those kind of games and starting to work.
Yeah.
You know, I like Racco, which is a card game, but that came out later, too. That wasn't when I was a kid. That was later.
Connect 4 was a popular one. That was an
Don't
early.
remember that one.
Uno.
Uno came out later, but
Yeah.
I like that. Like I said,
Yeah.
that came. Shoot, I was probably in my 30s by that time.
Yeah, I was gonna say that seems. I think that was an '80s game.
Yeah, like I said, I was in my 30s by then.
Yep.
And just regular cards, like goldfish and trash and all that.
Don't remember trash, but go fish.
Cards are actually a military game. Regular playing cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eight of Spades or something. Just a regular game like Solitaire.
Solitaire, you had Hearts,
Yeah.
Euchre,
Hearts.
And then you had
Spades.
Pinochle.
Pinochle.
Yeah. That took a special deck, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Pinochle, you know the best thing about Pinochle, if you like to play Euchre? A Pinochle deck gives you two
Yahtzee.
Euchre decks. Yahtzee's a much later game. That didn't come out until the 70s or 80s.
Yeah.
60s.
No,
Like
Yahtzee-
1970 for Yahtzee.
70s, I believe.
I
Yeah.
think
There was another dice game I used to play in the 70s called Ships, Captain's Cruise. You played with 5 dice. The 6 and the 5 and a 4 was you needed to get that. That was your ship captain crew. And then the last 2 dice would be your points. So now if you didn't get a ship captain crew and the other guys didn't, then you increased the bet and you kept playing with somebody more.
Another one is like
Let's put that in
Jenga.
What's that?
Jenga.
Jenga, yeah,
Jenga.
that was a later game too, I think.
Yeah, that's a much
Well,
later game.
Jenga actually goes back to ancient Egypt.
Yeah,
That's
that-
probably true, but we weren't. We didn't. We
We
weren't
didn't have it,
exposed
no.
to it.
Another game that now this is not quite as new as some of the others that we've been talking about, but Twister. Wasn't that 70s?
Twister.
I think that was 70s.
Late 60s or early 70s?
Yeah, somewhere in there. You remember cribbage?
No, I never played cribbage.
Oh, okay.
I remember the game. I just never played it.
Right.
In the Navy, we played spades more than anything else.
Yeah.
And then maybe I didn't play pinochle till after I got out of the service. Spades was the game in the Navy. That
Yeah.
or blackjack or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Gambling games, and
Yeah,
we gambled on spades.
Right.
In the
My
Navy.
dad taught us how to play cribbage, but it's been so long that I
Have you ever played slapjack, like where you have to slap a
Yeah.
hand of?
Yeah. Well, whoever had when the certain cards on, you had to slap it. Like the jack, you had to slap it. With your
Yeah.
hand, whoever first
Yeah.
slapped it got all the cards.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I've never really played it, but I've seen
Rock'em
I've-
Sock'em Robots.
it.
I've played it a
was in
few
the
times when I
70s.
was.
I believe that
I've
was
played it a few
70s,
times when I was younger with my
maybe late
babysitter.
60s.
I can't remember. We had it. We
Yeah,
had
that's what I said.
one.
Late 60s, early 70s. Somewhere in there is Rock'em Sock'em
Yeah.
Robots.
Yeah.
Yeah, early 70s. Lot of stuff came out in the early 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when
It may have been
really took off.
It may have been earlier than that because I'm trying to remember how old I was when we had them.
Well,
Probably
like I said,
early 60s. Mid
no, it's, mid to
Oh.
late 60s, early
Mid to late
70s. It was-
60s, yeah, somewhere.
Here's like a kindergarten or like it's like a school game that I used to play. It's called Hot Potato.
Yeah, hot potato.
Yep.
We
Crazy
played that.
Ball.
And
I remember the Crazy 8 Ball, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ouija board.
Yeah.
yeah, Ouija board.
Yeah. My granddad had a crazy 8 ball. That thing was a lot of fun.
All that crazy stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. See, all of them like they're old games. Like most of them, and me, I'm only 12, and I still like them games because it's not about new games. It's about like having fun with your family and stuff.
Oh,
How
yeah.
about trains under your Christmas tree at a platform?
Ye-
And
yeah.
Plasticville.
Now, my family still plays Uno and games like that.
Yeah.
I never set my Christmas tree up as a kid till Christmas Eve.
I got a niece. Her tree's up, but day after Christmas, it is down.
Marley, come here. Come here.
We always set it up Christmas Eve and left it up till New Year's.
A lot of people do that, but I mean, my sister,
Marley,
my
come here.
niece,
Yeah. We usually did a
she
week
takes it down the day
before.
after Christmas. She sets it up
Yeah.
a week or two early. I think
Marley
it may
Manson.
already be up,
Come here. Now.
but it's down the day after Christmas.
Yeah.
I used
Now,
to
Marley,
throw my
come here.
back out every year for Christmas.
Come
I
here.
used to throw- I
Marley
used to throw Christmas trees out of my car.
Now you're talking about Christmas trees. My older brother's last Christmas tree. We put it in my mom's yard after he passed away. We put it out towards the end of the driveway.
Yeah.
And we thought we were going to have to cut it down because I mean that thing was looking pathetic. And then it hit a water vein, and that sucker now is well over 30 foot tall. We had to cut 6 feet of the lower branches, cut off 6 feet from the ground up,
I had a 4-foot
so
tree
you
in
could
my front
see,
yard.
so you could see the road, and they could see you coming out.
Yep.
And so we had to do that, and yeah, that thing was well over 30. It might be even 40 foot by now. But because like I said, my brother died back in the 80s. All right, my older brother.
Oh, it's probably taller than that then.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't seen it in a while because they sold that house and they lived somewhere else.
Yeah.
But it was a good. Yeah, it's probably a lot taller if it's still there in the yard, because it was probably around 30 foot, close to that when I left.
Yeah.
25 to 30 foot when I left.
Well, y'all, I'm gonna get off. I'm just gonna play video games and talk to Eddie Jr. So I'll catch y'all later.
All right, Brady, you have a
Brady,
good one,
nice
man.
to meet you.
Nice seeing you,
Yep,
buddy.
nice seeing you. All right, have
right.
a great day.
You too. Bye. All right. Marion, if you want to come on up, crazy kid. Anybody else out there, you're more than welcome to come up. We got Mac Daddy back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Brady dropped off. He said he's going to play games and talk with Eddie.
My girlfriend keeps texting me from the Philippines.
Well, you got to take that.
That's
Well,
right. That's more important than talking with us.
She's getting some rest now.
What you got to do is let her know that she can come on here
Yeah.
and see you.
She doesn't speak English very well.
I didn't say she had to come up. She can come on and.
I know. I told her
best way for her to learn to get better at English is to speak it.
Oh, I know.
So you're going to hit the rack here pretty soon, crazy kid.
She's just off running around, you know. She's home actually. She took the ferry the other day to take her mother to the hospital in Cebu, and then she just came home.
Crazy kid said if we were so poor we didn't have toys growing up. If I wasn't born a boy, I wouldn't have had anything to play with. Come on,
Yeah,
crazy
me
kid.
and my tree always got lit together.
Crazy kid, in case you don't know it, is a comedian.
I've noticed that.
Yeah.
Crazy kid, we were so poor when I was
No,
little.
no.
We couldn't afford
no.
chips, so we
You
all
got to
stayed
stay
around and sneezed on the tree.
And so, pal, go ahead and type in, before you leave, type in LLL by itself only, and your link will be dropped. So if anybody's on here wants to connect with you, they can. I'm already connected to you.
Actually, I connected to him. I connected to him just by using the name.
Okay. Like I said, if they will, they that's why I got the Nightbot. To
Well, yeah.
make it easier for everybody, and I don't have to worry about, well, let me make this, try to make everybody a monitor
Yeah.
so they can drop their own link. Just type in, I made it as easy as I can. Just type in LLL.
That's
And
about as
it'll-
easy as it gets.
Yeah. I thought about just have it as triple L. You know, the word triple, then L.
Oh, yeah.
That's what Mike, Married to a Beautiful Woman, calls me. A
Yeah.
couple others do too. And I thought, no, that's too complicated. Just put down 3 L's. And it
Takes
can
too
be
much
small
typing.
letter.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, especially, you get somebody that's not from the States and English is not their primary language. You tell them triple L and they may not, understand it right in triple L. If you just say type in LLL, it makes it easier to communicate. It's up there. I'd like to have made that where that was by itself, but it doesn't want to do that. So I may end up, there you go, Smile. Thank you. I hope we can get you some more subscribers. If we can't, well, we'll try again some other time. We don't have a lot of people here right now,
There it goes.
but like I said, it gets it up there. Sometimes it takes a minute or two, but it gets up there. If it doesn't, I'm going to fire that Nightbot and hire another one.
Yep.
They cost so much, man. They cost so much.
Yep.
Well, I had to go in and change it because if you used you too, Sabal, good to see you here. I'm glad you made it. I'm on every Saturday night right now. So anytime you want to drop by, you're more than welcome to drop by. And anytime you want to come up and talk, come on up and talk. And so, I'll have an all Filipino panel if they want. I don't care. I'll sit back and y'all. If I don't understand it, that's my problem. I'm here to have fun. I enjoy talking with people, and I enjoy, the chat that we have, the interaction with everybody, whether I'm doing it or somebody else. I enjoy this. If I didn't, would I be on for over 5 hours already? This is crazy, people. Crazy. But, the longest I've done is 6 hours.
Brady's at my house every day, and I'm always yelling at him. It's funny.
Like I said, Eddie's a good boy, and so's Brady. They're both good kids.
Oh, I was teasing Brady the other day. I told him I'm going to come to Illinois and run him over.
He just said, that's all right. Just get more money.
Yep.
I told him he's got to be alive to collect it.
That's true.
Oh God.
All right, hey guys, I think I'm going to end this one.
All right,
All
Larry.
right, Larry.
And
Thanks
I
for
want to
having
thank
me.
everybody. I want to thank everybody for coming. Remember now, be kind to each other. Take care of yourselves. Stay safe and healthy. Plus, always try to have fun. Take care, everyone.
All right, Larry.
All right, bye.
I'm going to go myself. Good night.
All right.
Yeah.